Hi, Chaos. Hi, who's here? Wolfie and Franklin. Hello, guys. Welcome in. I'm just gonna open my Pop-Tarts. I made mac and cheese for dinner, and I don't know if it was just like the brand of mac and cheese that I bought because I got some like off-brand because I'm a broke bitch. I didn't get Kraft. It's literally the most disgusting mac and cheese I think I've ever eaten in my life. So my dinner tonight is Pop-Tarts, which is fun. Fun for everyone involved. I do want another monitor, so you can monitor the Zelda. Do you play on the Switch captured screen, or do you play on TV? I play on the Switch captured screen. I have my Elgato up. That's an early dinner. It is early. I know. I'll be hungry in like 4 hours, which is gonna suck because I'll just have to eat another Pop Tart. Um, yeah, I play on my uh, the Elgato like 4K capture thing or whatever it's called. Yeah, I know. I could put a TV right there. That'd be great. And I could look up and you guys could just see my chin the whole stream. At least I would only have one chin if I look up like that. Okay. Mac and cheese actually disgusting? No, it was actually disgusting mac and cheese because I started eating the mac and cheese when I was still downstairs and I was like shoveling out of the bowl as I was walking upstairs. I was like, this is gross. Almond French vanilla creamer? No. Oh no. But yeah, the bug thing is really gross. There's still bugs. Like there's still bugs. I don't know how to get rid of them. I put a bug trap out, but not really working very well. It was the worst mac and cheese ever. I a few years ago, like a long time ago, probably like 10 or so years ago, um we we were hanging out with this girl who was in culinary school. And she's like, "I'm gonna make mac and cheese." And we're like, "All right, cool." And so she was like showing us and she's like, "Get the salt, the water, this and this and this." And then she's like, "And then you have to put a little bit of salt in like the seasoning, this. And I was like, "This is a lot of salt." And she's like, "No, no, no, it's fine." It was literally like it was literally like mac and cheese made with ocean water. Like it was so salty. This mac and cheese is worse than the salty mac and cheese. Because at least the salty mac and cheese like had good texture and like was creamy. This is like not good. This is like grainy. Like the cheese mix like didn't dissolve right. I don't know. Not good. Okay. Um so I'm trying to think like what our goal for the day is in Breath of the Wild today. So I'm trying to decide if we want to. Once I grabbed my seasonal with salt, thinking I grabbed my seasonal without salt, and then I accidentally added salt, and I feels that. Oh no. Yeah, salt is great, but also salt is the worst because literally one extra grain of salt and you're like throwing up. Where's my garbage can? I'm a mess. Guys, just in case you wanted to know, my garbage can, it tells me. Hold on. What? Get move out of the way. Secret Labs. Trash. It tells me. It tells me the secrets. Hi, Pearly. Link playing Zelda? No way. Not all day, though. Don't you worry. We're playing Redfall with the crew later. Redfall with the crew later. Oh my gosh, guys. It's so gross. Like, I feel like, honestly, it was one night, and like, it's just so gross now. And I feel so gross. And I feel like everything is so gross. Oh, clean. Oh, clean. Gross. Everything feels gross. How are you? Gross. I'm gross. Um, oh, I feel. I don't even know. I feel like discombobulated. Like maybe I shouldn't have. Maybe I should have just streamed later with the crew tonight. Like I feel weird. Like I don't know how to explain it. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, it's just like I don't know, like it's not like bad. Like I don't feel bad. I just feel like I don't know, like I'm not rested, but I'm definitely rested because I am sleeping on my vacation. I am sleeping so much on my vacation. But I don't feel rested and I think it's because I feel unaccomplished. Like I feel like I took a vacation and I did nothing. I mean, I did a couple loads of laundry last night, but and I took my vacation like with the intention of playing Zelda. So why do I feel guilty about playing Zelda with my vacation that I specifically took to play Zelda? You know? That's what I'm saying, Franklin. Like, why do I feel guilty? Also, hello, Franklin. Hi. Like, I specifically, like, I took my vacation, and I was like, we're gonna go, we're gonna play Zelda, we're gonna stream, you know? But I cannot. I also feel like I kind of, like, validated it, with being like, oh, you know, like, I'm gonna be streaming, so it's not like I'm gonna, like, not be working. Like, I'll still make a little bit of money. Like, I won't feel so bad. But then it's just been, like, nothing. So now I'm, like, I feel guilty about taking time off from work because now I'm not, like, making money. And then I'm gonna be feeling that when my paycheck comes in 2 weeks. Can I get up? Can I get up on these things? Can I ascend? Ascend? Ooh, let me get that mushroom first. I can't ascend here? Wow. When this happens to me, it's because I need the proof to right to exist. Right, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like I've done nothing. Like, I feel like literally all I've done all week is play video games. Which is, like, the dream. But I'm also a full-grown adult. I have bills to pay. I have responsibilities. Like, so I'm like, I really, like, have some guilt right now about not accomplishing anything while I've been on vacation. Where? There's no way. But yeah, maybe tomorrow I'll try to get some stuff done in the morning, or maybe tonight after stream. I don't know. You deserve to do things. Thank you, Franklin. Thank you for validating my feelings. Because, like, especially, like, for example, like, I didn't say anything, but my Venmo account got hacked last week, and so they stole some money out of my account. And, like, whatever, it's taken care of, but, like, I don't have that money back yet, so it's, like, just going through... It's, like, going through, like, the motions and whatever. Like, I understand that it's a process. I get it. Okay, whatever. I get it. But now my mom is like, I really need your rent money. I really need your rent money. And I'm like, where am I supposed to get that money from? Like, do you remember that someone stole all my money? Like, you gotta wait. You gotta wait for it to, like, get back in my account. Like, chill. So it's just like, and it's a good thing I'm on vacation this week. Like, it's a blessing in disguise that I'm on vacation this week. Because if I was not on vacation, and I was working, and I was, like, out of the house with, like, my, you know, my debit card locked and stuff like that, it would probably be miserable. Because at least here, like, I can scrounge some stuff together if I really need to. feel like the snow area is the hardest to explore. Alright, where's the other tower? It's on top of the mountain, isn't it? Like, where's the Gerudo Tower? Or, where's the Hebra Tower? Be behind me. It'd be behind me. Up there, maybe? Alright, let's try this. Let's try this. Let's try this. You know, a wrench or something that only exists to perform a task. Sorry you feel that way, but you deserve to. Exactly, and that's why I'm like, I'm trying. I'm trying to just chill. It's been a shitstorm. Yeah, and that's just like, it's just been one thing after another. Like, our hot water heater broke. And that had to be replaced, which is really expensive and something that we don't really have the money for. And then, like, the very next week after this, my Venmo account gets hacked, which I never use my Venmo, which is, like, why I didn't think to check it. Work cooler died and took all the food. Oh, see? It's the worst. Like, people don't realize, like, it's like one inconvenience like that really can cause a lot of damage. Oh yeah, I forgot I have a camera on today so you guys can see my dumb face. I'm sorry. I'm probably like zoning out. Have to see the face? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Always happy to see my face. You guys are crazy. There are much better faces on the internet. My legs are cold, but it's because I have shorts on. Because I got shorts on. We love you. Oh my gosh, unacceptable. How do I make it stop? How do I make it stop before it infects me? Ooh, how do I get up there? Oh, just straight ascend. That's the cool part. You don't. That's my secret, Cap. I'm always angry. Okay, just trying to figure out what time they want to red fall. What time they want to fall in the red. So it was so funny. So last night, me and Astro and Yaga were playing Dead Island 2. Because we were like, let's, you know, now that Astro and I have, like, beaten it, like, let's just go through and, like, finish our side quests or whatever. And it was so buggy. Like, it was so buggy that we were like, what the fuck happened? Like, are we playing Redfall or are we playing Dead Island? Like, Yaga would be in a completely different location on, like, mine and Astro's screen than she would be, like, on her own screen. So we would be like, come over here and, like, do this. And she's like, I am. And we're like, you're in, like, the other room. And she's like, I'm standing right here. It was so buggy. It was so weird. Holy I didn't expect that! Ooh, that's ice that we have to break. How break? Let's go here first. Mayaumekis. Now kiss. The skate letters and ollie over the gaps. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. That's wild. It was so funny. Downward force. Oh, I see. I see. And there's not too much going on? Yeah. She just comes down. Well, Dead Island was fine. Like, I didn't have any problems with Dead Island, per se, when I was playing. And I haven't had any problems with Redfall either. Like, if I'm being completely frank, I haven't had any problems with Redfall. But for Dead Island to be, like, perfectly fine when I played it, like, 2 weeks ago to, like, today, or last night, I guess, was like, what the fuck happened? Like, was there an update, or... No. What? Bye. Am I not lined up? Oh, I have to move a thing. Okay, hold on, hold on, hold on. Where is... Where is... Ah. Oh, I missed. Okay. So that one's open. Is it timed? Alright, alright, alright. Is it timed? And then, oh. And then we're in. Wait, that's the whole end? Oh. I thought this was just gonna be like opening a thing to like go to the next room. But that's it. That's the whole thing. I didn't get this chest either. You can't be frank. I'm already doing that. The world doesn't need more of that shit. That was accidentally too easy. Okay. So now... How... How are you supposed to break that, I wonder? Because that'll definitely hurt me if I try to, like, jump on that. Fucking villager breeder is up and running. In La Minecraft. Oh. Oh. Well. I'm sorry, what? Absolutely nothing? Thank you, Chaos. You're so good at absolutely nothing. So there to there, and then ascend? Or do I go over there, maybe? How do I go to the next set of islands? I'm really confused. Okay, hold on. Let's go back. Oh my god, why didn't you jump? Alright, well, I guess we're going to the tower because Link didn't jump. He just fucking yeeted. I love that for me. I love that for me. Alright. Let's try to get this tower, I guess. Let's see how far we can get before we run out of stamina. Okay. We'll make it. Those things kind of scare me. The, like, line of, like, bokoblins and stuff. The little conga line. Oh, it's just a flag. I got scared. I was like, what is that monster? West Hebra Sky. I'm not even here, though. I'm low. There we go. Now I'm back in the world. There's a little cabin right there. That's kind of cute. Raspro Pass. Ugh, my back hurts. Oh my gosh, everything hurts, honestly. We are not doing good, my friends. Found a blank. Found a blankie. But it usually does. Huh. Okay, let's see. Move my microphone a little closer since I'm further back. Okay, now I'm in the Hebra Mountains. Oh, there was like a storm where I just was? I like that it makes Link's nose and cheeks all rosy in the snow. Link playing Switch in this game is so weird. Like, honestly, Link, you have responsibilities. It's not time to play Breath of the Wild right now. They put a lot of thought in these games. A lot of thoughts. smaller and smaller, and it's revealed to be a Switch screen. Isn't it already a Switch screen, though? Aid from above. Yep. Well. Oh, I was like, hello? In the 80s and 90s, when people were in the middle of the movie, a hero would just like start talking how much they love Pepsi. It's called advertising. Or like when they'll go and like they'll be like, we gotta get ready, guys, and they'll like go tie their shoes, and they'll like put their shoes up. Why did you put that? And then they'll go put their shoes up, and they like put their shoe up to go tie it, and it's like Nike. I'm in the land that sells something I forgot, so I'm probably gonna lose you. No problem, Franklin. How do you get that? How do you get that one? Ah. Okay. Nope. What am I supposed to do with that one? Help! Oh, you're just gonna run with it? And then what happens when it starts to push the other way? Wait, can I, like, grab it? Can I climb on it? No. No, I wasted a try. You too are wearing an Empire shirt? Look at us. Being a dyad and stuff. Alright, so what, like, do I just hit it? Like, do I just take the L? Wait, can I go in between, like, one of these things? Nah, that's not the thing, right? I can't go, like, here. Wait, you joined the dark side? I did. They have cookies. Brain. Okay, so Aid from Above is the name. of this shrine. Oh! Oh, I got it! I got it, 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 I got it. 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 I didn't get the treasure chest, though. Man, some of these treasure ones are harder than the actual puzzles. A villain confirmed. Yaga, how's your day? So far, no drama. So good. That's good. Just woke up. I did sleep in far too long today. Did you sleep in or just... No, I slept in. Like, there was no need for me to sleep that late, and I just kept wanting to sleep. That's why I was saying earlier, like, I have a lot of guilt right now about my vacation, you know? Like, I'm not making money, so, like, when my paycheck comes, that's gonna be, you know, difficult. I haven't accomplished anything because I've just been too tired. Like, I know that I'm streaming and I know I'm distracted, whatever. But, like, I'm just tired. And I haven't got anything done. And I feel like I literally took a week off of work and I really, really shouldn't have. Like, I feel really, 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 really guilty about it. I did do laundry, but I didn't clean or any of the other stuff I intended on doing. I just allowed myself to get lazy, and yeah. There is still time to clean, like, you're not wrong, but I could have cleaned first, gotten all of my stuff done, and been responsible, and then had the rest of the week to be lazy and whatever. And then it's more just like, I'm just stressing about my finances right now, that I'm like concerned that like I'm not gonna be able to recover from this, you know? Ooh, there's a thing here. The when doesn't matter as long as it gets done. Don't go Joe. Honestly, if murder, like, paid the bills, more people might do it, honestly. Like, I am like one mental breakdown away from, like, starting a fucking, I don't want to say OnlyFans, because people will be like, OnlyFans, what? But, like, I am one mental breakdown away from making bad choices, because I don't know, like, I don't know what else to do. I'm struggling. No end in sight. Always struggling. I'll never financially- I won't. Isn't that life? Yeah. Yeah. Alright, I'm done being all sad though. But that's part- I think that's part of why it's like affecting my mood and my energy, you know? I think just being honest. But we're not gonna focus on shit that we can't fix. What is this cave? The struggle hustle here. Well. No, we focus on him bowling. Oh, those guys. Vampires later. We have to get to the second map area tonight, guys. That has to be the goal. Oh shit. Just don't let him get up. Oh, he's back up. You can't see. Oh, he's very hurt, but he's not dead. He's stuck. Okay. Trying to drag the boys along? I know. I know. So we're just gonna have to put our foot down. Not like that will change anything, but you know. That thing is like still alive and making noise. When in doubt, get loud. I don't know if necessarily getting loud's the answer, but... Give me fish. Come here, fish. Oh, no. There we go. Where is he? You walked all the way back up here to your death. You walked all the way back up here to literally to your death. How does that feel? Well, that's unfortunate. We scream like an alarm until they listen. He obviously wanted it, he did. Is it too wet in here? Is that what it is? Oh. Did you hear? Probably not. I was right. About. Last night, Astra went to get whatever y'all were talking about, and it did cost him stuff. Last night, Astra went to get whatever we were talking about, and it did cost him stuff. In Breath of the Wild? Yeah, I'm sorry. I said Breath of the Wild, but I meant this. In this, in Tears of the Kingdom, whatever he went to get whatever we were talking about, and it did cost him. The clothes? Oh, the clothes? Interesting. Did you guys, like, play after I got off? Because he was like, nah, it didn't cost anything. And you said it cost like 5,000 something. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, he messaged me this morning and he was like, oh, there's a quest to lower the cost of that. And I was like, oh, because you're ahead of me? And he's like, no, 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 you're ahead. And I was like, okay, you're right. Yeah. No, I knew. I knew that the stealth outfit was 5,000 a piece because I'm trying to buy that. I know for a fact that's what that is. But the other one might not be. He was like, oh, it does cost money. Wait, so you guys you hung out after I got off, then? For a bit, yeah. I see. Will I try to charge my Switch? Oh, you may have to reset your Switch. If it's been dead for, like, too long, you need to do a hard reset. That happens to me occasionally when I forget. You found it his real name? Oh, did you? Did you add each other on Switch? As appalled to know he has one? Yeah, that's where the ex-boyfriend jokes came from. A swallow bow. Ooh. He gave me a Switch code a few days ago. Oh, yeah. For the Pokemans. Yeah. Yaga, guys, chat. Yaga's been bugging us to play Pokemon for days. And we're like, alright, well, what do you want to do in Pokemon? Come to find out, this bitch doesn't want to play Pokemon. She wants us to give her all of our Pokemon. So we're like, well, how much of the dex do you have left? Is it like 10, 15 Pokemon or whatever? And she's like, it is way more than 10 or 15 Pokemon. And Astro and I are like, no, we're not sitting here just link coding the whole night. Like, get out of here. She doesn't even want to play Pokemon with us. She just wants to take our Pokemon. Like, come on. Bitch literally does not want to play Pokemon with us. I'm the ASPCA. Like, she asked to play Pokemon, and we're like, oh, not tonight, but, like, maybe another night. So the other night, we're hanging out. We're like, what do we want to play? And she's like, let's play Pokemon. And Astro and I are like, we could Pokemon. Like, what do you want to do? And she's like, you guys give me Pokemon. And we're like, oh, I see. What's this? Give me your pocket monsters. Give monsters in your pocket. I shot your family. I killed your family. No. That's rude. Hee hee. I killed the big one. I killed the big one. But nah, it's just a Scarlet exclusive. How many that I defeated the main story and went into the Pokehole. I haven't even gone into the Pokehole. But that's also because my Pokemon partner, abandoned me. As they usually do. I keep seeing these fucking flags and thinking they're like an animal or a creature of some sort and getting scared. Maybe I should. Maybe I should actually finish Pokemon. Honestly, though, like, 100% honesty, I think shiny hunting for my Dragonair, my Dratini Dragonair, whatever, really burnt me out. I definitely think you should. Yeah, I mean, games that have memory or have attachment to him are just difficult. You know? And like, Yaga has brought up a good point, and I've been trying really hard to kind of like live my life that way. You know, make new memories with new people and stuff, but like, it's just things that have attachment and have memory of him are just difficult. We can do a triple shiny hunt part? Yeah, but I want it. New partners like Ash every season. Wait, does Ash... Wait. I don't play as Ash enough. Is that something... Is that for real? Like, is like the... Because isn't it Lee? Isn't Lee like the other person? Yeah, so I'm trying. So like with like Valheim, like I started a brand new world, and like I'm just like going through and like, you know, making it my own and starting fresh, and it's been really sad, but at the same time kind of cathartic in a way. Like being like, I did this, I earned this, I did this, you know? Oh! 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 I was thinking Ash like Apex. Like, I was not thinking Ash like Pokemon because Ash is dead. I was thinking Ash like Apex. And that's why I was like, whoa, is that a thing? Like, does like the person that's like inside the robot like change every season? Like, is that a thing? Oh, is it? Oh, I'm using not a weapon. Hold on. Here we go. Listen, I've been playing a lot of Apex lately. I'm trying to get good at any fucking game that I play. So, guys, I don't know if you read it in the Discord or not, but like, I have bugs, and I'm kind of going crazy right now. So don't mind me just being a psycho, okay? So, just a psycho. Wait, where's my thing gone? Oh, that's weird. Oh, that's really weird. Hold on a second. I don't know where, like, my notebook went. Huh. Okay. Anyway. It's not that important. Have you seen? I have the, like, the Leviathans and stuff. I have. Oh, hold on. Eris is working on my emotes, so... Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. Oh my god, guys. Oh my god. Some of these emotes are dead. I'm dead. Some of them, I'm, like, actually dead. Like, some of these I'm actually... There she is! Oh my gosh! Some of these I'm actually dead. Eris. I'm literally dying. I'm literally dying. I'm actually dead. Like, some of these are so good. Oh my god. The Riz one, that's the one! That's the one! Oh my gosh, that's the fucking one. That's the one that just had me cracking up. Oh my gosh, they're good. They're so good. I love them. So I can just tell you now, I approve. Perfect. I'm still waiting on an email from Eris. One day I'll be blessed. When I am, watch out, kids. Oh my gosh. I can't wait to see Chimkin Eris emotes. Oh my gosh, they're so funny. They're so funny. Oh my gosh. Alright, where was I going? I just totally got distracted. I can't wait. I can't wait, guys. I can't wait for you guys to see them, too. They'll be the best Chimcans. They will. They'll be so good. Like, I wish... I might still have them. I might still have them. If I have them around somewhere, I'll show you guys. But I might still have my original emotes. They're not from Eris. They're from some random girl who contacted me on Instagram. And they were good to, like, get started, for sure. They were good to get started. But, it's just so funny seeing, like, the change in my emotes. Sneak preview? They're just... Okay. They are updates of the emotes that we already have. And she's updating them to her new, like, art style. And just, like, a couple little minor changes to things that, like, over time, like, I didn't like how they looked or whatever. Like, we're changing the lurk emote a little tiny bit. So, like, it's just, we're just updating and freshening up the already existing, emotes. Since I go straight from line work, no. Honestly, I think that they're good. I think they're good. Okay. I don't know where to go. Like, I'm supposed to be finding this... Like, I haven't found a single stable out here. How am I supposed to find a stable? Holy shit. Way more expensive. I'm really excited. Yeah. It hit good today. Get that good. You're gonna get some work done. Wait, what is that? Is that just cloud? Oh, it's just the base of the waterfall. Okay. I hate and love the snow regions in Zelda for this exact reason. Oh, there's a stable. I see it. Pulling a 60-hour week. Oh my god, don't fry yourself. There's a Korok on this, I can tell. And I missed after all that. I know, I was like, take care of yourself, holy shit. But I mean, like, I guess it's different if you honestly enjoy what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, alright, I have to mark, just because I don't remember. Fuck, I don't have any more markers left. Wait, where's this blue one? This blue one can go, because I've been here. So delete. And then I need to head in this direction here. Even though I know it's not. This is just the general direction. Because I can't make it. Oh, wait. Maybe I can make it over there and go across. Maybe I can't make it. Hold on. I'm not gonna try. I'm just gonna go back here. Hydrate! Hydrate before you dehydrate. Oh, I think I might go full gremlin. Okay. Cats are North America's most popular pets. There are 73 million cats compared to 63 million dogs. Over 30% of households in North America own a cat. Paul McCartney of the Beatles recorded a high-pitched whistle at the end of A Day in the Life for his dog. Aw. Alright. Let me do... Wait, can you see? You can't see, can you? Oh, you can. Okay. Oh, we broke our 111. I know Grem emote. There's gonna be kind of a Grem emote, but not quite Grem. But same vibe. I'm trying to pick these plants. Can I break these? Oh, that would have been really cool. Here's another important question. Okay. Merch store when? I have a merch store. Are you talking about when am I gonna finish doing the new one? I don't know. I have a lot of stuff I need to do. This wasn't... Yeah, but I don't think it is yet. Yeah. Yeah, I have to find something else because even though I get a lot of recommendations for Fourth Wall, I have actually seen some stuff lately that says that their quality has not been great as of lately, which bums me out if I'm being completely honest. I don't know. I feel like I'm not big enough to have a merch store yet. Whoa. 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 Oh, I can't believe we made it to Rito. What about Redbubble? Oh, you know what? Somebody just contacted me. Somebody just emailed me. And I want to check them out. I don't know if somebody wants to, like, check them out and do some research for me. Bigolo has emailed me. Oh, stickers and print? Ooh, there we go. Eris can hook it up. Oh wait, what was the name of this? Ride the Winds. Okay, easy enough. Oh my god, is that a tattoo? Is what a tattoo? I have 2 prints. I do have some prints I could use. But what tattoo? What tattoo? Might have to pay. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I just don't have the extra right this second. Like, I'm still down, but just right this minute, I don't have the extra. Okay, so now where go? Oh, here. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Okay. So here is the chest. My wrist. Yeah, I have lots of tattoos. I'm pretty sure I can't. So, oh. Well, if you've already paid for part of it, then definitely. I am not gonna lie. I did not pay for my part of it because I did not have the money. Do I go in here? I do. Did it. Tattoos in my good Christian Hyrule. Oh my gosh, you don't even know how many tattoos you can't see. You guys don't even have any idea how many tattoos you can't see. I did show off one today that I never show off because you guys never see my body. You saw my thigh tattoo earlier when I was moving my stuff around. Me with my Zelda tattoos in my good Christian Hyrule. I know, I have 2 Zelda tattoos as well. Heathen. Heathen. I'm such a heathen. Alright, we made it to Rito Village. We're doing great, chat. How do I get up? Oh, here. The stairs. Wait, was this... Was Rito Village covered in snow last time? I feel like I remember being able to get, like, rice and stuff over here. Or wheat. Tabantha wheat. Eat, pray, love. Ouch. I am so uncomfortable today. Like, physically uncomfortable. Oh, the music. The music is like an old song. Bing. Okay, we'll get 1 stamina container. Piloswine. Piloswine. Low, 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 low. Go and bring peace to the world. Oh, look at the pink one. She's so cute. I got distracted and I didn't end up going. Astra thought pizza to the world. What? That doesn't even make sense. Mild oil extracted from plant seeds. It's very versatile in cooking and can coax flavors from ingredients. That's new! I want. Oh, I don't have money. I need sugar and butter, or I have to sell some stuff. I'm here to sell. Hi. I forgot I started the first one because I got a phone call. Oh my gosh. I was like, that doesn't even make sense. I was gonna say, Astra thought I couldn't steal his skin because it has tattoos. What the fuck, Yaga? You said pizza to the world, and I thought pizza to the world. Oh, fuck. I would kill for some pizza right now, bro. Man, I hate being broke. Ooh. I might actually... I shouldn't, but I was like, I might actually get pizza, because at least pizza could be like 2 days worth of food. but no. I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna be irresponsible. You'll freeze if you don't find a way to keep warm.
Oh. Hi.
Domino's had a $6.99 deal. I mean, yeah, but I would have to go to Domino's to do that. They don't do delivery. Well, they do delivery, but not for that deal. It was still going though. I mean, there's a Little Caesars literally behind my house. Like, I could go over there, but... Let's get the chest piece. You have an amazing pizza dough recipe? Ooh, send it to me. Pizza time. Climb over your fence and get pizza. Okay, it's not like that close behind my house. Like, it's like a street over behind my house. Like, I could still walk there if I wanted to, which I'm not going to. Boo, I know. I know. Clear his throat. No. Climb over your fence and get some pizza. What, you want me to pause stream for the 40 minutes it'll take me to walk there and back? Is that what you're saying? That's what you want. Power to the people. I have no food. I need to get food, dudes. I am so... food broke. IRL and in fucking... check phone. Guys, did you see in the Discord that I made a terrible mistake and I started a new anime, which I should not have done? Are you gonna load for me? There it is. Hurley. I have checked my phone. I just checked my phone. I was just telling you that I checked my phone. I did what you said, and I checked my phone. I started Demon Slayer. Which I feel like... I don't know why I went with Demon Slayer, but I did. And it's very good. Demon Slayer is goo. Yeah, I like it so far. Also, okay, so don't judge me. Don't judge me. Don't judge me. I didn't know when, so it's on Netflix, and I was like, cool, I'll watch it on Netflix. So I, like, hit play, and I, like, let it go, whatever, right? And I'm, like, playing Zelda, and I'm like, shit, like, this is the dub, not the sub, so, like, let me go and change it back to the subtitle one. And then I was like, you know what, just for now, I'm gonna leave it on dub, because I'm playing Zelda, and I wanna, like, listen. But then... one of the characters in Demon Slayer is voiced by my favorite voice actor. So I was like, well, now I'm gonna watch it in dub because Johnny Young Bosch is one of these characters. So now I'm gonna watch it in dub. So now I'm watching it dubbed, okay? I'm watching Demon Slayer dubbed. I'm watching Dubman Slayer.
That's not fair at all! You know I can handle it! Checking out that huge cloud wouldn't be hard. I could even do it alone.
He's so, like, stressing.
If we don't do anything, the village... Huh? Huh? Is that you?
It is me. Who's my fave so far?
It is you! Link!
I'm gonna draw a blank on his name. But I like the ghost kid with pink hair and the fox mask to, I'm only on episode 7. What is his name? I like the ghost kid with the pink hair and the fox mask. That's who I like. Very nice to see you again. Tulin, he's grown taller. Not all grown up. Oh, poor baby. Okay, let me do this. I'll do this. Okay. I'm only fully fledged, you know? Look at the bow is taller than him. I don't remember who that is. Oh, what's that? Okay, so anyway, so Johnny Young Bosch voices Giyu in the dub, but that's not who I'm talking about. Sabito, yes, thank you. I was like, I know it's Ito, but I couldn't remember. Yeah, Sabito. I like Sabito. But yes, Johnny Young Bosch voices Giyu. Yeah, I like Sabito so far. He's my favorite. Like, I just watched, so like I'm super early in the season. Like, I think I'm on like episode like 6 or 7. So I just watched the one where he gets his first assignment, and it's like the demon that's like got like the 3, and it splits, and it's like the swamp underground, and it's like stealing all the girls. So that's the one I just watched. A great flying ship. So claims the song. Well, because that one was cool because, like, he kind of starts to realize, first of all, he realizes, like, Nezuko, like, is much stronger than I think that he originally anticipated her being, which is kind of cool. And it was just funny to, like, watch her, like, just kick open the door and just kick ass. Few adults don't parrot it as if it was true. Every now and then you'll get reports of the flying ship. That's far-fetched. Nezuko is your favorite? I like her. She's fun. I haven't touched it. I'm gonna be that for Halloween, but for a sec. Wait, I'm gonna be that, but for a sec, but I've been reading the manga for school. Oh, you're gonna be that guy for a sec. Yeah, I got it. But you were reading the manga. I gotcha. Hello, I'm Lurk while I build my exercise bike. Okay. No, it took me a second. I was gonna be that bitch for a second, but I was reading the manga for school. Got it. I got it. I think that song out of cowardice. Not even Hyrule Castle is safe. Oh no. But food is growing scarce. Oof. Riches in the blizzard is scavenging for food. My husband been able to leave the village since becoming the elder. Oh, Teba. Wish there was something I could do. Does that make me a furry? Teba? Look at him. And then I got to the ending, and I haven't watched any more of the anime, but I will when it finishes. Oh. She's asking Hearth. Has many sources of information I might already have about Princess Zelda. See the 2 bonfires that way? Yes. He's in the lodge. Okay. Tulin of Rito Village. Because I haven't done this part yet. Okay! I'm just exploring. I'm not gonna story stuff. I just was just checking off areas. I'm not gonna story yet. I need to go back to that. There it is, right there. There is the stable. There are lots of sexy animals in Zelda, just saying. Gotta head out. Love you, many. Love you, manies. Okay, stable. The Lucky Clover Gazette. Oh, wait, I need this. Oh, wait, I need this. Hold on. I want to just real quick. Well, it's on my mind. I have to send a text. Just 2 seconds while it's on my mind. But I was looking for this. Okay. Here we go. Oh, who are you? Are you a stork? Penn. His name is Penn, and he works for the Gazette. That's so funny. Shush. Tracy, our editor here, is getting ready for our big Princess Zelda investigation. Talking to you on Mixed Charge. Wait a minute. It's you! Getting out here to find us. Put out from Lookout Landing. We didn't even got wins. Lookout Landing? How did you know that's where I was? Did you shush the bird? Oh, I shushed him. No, he shushed me, actually. He shushed me. He shushed me. He told me I have to shut up while Tracy's working. I only shush you, Yaga. You're the only one I shush. Oh, God.
Oh.
That's such an unAfrican affair. Okay. I cheated him out of it.
Oh.
How'd you know? Huh? New applicant? I never said I was applying for a reporter job. What is this? Which is ironic considering I'm not even the gabbiest one. Do you think I'm the gabby one? Or do you think Chris is the gabby one? Hi, Roboman. Welcome in. How are you? Sorry, could you give me and this guy a second? She's like, I know who you are. No, Chris and Astro. Yeah, they are definitely the gabby ones. Would you give me the whole story? I'm the editor of Lucky Clover Gazette. Don't worry. They're chatterboxes. I'm doing fine, thanks. How about you? I'm doing good. We're hanging out, playing some Zelda. We're doing good. Everyone involved with the story, Purah, asked for us to help digging into. Okay. Tell me everything. What exactly brought you here? My legs. My legs brought me here. So that's why she's asked you to investigate places seriously impacted by the upheaval. Coming here is a great call. What I mean is, we're getting tips from all over Hyrule. So many, in fact, that it's been hard to keep up. A hypno in chat. And among these tips, we've been hearing about someone who looks like the princess appearing in all sorts of places. So to assign Penn to chase us to use partner. Don't tell Penn who you are. It's better if no one knows who you're involved. Sure. That'd be nice. We're gonna get you a little incentive. Ooh. What do we get? What's this? Ew, it's hideous! Ew, it's hideous! Oh, wait. For real? Wait, for... It's hideous!
Hey!
It's so ugly! The Pete's... Ugh. Put it on? Right now? Do I get it yet? Examine. Wait, or do I get this at the end when I finish? Oh, I get it when I finish. I get it when I finish. Okay, so hold on. So we have to find... Is there not a thing here? Is there not a shrine here? Hurry, become frog. Okay. Okay, we're going. Oh, up there? Man, that's far. I don't want to become frog. I don't want to wear the Pete's. You are become frog. So, so is this gonna like replace the climbing armor in wet surfaces? Also, what? I guess it makes sense in the snow. It is your destiny. It is your destiny too. Lightfall. Still saving money for it? Oh, Roboman, it's so good. It's so good. It's so much fun. Did you play Breath of the Wild? I'm gonna assume most people have by now. Ooh. I can definitely tell. Yeah, it's so much fun. It's so much fun. It's I would even say it's more difficult than Breath of the Wild. I would even go as far as saying that it is harder than Breath of the Wild. I haven't. I'm quirky like that. Never played a Zelda game. Yeah, Breath of the Wild, but you're sort of at the start. Oh my gosh, you have the whole world ahead of you still. You have the whole world ahead of you still. I have played Breath of the Wild through its entirety 3 times. Beginning to end 3 times. I've done 1 challenge run where I did no fast traveling, which was the worst experience ever to not be able to fast travel in a game this big. I have 1,500 hours in Breath of the Wild, and I anticipate putting in a lot in this game as well. A launching device, okay. Well, this should be... That's easy. Arceus and Violet. Ooh, yep. Good games, good games. We're big Pokemon fans here. What's your favorite Pokemon? If it's Dragonite, you're banned. I'm kidding, but not really. How do I do this one? Do I, like... Do I... Do I take one of these rockets? Maybe? Okay, will this work? I don't know. Go! It won't go. Okay. So we've got, what, do these rockets respawn? They do. Okay. Double rockets. Double rockets. Oh, I should have been in that. It's okay. We know it works this time. Okay, so double rockets works. Okay. Let's go back and get the rockets now. Okay. Okay. I feel like this is a bad idea. Ah! Look. It worked flawlessly, chat. Worked flawlessly. This is precisely what I intended to do. This is exactly what I intended to do. But hard to choose Charizard and Gyarados. Ooh. I am a big Gen 1 fan, so Charizard and Gyarados. Charizard and Arid. And oh my gosh, I can talk. I swear I can talk. Charizard and Gyarados are both good choices. That's what happens when you try to read text messages at the same time. Alright, let me just see. She answered me, okay. Okay. Yeah, I love Gen 1. Gen 1's my absolute favorite. I'm a big, as I'm sure you've seen with my channel point redemptions and my emotes and all that stuff, I'm a big Dragonair fan. I love Dragonair, and I absolutely hate Dragonite. The shinies, yeah, the black and the red are both really, really cool. Those are really cool shiny variants. I like when the shiny variants are actually, like, different, and they're not just like, oh, look, we changed the color, like, a little tiny bit. Like, what's one? Isn't Flareon one? Where it's, like, barely different? Or is it Jolteon that's barely different? Yeah, some of them are, like, barely different. It's, like, not even worth. Alright, so we have to go to each... Let's start down here. We have to go to each stable. But... Is there... Hold on. Was there 12 stables in the last game? 12 stables in the last game? So I'm wondering if there's 12 here. And then there are some that are just ugly. Like I know that I'm biased because I don't like Dragonite, but Dragonite's shiny is even worse. That ugly green.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay. Look at Landis recruiting investigators. Okay. The scuttlebutt. Okay, so how do I... Oh, here? Examine. Okay. Did catch my eye. It is! I do like comic books, yes. Specifically, like, X-Men is my favorite. Said to be stable to display pictures. Okay. Our advice is start hanging up frames. Okay.
Ooh.
It's been a while. Okay. Here's my thought. When it's clear out, beautiful view of Floria Falls. Floria Bridge. Okay.
Oh.
Panoramic view of Floria Falls on a clear day. Oh. Interesting. So these are these are new now. Okay. You're also into comics like Marvel? Very nice! Very nice. What's your favorite Marvel comic? Or what's your favorite, I guess, like, franchise? Like, do you like the X-Men? Or do you like the Avengers? Or somebody different? Okay, so we visited that stable. So does that count? Like, how do we know if it counts for the Gazette quest, you know? Ooh, I want this horse. I want this one. I want you. You're so pretty. Okay, next. Oh wait, what, does this lady have a quest for me? No, she doesn't have a red bubble over her head. Nope. Okay, next is here. I got some Marvel omnibuses. Oh, that's really cool. Iron Man, Daredevil, Doctor Strange, Infinity Gauntlet. That's really cool. I don't have it here. It's got to be on my other bookshelf in the other room. But I have I just got like it's like super thick. It's like every Marvel character ever with like a biography and stuff. It's so cool. But it's like stupid thick. It's so heavy. Forbidden West art book. Ooh, very nice, very nice.
Oh!
They say some regular guests at the stable are late to arrive, very late. The chef here was going to meet to learn the recipe, okay? My keen reporter instincts say something is wrong. Goddard has been over there waiting for his guests to arrive. He's barely moved this whole time. Let's see. It's unusual for guests to decide not to show up, but what if they're unable to? They were coming to share recipes with Zelda. That could be part of this, okay? These chirps and warbles are worth looking into. Gourmet, gone missing. Both could be used as weapons. The Marvel one is huge, yeah. Hey! There's a cute little farm over here. Oh, look, a well. Legendary sword. You're doing a great job, sweetie. Heckin' for Tekken over here. What's going on in this little thing here? Like, what is the point of this? There's nothing under them. There's just weapons like them. What? Only one I'm getting is Avengers Omnibus by Jonathan Hickman. I don't think I know that one. Possibly larger as Monster Hunter World companion book. Nerd. Love a good weaponized book. Alright, next. Let's go here. Wait, did I talk to this dude yet? Zora in chat. And for brushing your hair. They aren't just for brushing your hair. Books have more than one purpose, guys. Okay. Do, 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 do. I heard Avengers Omnibus is one of the best Avengers stories. Oh, very, very nice. That's actually really awesome. That's actually really, really dope. It's been a while since I've gotten a good new comic book. Not that the comic books that I'm getting aren't good, but I just want something new and fun to start, you know? Ooh, here we go.
Oh! Yeah.
You're also a reporter. I am. A strange experience. What are we looking at?
Oh.
You see, I was by the debris near the three-way intersection up ahead when a woman came up to me. Please, please, you have to help her. Her life is in danger. It would only make it worse to reveal who she is, but please, you must save her. Is what she said to me. The woman sounded really desperate, so I decided to follow her. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't keep up. Eventually, I lost track of her. That's all there is to it.
Oh.
About the person whose identity can't be revealed. And if revealing who she is to strangers is dangerous, could she be someone of importance? Her life is already in danger. Ooh. Staring so hard at my hair. How strange. Beckoning woman. Alright, now let's make sure I talk to this guy. I'm just gonna get the Infinity Gauntlet because the first prints were so rare and expensive. Really? That's awesome. Oh, I see I didn't talk to this guy. What are we looking for? Oh, for like comic books? I don't know. Like, I just am tired of the same stuff, you know? Receive reward.
Oh.
I'm cold.
Ah.
My pony points reward. Yes, I would.
Ooh.
You can now original. I don't care. I don't even have as many horses as I need. I don't even have that many horses. Robo Man, thank you for that follow. Nice. See, I don't understand. Astro's like, I already upgraded my battery. I got a second battery. And I'm like, fucking how? Like, how are you claiming that you're so far behind yet you have other stuff? Like, how did you upgrade your battery? Explain. How did you have the materials for that? Contradictory and combative? Nah, that's true. If that's not the truth. Okay. Fire fruit collected. Now we're gonna go build this guy's sign. While we're right here. What do you got? Okay, so let's for either side of the sign. Oh my god. Honestly, these bugs, I might actually lose my shit. Is it gnats? I don't know if it's gnats or if it's fruit flies. I left my bowl of fucking food up here overnight instead of taking it down because I was just so tired. I was like, it'll be fine. And when I woke up this morning and came in here, there was like fruit flies or gnats or whatever the fuck in here. Because I live in the south and I forgot that bugs run fucking the world over here. Yeah, whatever. And I have the what you call it out. Apple cider vinegar. I do have a Discord. Exclamation point Discord. Yeah, there you go. Yaga's gotcha. Yaga's gotcha. Ta-da! Look at her being good mod. Look at her getting her gold stars. Interesting that this... Nope, that won't stay. Okay. Suck it, Quiz. Battle Pass level 2. Yep. Alright, 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 alright. He might not be here, but yes, the Chris sense will tingle. Now, the problem is, will it fall side to side? Dude's in my way, isn't he? Bro, just move out of my way. No, this is gonna pull it down. I don't know if I got it or not. I can't see. Let's see. Alright, let's see. Try letting go. Let's see. What stays? No, it didn't say. Why? Wait, why did that fall that way? What? That doesn't even make sense that it fell that way. There you go. Yeah, we've got a whole channel just for shiny Pokemon. So by all means, please share with us. It's called the Shiny Show Off. Okay, so that stays up straight now. Okay. Get all this broken. Okay, now this can go. Yeah, there's a comic book section down there too. We've got pretty much a section for everything. If you just like open all the categories and read them, we've got pretty much something for everything. There's comic books are down in the entertainment section. We've got a whole just Pokemon section because we have so many people who play Pokemon here. Okay, so this is not lining up where I want it to go. Want to swing by and say thanks for playing my stream team? Oh my gosh, Kate, yes! I would absolutely be honored to. Thank you so much. I'm not doing anything spoilery right now, so this is the perfect timing. I'll share them on Discord. Yeah, RoboMan, that'd be awesome. We would love to see that. I would love to see that. We've got, like I said, there's categories for pretty much anything you can think of. Or at least we try to. Stay? No, you won't stay. Stay, stay, stay. Stay, stay. Yes, Kate, I would be absolutely more than honored to. Thank you. Yeah, send me a DM or I guess it would just come through my email, right? Yeah. Yay! I'm so excited! I'm a Hellraiser, guys! I'm gonna raise hell! Alright, let's see if this will stand now. I'm not gonna lie, that last one falling was kind of a debate. Like, let's be real right now. Alright, attach. This one's not gonna stay. This one's not gonna stay. Kate, I would ask you how you are, but I totally understand that you gotta go. Not get spoiled. Alright. I'm just gonna put this one for a good measure. We're sticking this one for good measure. This is not gonna stay. If the other one didn't stay, this one's not gonna stay. Let's see. Let's see. You do that daily? I know, that's right. I forgot. I'm in my villain era. It's trying so hard to fall. Did you see it shake? Oh my gosh, that's so funny. He tried so hard. Oh my gosh. All right, we got it. 20 rupees, ours. We only had to, you know, use every single board provided to us. You joined the dark side and I'm wearing black. It's true. It's true. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Oh, my food's here. My Pisha! Guys, my Pisha's here. Pisha time. Pisha. There's a little something. Ooh, what did I do? There we go. A sleepover ticket. I don't need a sleepover ticket. Like, literally. Oh, that, I'm off. All right, with that, I'm gonna go get my Pisha. Pisha! Here, we'll look here. We'll look at this. You guys can look. It's beautiful. Beautiful. Pisha! Okay, I'm back. Pisha! Mom says I can't sleep over. I don't have a ticket. How am I supposed to sleep over without my sleepover ticket? Okay. Oh, my nose is running. Pisha! Oh, Pisha. Okay. I want to eat my Pisha. Alright, let's have a little lunch break, huh? We'll put some tunes up. Let's do YouTube. You guys are gonna watch me eat pizza. No, I lied. You're not gonna watch. Discovering Strange Things in Tears of the Kingdom. Oh, he's live right now. Oh, I thought it was a recording. If it was a recording, I would have done it. Okay, there we go. Zelda and chill. Here we go. Just for a moment. Oh wait, you guys can't hear it. I lied. I have to do this. There you go. Okay, so let's do that. Let's do this. I'm gonna eat a Pisha Pisha. I'll eat a small piece of pizza so I can continue playing. No, no, rip! Oh my gosh. Isn't it the worst when, like, your pizza, like, cut doesn't actually, like, cut all the way through? It sucks. Okay. You guys don't want to watch me eat. You don't want to watch me eat. Why? What does Astro mean? Should my shinies? Just so you know, there's a lot. Ooh, okay. I'm excited to look. I'm excited to look after stream. Okay, so we were looking at all the stables. That's what we're doing. We're not getting distracted. We're not getting distracted. We're doing all these stables. Not getting distracted. I'm gonna share my shinies. Ooh, yes, 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 yes. Go. Don't feel bad. Blow that channel up. Everybody, I'm sure, would be so happy to see it. Is that an Armorant? It is. Okay. Let's talk to the guy. Make sure we did it. Did we go in this well yet? I think we did. It's not a discovery. No, maybe we haven't got in here yet. None of this really looks familiar. Okay, so the one-hit quest I can do with the, this. I can do it with this weapon right here. This soldier blade will work for that one-hit quest. I just have to go back to it. I just have to go back to it, that's all. Okay. So is there anything else in here? There's nothing else in here, really? I mean, this is a good place for some frogs and some sticky lizards, I guess. Let's see, if I go back down over here and they respawn, then we know that this is a good place to go for it. Okay, not respawn. But they might respawn when I leave and come back. Okay. Ugh. Guys, I'm honestly, like, I'm really excited that Kate asked me to be on her stream team. Like, I know I talk about her all the time because she's somebody that I really look up to. So that's just really awesome. Like, honestly, I did not expect that. Because I don't play, like, Soulsborne games. Like, I don't play the kind of games that, like, she plays and stuff. So I'm like, really excited. That's really cool.
Oh. Ah.
Mmm.
Mm.
Right now. Celebratory stream right now. Weapons to cater to the people.
Oh.
This is the beginning. Heard that the man named Isra lent her the tools. Watches over the stable's wrath. Okay.
Oh.
Okay, I've already spoken to this guy. Good.
Oh.
Okay. So, he's done. Does anybody else have any side quests for us? Did your hair? Hopefully you won't get a headache. Oh, isn't that kind of the worst? When getting, like, putting your hair up hurts your head. Okay. I don't care. Don't care. High ponytails, yeah. So naturally you did too, of course. Did you stack them one on top of each other so your hair gets really long, or did you do piggies?
Hmm.
Seen riding a mysterious beast. Piggies! Cute. I did piggies too. Was controlling it. Interesting. Make a very, very huge... I'm so confused. How... she keeps just showing up at these places.
Huh.
Like, she just keeps showing up at all these places and everyone's like, oh yeah, by the way. Or French piggy braids, yeah. I usually go for the for the French piggy, but tonight I went just piggy. Oh, I just drained the water? Oops. Hopefully you guys didn't need that. Hopefully you guys didn't need that for anything. Wow, all that for a purple rupee? Okay, I guess. Everything else requires... it does. It really do be like that. Next stable. Let's continue this way. Okay, where's the stable? Right below us, right? Yep. There's birds here. There's a lot of birds here.
Ah. Oh.
Ooh!
Ah.
Aw. We've been good neighbors. We're just returning the favor. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's nice. Have I checked in here yet? I have not.
No.
Okay, so I didn't check into a lot of
Oh.
stables while I was exploring.
Oh.
Okay. They all keep telling me that Lookout Landing is recruiting.
Hmm.
Just the remnants of a half-eaten Hylian pine cones.
Toto.
Hey partner, you're looking good. It's a herd, or tribe. White goats. Okay. Been vanished. That's not where the stuff is. Some said Princess Zelda might be involved. Chork. The guy was taking.
Oh.
Okay. Chork! Are you Chork?
Oh.
You're Chork. I've given these goats all the love and care in the world, but the other day, they ran off together. They didn't even finish all their food. The Hylian pine cones weren't eaten. Recipe.
Oh.
Main ingredient. Okay.
Oh.
There's a bottle off somewhere.
Hmm.
Okay. So I have to find the recipe? French trash book was just food. Only thing I left behind was the goats were enough because food? What were they given? Okay. Just follow the trail. Look at the trail of half-eaten pine cones. This is weird. Where are they going? Across this river? Well, I guess it's not a river. It's like a little road, a little path. This is so funny. Follow the breadcrumbs. If this goes further than like 10 minutes IRL time, this is ridiculous. Oh, here they are. Hello, goat.
No.
Recipe. Those are my white goats. This is where they ran off to. Okay. They're there. I'm just so glad to see you. Okay. Give me the recipe.
Oh.
So I was using to keep Princess Zelda recipe safe. Let me see it. I need to check the recipe. Yes, yes. Wait. Oh no. Grind the pine cones into a powder. I'm not supposed to use the Hylian pine cone. Oh my god. My poor sweet goats. They must have run off because of the awful food I was making them eat. Oh no, honey. Mistake right away. After all, I really do want to make the best possible care of the goats. It's not about what kind of food you feed them. It's important to show them you care with all your heart. Aww. Can't thank you. Okay, here's the recipe. Give me the. Are you not gonna give me the recipe?
Aye.
I don't get the recipe.
Oh. Oh.
Took nothing less. Okay.
Huh.
Maybe the white goats set out to find the bottle themselves because they couldn't stand to eat the wrong recipe anymore. That's so funny. It's your first job, wasn't it? Partner, you did quite well. Okay. Feeling a little proud. Here's the start. Oh, nice. I'm still gonna be spending time finding more shinies in Legends Arceus. Plus, I gotta complete the Pokédex to get the shiny charm. Oh, that's the hardest part.
Yuck.
Keep up the good work. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Sapow.
Soar along! Soar along! When your friends won't let you steal their Pokemon. When your friends lie, blatantly lie on stream. So I'm spending time completing it, and at the same time, I shiny on every mass effort. You have to, yeah. Yeah, I am not gonna lie. I stopped playing Violet, because a friend of mine and I, stopped playing together, so I just kind of stopped playing. But I need to get back into it. I never finished my decks. Oh no. That's a Korok. Little dude. Yeah, I wanna get back into it though. You need to give me your exclusives. That's what you need. But I have the same exclusives as you, Yaga! It doesn't work. Don't logic me. You're right. You're right. How dare I? Stupid villain. Stupid rising kale. You stupid rising kale. Boop. 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 Slam him on the ground as I will. Relax, guys. It's not even him. It's his backpack. It's not even him. It's just his backpack. Yay! Yeah! What cave? I got distracted. I didn't go to the stable. I'm the worst. Amber, come back. Amber, come back. I was wrong, and I just can't live without you. Some of these caves are kind of like anticlimactic, you know? This is it? This is the whole cave? Well, that's uneventful. I cannot leave? I have to use my legs like a peasant? Oh, I saw it. Come back. There, nope. Yeah. Wow, this is a long one. Holy crap. A Gleeok. Guys, has anyone actually killed a Gleeok yet? What do you need? Great for mija. So I hear the sound of a horn. Okay. Never go outside again. Okay, so she's gonna be a little crybaby. I'm kind of curious to fight the Gleeok, but like, no. But also definitely fucking not. I don't think I actually did the shrine stuff or the stable stuff. I mean. I have a bit of a headache. I might end stream and lay down for a bit before we start Redfall later. Self-care. I know. It's like, but it's not like a bad headache where I'm like, oh, it actually hurts. It's just enough that I'm like, oh, it's just kind of like buzzing in the back of my skull. Oh. Taking the rest of the stable, the gentle creeper getting Richards. Neighing and bucking around. I shook the stable. Exactly. And there she was, Princess Zelda. After all this time, she was right in front of our stable. Then the princess came closer, and the golden horse thrashed closer, broke free, and bolted away like anything I've ever seen. Couldn't help staring. When I looked back at the princess, she was just gone. It happened so fast. Hydrate, eat. I have been eating. Hope you're alright. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure I'll be okay.
Oh.
I'll take a break in just a second and go grab some Tylenol. Because it's not the princess. Can you caffeine? Actually, probably. I'll make a cup of coffee. That's what I'll do. That's what I'll do. I'll take a 5-minute. I'll make a cup of coffee. I'll grab some Tylenol. I will stretch my legs a little bit. Oh. Galloped north and never looked back. Okay. Oh, I know. I know that they are not telling me to go fight that fucking Gleeok, right? You are. You want me to go over there. I have an hour and 20 minutes. By the way, do you want me to share the pages of the comics I have, or do you want to see the front and back? Oh, you can do the front and backs. Yeah, that's really cool. Just in case people want to, like, actually, like, get them and read them themselves, you know? Alright, real quick break. We're gonna go back to Central Hyrule, because that's where we like to go. And then I'm gonna take about a 5-minute break or so. I think I'll put words on stream up, just so you guys have something to do for a few minutes. But yeah, I'm just gonna take some Tylenol, make a cup of coffee, use the bathroom, stretch my legs, all that. So I'll probably be about 5 to 10 minutes or so. Probably not 10 minutes. Probably about 5 minutes. And I'm going to, as soon as this loads... Actually, Yeah, I'll put words on stream up. I'll put words on stream up for you guys. Ow, you hit my elbow. Okay, alright, I'll be back in a couple minutes, guys. Oh my gosh. Is that an oddball I see? Hold on. Here it is. Is that an oddball I see? How are you? I haven't seen you in so long. Ugh, okay. I found Tylenol. It took me a minute to find Tylenol. I don't know why I couldn't find it. Well, I couldn't find it because it wasn't where it was supposed to be. But I have been Tylenol'd. I have some coffee. I just bought a brand new box of sugar, and I can't seem to find where I put it. So this might not be the best tasting. Okay. You finished your underground? Oh, I'm so excited for you. Hold on. This is for you. This is for you. That's for you, Oddball. I'm so proud of you. I'm so happy for you. I was thinking of you just the other day when I was playing, well, I wasn't playing. I was watching somebody play The Sims. And I was like, you know who I haven't seen in a while? Is Oddball. But after this round, we'll hop back into Zelda. I'll let you guys finish. We'll let you guys finish. Of course, Yaga would get crap. Of course she would. Oh, wait. Did I not type right? I did. There we go. Hey, buds. How are you? I crap, I care, I crepe. I crepe. Oh, that's so funny. Alright, this was a good round. So we'll turn autopilot off. We'll just let it sit. So that way in case I need to take another little break. I am living. That's important. Living is important. That's a good round, guys. Good round. Alright, let's hop back in to Zelda. We are we are in the middle of a blood moon. So that's pretty funny. That's too funny.
When the glow of the blood-stained moon shines upon the land,
it's like so metal.
return to flesh.
It's so metal. Who are we sacrificing? Big oof on the moon. I know. Like right as I loaded in. That's funny. Okay, so. Oh, we've got people here.
Ah.
I'm trying to look at landing. We have the Zora Brigade. We're sent here in order of King Sidon. Oh, so they're like gathering like a little army. So okay, so when you beat each group, so when you like beat each temple, it like brings like that group of people over to you. Okay. Your stature, physique, and distinctive right arm. You must be Link. Am I right? Pura has told me so much about you. Oh, look at you. You're a whole vibe. Wartsworth. My research specialty is ancient Hyrulean.
Oh.
And by ancient Hyrulean, I don't mean the text found in the ring ruins, but something different. It's what we call the language used at the time of Hyrule's founding. Traces of it are still present in our speech today. You see the difference, I trust? Sure. The stone tablet that fell from the sky is inscribed with ancient Hyrulean. If I can manage to translate the text, it may be key to understanding a moment in time from ancient Hyrule.
Oh.
I can translate this from ancient Hyrulean, but my notes are back at the research lab in Kakariko Village, so I'll be heading there to check this text against my notes and proceed with my translation. I've already copied down what's inscribed here, so I'll be getting back to the village. If that piques your interest, you should come to Kakariko Village. I can share what I've translated so far. This inscription has tremendous archaeological value. It's a bridge connecting us to the distant past. I aim to unravel its mysteries, and the sooner I get started, the better. Have I mentioned how much I love the fact that no one will have the same playthrough? You started the Zora, and I started... Everybody... Yeah, it's so funny. And you're like the second person that I've heard that went right to Rito. And I was like, why? Why did you go right for Rito? Not in like a ew, but just like, why would you go like so far that way to start? I don't know, it's so weird. When I started, what did I do? When I did Breath of the Wild, I did... I think I accidentally did Gerudo first. My friend's sister did the voice for Sidon's fiance. Oh, really? That's cool. Is that a pink horse? Yeah, kind of pink. Pinkish brownish. Here you go. I pick it for you. I pick it for you. I pick it for you.
Ah.
And that's why he's great.
Oh.
Wow. He hugged a turkey? Wow. And I haven't heard from them since the game came out. I assume they immediately went where they... wherever they die the fastest first. So... let me finish this thing. Here we go. I immediately died when I landed in Hyrule because there are these things called chasms in the game. They look like glowing red buttholes, so we call them buttholes. So when I landed on Hyrule for the first time, I was like, so like you land like here when you land for the first time, right? And so when I landed, I was like, oh look, what's this? What is this glowing red butthole? And then I jumped in the glowing red butthole and I died. So I died almost immediately. I died almost immediately. And the scary buttholes, yeah. I've illuminated quite a bit of butthole though. Like I've done quite a little bit of illumination here. Oh, it's still, there we go. Hell yeah, I know, it's scary down there though, look. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is 10. This is 10 light roots down here, and it's only this little tiny bit. I've illuminated quite a bit of butthole. It's true. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Alright, we were doing things. Stuff and things. Alright, so let's go up here. Just add the E after the fact, it's fine. If you add the E after, it's fine. I was left behind. It was like a Twitch viewer on a raid. Got left behind. I have gone back to Terrytown, yeah. Sometimes mine do too. The only place I haven't discovered or even explored even remotely is I haven't gone to Gerudo Valley yet, like at all. Ghost fingering the keys. Also roller coaster. I think I am under the impression, just from my basic Zelda knowledge, that we're within like a 5 to 10 year time break. I would say about 7 is probably the closest. Oh, you will break before you break. Okay, hold on. Fairies! No! Why'd you drop the fairy? Like you scared the fairy away! God damn it. There's just a random goddess statue here? Okay. Yeah, 6 or 7 is my thoughts. Link is mean to Faye. He doesn't want them to know his name. I know. I was so rude. Gain their powers through consumption. I don't eat them. I drink them. I don't have enough orbs. I don't have enough blorbs. I'm a failure. I'm sorry. I'm blorbless. I'm blorbless. Oddball, thank you for sacrificing your points to the Twitch gods. I'm not sure there was 7-star Chestnut Terror Raid. Nice. 7-star. Sheesh.
Hey. Ah.
1 point. I get 1 more point.
Oh.
I don't need you. I just needed to check in. How many gold stars is that? That's like at least 2 gold stars. That'll be the time to get back in.
Oh.
A lot of favors stored in my bag that I'll never get used.
Ah.
No leads on Princess at this stable. No church, no workers. Okay. Anyway, off I go. Goodbye. Goodbye! Penn Badgley, the pelican. He was great in you. Penn Badgley. Burn down the zone. Hello. That's an unusual weapon you have. Where'd you get it? I made it. No kidding. I make weapons too. I've been trying to make the strongest weapon in the world. Yes, I have, unfortunately. Northwest of here, near the temple entrance. Okay. You can shoot fireballs? Yeah. You want a Lionel horn? Bitch wants a Lionel horn. Like, no big deal. No big deal. Just go get me a Lionel horn, pretty please. Link's hair, I know, right? It's so majestic. Alright, where's your friend? How far away is it? Okay. That wolf got so trendy. Link is a trendsetter. Listen, just don't be jealous because you can't be here. What's the first Zelda game I played? The first Zelda game I played was Link's Awakening on Game Boy. So my parents bought me a Game Boy and it came in like a little package. And it came with the game and the system. And yeah, Link's Awakening in 1998? 1998? Maybe even earlier than that. When did Link's Awakening come out? Holy shit. '93. So yeah, so even older than that. 93. Yeah. Yep. So that was my first Zelda game. First time I've been like, oh hey, depression hairstyle. You can tell time's passed. I know. Well, because he had his normal hair in the beginning of the game. And then like the whole thing happens. Oh shit. The whole thing happens, and then he like wakes up later, so. Alright, I'm gonna do something that's like not really nice. But sacrifices kind of have to be made, you know? Wait, no, I can't pick him up? I just want to pick him up. Wait, no, I just want to pick him up. Villain? You don't even know yet, Yaga. You don't even know what I'm about to do. Go! Be free! You're rolling the wrong way! There you go. Now you're going the right way. There you go. You'll get there in no time! You'll get there in no time! You're almost there! You've almost made it just a little further! You're going the wrong way! To the right! There you go. No, to the right! You're almost there! You're so close! Buddy! Look at, he's still going. He's doing so good. Wait, you're going too far. Wait, you've gone too far. You have passed your friend. You're going too far. No. I didn't do this. It's fine. See, like it's fine. The Geneva Convention violations? Oh my gosh. Putt-putt is not his strong suit. I'm not, Oddball. I did not do this. He did this. He simply could have stopped and waited, but he said, I desire death, master. I just made his commute a little bit faster. I just made his commute a little faster. That's all, okay? I did not Jack and Jill his ass. I wish. See, exactly. Some people were like, "Please, please, master. I do not want to live on this planet anymore." I have questions. Oh, hold on, I got a plan ahead. Go, horse, be free! Did you just throw a rock at me? Cat water? Gross. That sounds gross. Only crema? The first Zelda game was Minish Cap? Minish Cap's a good one. Minish Cap's a good one. Oh, there's a treasure chest in here. Wait, hold on. Let me get the treasure. So does the he does. He gives me a power. I just have to I have to go up to him and activate the power though, which is kind of annoying. But yeah, he does. Yeah, he gives me the magic power that I had in the water power that you had in the dungeon. He gives it to you. He stands in the way is what he does. Look at him running. What can I pull around in this cart? Love Minish Cap is what made me love Zelda. I just love the Zelda games. I love all of them. I just hijacked this dude's horse now for myself. Oh, yeah, yeah, oh. Okay. But it was Ocarina that made me. Yeah, I would almost say the same. But I've told the story before that Ocarina is the first game I ever beat. So that's kind of like a big reason why it's one of my absolute favorites. Alright, what are we gonna name this one? I feel like we need to name it something to do with the fact that I straight stole it.
Ah. Oh.
New horse. Yes. What's his name?
Oh. Ah. Oh.
1.2 points. Okay.
Ah.
Actually, I think I might name him Rusty. Look, he's kind of rusty. Rusty. Yes.
Ah.
No, I want to bard him. While I enjoy Wind Waker and I've beat it, I usually stop playing once it boils down to finding the pieces to rebuild the tripod.
Ooh.
Yeah, there's a certain point, like for me, like I hate the first like third of Twilight Princess. Like I literally can't stand like the collecting of like the fucking tears of light. I can't stand that. So the first like third, like the first third of Twilight Princess, I hate. You wouldn't download a horse. You don't know what I would download, obviously, sir. Alright, give me my ability back. I need to cut more grass. Man, this used to give you bugs and stuff when you would cut grass. Grab. Alright. Anybody who's playing this, do you feel... Or maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. Do you feel like there's less resources?
Oh.
One cricket in the whole swing. I know.
Mm.
And sure, yep.
Oh.
Ha ha ha! I knew it. You were standing all alone. And it grinds everything to a halt. That's the worst. That's kind of the worst. Sidon straight just decked him right as he landed. That was great. Good job, Sidon. That was great. Did you see Sidon was like, get the fuck out of here? That was so perfect. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Alright, do you think we can try to fight these ones over here now? What did I keep hitting the wrong button for? Like a dummy. Okay. I'm gonna try. Then in Breath of the Wild, but other than that, and exploring the underground for metal bulbs. Yes, let's. But I would argue that the reason you have more arrows is because there's no elemental arrows. So it feels like you're getting more arrows, when in reality, it's probably about the same, but there's not all the elemental arrows as well. Is that bear straight chasing me right now? This bear just beelined it for me. Oh yeah, it's right, you can, can't you? You can ride them, I forgot. I forgot you can ride bears. No, I'm bear riding, sir. I can't be bothered with you. I can't be bothered with you. Come back, bear. It despawned! Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, what I mean is, like, they don't drop separately anymore. It's just arrows now. Like, it's just arrows now. There's no electric arrows and so on and so forth. So, like, it feels like there's a lot of arrows, but it's like, but you're not getting electric arrows and you're not getting all these other types of arrows and stuff to counter it, you know, to counter the drops. What the fuck? Sometimes I swear he's so stupid. Like, just grab the thing in front of you. This is very dangerous and I will probably regret this. Palm fruit. Okay, hold on. How'd that work for you, buddy? I'm just curious how throwing a, what you call it at me worked out for you. A barrel, a flame barrel. Why is it hitting? He's not even like holding it up. All right, this is. I grow tired of this. Oh, you son of a bitch! You're lucky I had a fairy. I'm fine. I'm not annoyed. I'm fine. Put that barrel down now. Put it. Wait, where you going? What? Wait. My gosh. What a waste of arrows and stuff. Nice kaboom, thanks. I tried. When they were actually annoyed and not fine at all. What? It's fine, it's totally fine, everything's completely fine? Alright. Let's see. Oh, wait. I have idea. I have ideas. I have ideas. Let's drop one of those. Let's drop one of those. And let's drop one of these. Why not? Okay, so ideas here, chat. So let's do this. And then let's do this. Okay. And then... Amazing. And then... Amazing. And then... Oh, one of these. Okay, hold on. I don't know. What do you mean can't take that out here? Why? Tell me where I can't take my stuff out. You don't tell me where I can't remove my things. Ha. Because it's in public and you don't want to get arrested? Oh, wait. No, no, no. I do want to get arrested. Were you a good gamer and did your grind ingredients and cooking off stream? No. No, I'm not. No, I was not. I am much stronger now, though. Holy shit. And I have cider. Woo! I forgot he's very strong, too. Okay, we have to get the big guy first. We gotta get the big guy first. Oh, fuck. I didn't save. Fuck. Oh, I'm right here, right? Okay, I'm right here. Alright. Alright, alright. What do we got weapon-wise here? Okay. Let's make some more weapons. Let's make some more weapons. Let's make some more weapons here. What's that do? That seems interesting. Okay. Alright, so what can I drop for my Barad Sour? Yes. Yes. Okay. Big guy first, less stamina, harder hitter. Yeah. I think that's what I have to do, honestly. Okay. Okay. So we've got some weapons now. So we'll start with this one. Is this a two-handed? It's not a two-handed. Perfect. Okay. Do I have any defense or attack? I've got defense up. Okay. Have you tried, like, killing the bad guys? Like... Sure? Alright, we gotta get the big guy first. Okay. Nope. Alright, get a couple hits on him. Back up. Oh, I tried so hard to do that, and I just can't get parrying. I just can't parry. Alright. Can I? Hold on. Nope, I don't need you. Yes, go, Sidon. Attack. Ah, no! Wait, what? Why did you switch my camera around? Oh my god. It did, didn't it? It targeted the fucking little guy as he went to go teleport away. That's so annoying. It targeted the little guy as he went to go teleport away, and that killed me. Well, it didn't kill me, but it took me out of my drop. That was annoying that the game decided to screw me like that. I mean, it wasn't like the end of the world. I still ended up doing it, but that airstrike would have been huge, and the game pulled me into the other character to airstrike on, which was annoying, but whatever. Okay, we did it. You look like you're swatting. I wish, honestly, I just want to get rid of these fucking fruit flies, and I don't know, like, what else to do. Like, it's so frustrating. Wait, what is this?
Oh?
Hey, Superstar. Not the Yuga clan. You're here to rescue me? Sure. You need to work on your legs, bro. Kanba. Okay. Should take the Yiga armor, I just finished it. Oh. Okay. Defense parts are minimized for silence. Oh, so it's the stealth armor. Oh, see you around. Okay. You're welcome for the save. Ooh, so I got Yiga armor now. That's kind of cool. Pour the set, yes. Pour the whole set. Wait, how do I get up? Oh, I didn't get him. I thought I was going to. I was so close! Looked like I had him. Okay. So, now that we did that, we did all of the shrine, or stables. Did I do this stable? Don't think I did this stable yet. I have approximately 30 minutes. Is that what we've officially decided, or... Because Astro doesn't have power, as far as I know. Yeah, I don't think Astro has power. So, I mean, are we gonna go with just the three of us? Or are we gonna try to wait for Astro? Oh, doggy!
I. Oh.
Welcome! No, I've already been here, okay. So we might have to play without him. I know, I just feel bad because, like, Astro has gotten, like, the short end of this stick, like, literally every time we've tried to play together, you know? So I just feel bad. Oh shit, wrong one. No, it is possible. I just don't know which one. This one? One of these, it is possible. It's a two-handed. Is it this one? No, it's a two-handed weapon. Is it this one? Yes. There you go, bish. We didn't kill- I know! Alright, I'm not talking anymore. People want to be twisting my words. Oh, I forgot to be checking these. Don't feel guilty for things out of your control. No, I know. I know, but like, I still feel bad that he's gotten the short end of the deal, like every time we've tried to play Redfall together.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Painting up the Unity Bell in Terrytown. Easy peasy. Man, why is there no... Why is there no shrine near Terrytown? Was he the one in two places at once last night? Oh wait, it was me. Yeah, that was crazy. Is a shrine up there? What are these for? Oh, this is the racetrack. I bet you the racetrack gets, like, more challenging as it goes on. Has anyone checked to see if there's been an update on Redfall? Because that's probably... No, it doesn't say. That's surprising that there's been no, that there's been no, updates. I like how bro's like, what's in the sky? Like, dude, it's islands. It's just islands, bro. It's fine. Here, let me help you by putting a fucking battery on your shit. So I don't have to use my own batteries to use your stuff. Oh my gosh, this climb is so slow. Strap a rocket to this shit. Oh my god, big climb. Okay, so they want the unit, a picture of the, here it is. Back up? Wait, why? That's not even a good picture, come on. There we go. That's better. Or wait, do we want a nice pretty one with the the statue in front? That's cute. That's a better one. Or what if I do all of them selfies? How do I... Wait, how do you pose? Wait, how do you pose? Oh, here. Okay, turn around. This way. This way. This way. No, this. What the fuck? This. Jesus Christ. Here you go. There's the bell right there. Perfect. Here you go. Here's your picture. Alright, so if I go into my compendium, my album, and I delete the others. Oh, wait, how come this one counts? Damn. Alright, well, that's a bummer. I was gonna use this one, but it doesn't like me. Okay, so we took a bunch of these pictures too, which we can delete. We don't need these. We don't need these. Okay. A shiny Teddiursa? Is that green, right? There's Dinraal. What is this? Why is there like a fake little cave here? It's like a sale pending for Mr. Kilton. Oh, Kilton. Oh, Monster Boy. It's green. Yeah, there's so many shinies that are green. Icky. Icky.
Oh.
Dream home requests. Okay.
Oh.
So she's telling me that it's stuck. Hi. Sabota. Tavak. Don't frighten me for a second. I thought you were here to take me away on my big journey. Doing all the studying because I'm moving to Mama's hometown soon. Ooh. Where she's from, there's this amazing language called Gerudo. I want to teach every son in the village to speak it too, and I've made it my mission to memorize as it's so funny. A lesson to Granny Monari. You should come with me if you're interested. We speak Gerudo in no time. Should try it. Okay. See you later. Okay. Where's her bed? Wait, she says that I can... Strat! Thank you so much for the raid! I have to get underneath, but how? Oh wait, can I ascend through here? No. Can I ascend underneath somehow? Strat, thank you so much for the raid. How would you play? Oh, you did some Halo Infinite? Are you playing campaign or are you doing multiplayer? What were you doing, raiders? Welcome in, raiders. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. If you guys do not know who I am, hello, hi, welcome in. My name is Krista. or Pinksel. Most people just call me Pink. I am a variety streamer. I play lots of different stuff, ranging from things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, and pretty much everything in between. I do have a very quick video that I like to show whenever we get a raid, just to see if this is someplace you might want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, just kind of see like what we're about, what to expect. I hope you guys enjoy, and I'll see you in just a moment. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions?
We were like 2 seconds away from the bike song.
I wanna ride my bike!
Hey, look, Nate. It's Uranus. I am Cat. I can help you. Look at that donk. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. And then they show up and we talk about booty.
I wanna be forever.
How are her boobs not falling out?
First you're like, yeah, then you're like, yeah.
You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I really messed up, didn't I? I made bad choices. Coming! What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? Are you pooping? Bees! Go, bees! I want to die right now. I'm gonna go drown. Yeah! Solid! Nobody's looking at my pee-pee. So cute. Perceive my booty, arg. I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. I shoot them my gun. Antidepressant. Is it working?
I want to be haunted by Marcia. Oh,
I'm trying to make the poop.
All right, where's Davy Jones?
Oh my gosh! My mom.
What I
Nate,
had said.
Why?
What is happening?
Why are you like this? I couldn't make this up if I tried. That won't and can't go wrong.
You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
Here's another thing.
Bye. Strat, enjoy those taters. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. And thank you everyone for coming and hanging out today. We are very shockingly, I know, playing Tears of the Kingdom. Which has been a lot of fun so far, honestly. If you played Breath of the Wild, you will love Tears of the Kingdom. Alright, can I get underneath here and ascend in? No. It won't even let me jump over this fence. Oh, it does. Okay. No, there's nothing underneath there. Oh, wait, can I go in the well? Is there a well here? Is there a well? Wait, is there a well? Oh, see, that would have been perfect. Going in the well and then going under the house? But I guess you'd have to know where their house is. There has to be a well here, right? Oh, look at these dogs. Oh, look at these dogs. They're so perfect. They're so perfect. I'll stay here forever with the dogs. Okay. There's really not a well here? Come on. Wait, why are the building supplies over here? You know where I haven't gone yet? I'm just... Come on, Link! Jesus! I haven't been to Lurelin Village yet, either. No, there's no well in here. Alright. Do any of you guys have, like, a weird, creepy secret basement? That'd be cool if someone had like a weird creepy basement that like went around. Like under the entirety of Terrytown. That'd be funny. I've been in here, right? Oh, look at you. Wait, where's like the special bed? There's always a special bed. Where is it? Weird. Alright, so we went in this house already. Okay. That's not a house. Here's the only other house. Do you have a weird, creepy basement, sir? No, you don't. You don't have a creepy basement? Oh boy, what'd you get? Bummer. Alright, so let's go get that shrine that's up there, I think. Chicken sandwich? Hold on, let's... Stealthy. We are stealth. Where is it? Oh, it's up there. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez, Louise. Aracudas are annoying, but they die really easy, which is nice. Let's go. Run, 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 Link, run. 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 Another random waterfall. Can you, if you get enough height, can you use the Zora armor and just like ride one of those waterfalls out? I kept complaining that there wasn't a shrine near Terrytown. And I was like, that seems so silly. Well, here it is, guys. I found it. Rastakiwak. 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 Takiwak. You're so silly. When you hit side as water wall, it will block one enemy attack. Nice. Oh no, it's a trial. Shit. Proving grounds, vehicles. What if I don't want to do a proving ground right now? If I leave, will you just give me my stuff back? Yes, it just gives me my stuff. Okay, good, because I don't feel like doing a proving ground right this very second. Ugh, okay. Have I been there? Yes. That's Robbie's. Okay. Okay. I can't go up Death Mountain quite yet. Oops, that's not what to do. What is blue? Like, what is my marking that's blue? Oh, there's a shrine all the way up there? There's no way. Don't you squint at me. You've excellent news. Let's hear it, Steph. What's this excellent news? My bike is completed and I tie-dyed my shirt for T-Swift on Friday. I rinsed it and now it's in the wash. I'm so amazing. You are so amazing. Where's T-Swift playing? Mosun? I imagine she's probably at the arena. Oh, she's playing at Gillette. Oh. Yeah, Foxborough. Yeah. Oh, she's playing at the Gillette Stadium. Interesting. Yeah, I like Taylor Swift, but not enough to go see her in concert, I think. Like, if somebody asked me to go, sure, but... That's what I've heard, but she's just, it's... I only like her, you know, like... If her songs are on, I'll listen to them, but I don't actively put Taylor Swift's music on, if that makes sense. I'd have to win tickets to go. That's what I'm saying, like, I would not be paying that much money for a Taylor Swift show for, like, as much as I just like her. Like, again, like, I like her, but not enough, like, not that much. Like, I can't say that I've ever, like, gone to Spotify and pulled up a Taylor Swift song. Like, I think that it usually just, like, she just, like, plays on playlists or whatever. But I like her. I went dragging my feet. First time was amazing. Second time I was like, okay, fine, I'll go again. And it was, oh fuck, there's a Gleeok right there. And then the second time I was like, okay, fine, I'll go again. And it was even better. Then the last set of tickets we had got canceled because of the pandemic. If my sister wasn't a major Swiftie, I probably wouldn't pay the ticket price. Yeah. Yeah, that's why, like, the bands that I like and the bands that I follow or whatever, like, okay, so yeah, 30 Seconds to Mars got a little weird and Jared Leto got a little, like, Jesus complex going on, whatever, but, like, it used to be like 20, 25, 30 bucks for, like, 30 Seconds to Mars tickets, and it's like 40 bucks for, like, AFI tickets. Now 30 Seconds to Mars tickets are probably closer to, like, 80 or 100. And AFI tickets are still like 40, 60 bucks, but still, it's crazy. No, I've not fought the three-headed monster. To C6, and some seats are over 900, not so absolutely insane. Chrome pathway. Hanson's coming to Foxwoods, and those are 55 before all. That's not bad. That's not bad. Oh, so this goes this way. Lurk. Okay, no problem, Trav. Thank you for the lurk. Okay. So. Okay. Yeah, I love Hamilton, but I still haven't seen it live because it's too much. Hopefully the next go around, they will be a little. I feel like, and this is gonna just sound like I'm a Debbie Downer, but I feel like the more popular a show gets, the less likely it is for the ticket prices to go down. Oh, well, I could have just done that, so that's wonderful. But where is the, like, where's the exit, though? It's gotta be above. Yeah, it's above. Okay. Okay. So. More of those. I just missed Moulin Rouge. Yeah, you told me that last night, yeah. That's a bummer you just missed Moulin Rouge, though. Okay, so let me think for a second. I have to end up on top of this. So I need... Oh, okay. I need this thing... And then... And then I need to turn... Okay, hold on. One more. One more. Okay, so then... First of all, I want to get that right there. Oh. Okay. So rotate. Okay. Where's the thing I need? Right there. Okay. So rotate again. And then one more, and then that should be where I need that to be. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I will catch up with chat in just a second. my brain. Wait, oh, I hit it fucking twice? You're fucking kidding me. This is so stupid. Okay, and let it turn and click. So it stops here, right? Okay. One more, and then one more. Okay. I think I finished stuff. No errors. No correction. Discord's now during the error. Okay, so it's only one. I'll try to rub it in or anything, but Moulin Rouge was so fun. The movie, and I figured I'd love the show. They changed up some songs and made me feel more fresh. Nice. You are trying to rub it in stuff. It's fine. Can I get this? Like, will it let me open this sideways like this? The answer is no. Will not. Okay, so here. Exit. Nice. Okay, so now we're here, but I still didn't get that last... I still didn't get that last, treasure. Okay, lurking but not. Is everyone ready? Like, are you guys just waiting for me? Let me know when you're, like, ready, I guess, and, like, when you're waiting for me. And I'll just swap over, because it'll be easy for me to swap over. I guess we'll just let them know. Okay. Light of blessing. Two lights of blessings. 2 lights, 2 blessings. Okay. The Citadel ruins. Wait, this was... Oh, this was, like, big, right? Wasn't the Citadel Ruins, like, big? Wait, wasn't... Wait. Wasn't the Citadel Ruins near a, tower last time? Roasted bass. Roasted bass. Yeah, I thought I remember this being bigger. Like there was like a shrine or something over here before. Oh, a blurpee. You lucky. You're lucky my two-handed weapon is too slow. Wait, there's really nothing here. I have to head off now. Nice meeting and hanging out. Have fun playing Tears of the Kingdom. Thanks, Roboman. It was really nice meeting you too. Thanks for hanging and sharing all your stuff with us in the Discord. I hope we get to see you around soon. Well, I don't have arrows and stuff for this, so I'm about to die. Like I'm about to die. I don't have stuff for this. Like I don't have Hold on, do I have like stuff to prevent me from getting gloom? No, I don't even have any gloom resist right now. He grabbed me. I'm climbing. He grabbed me. I can't get out. He grabbed me. He grabbed me. I need to get out of here. Stop grabbing me. Okay, run away. No. Oh my god. I have 2 hearts. How do you beat these things? I don't know. Wait, is that doing anything? Wait, it just gave me dark clumps, that's it? Well... Did I actually beat it, or did it just run away? Did I beat it, or did it run away? Rockruff in chat? Oh, hold on, let me see. Oddball, I know I haven't seen you in a while, but I really miss seeing you around. I'm really happy that you stopped by today. Not to be cheesy, but like, I do think about you guys when you're not here. I do. Part of me... Oh, I didn't mean to eat the glow. Part of me is like, let's go fight that fucker. But the other part of me is like, there's absolutely no way. Right? Like, there's absolutely 0 way that that's gonna happen. I could be responsible and like, oh, that is a shrine I've already marked off. Alright. Alright, we're fighting it. We're doing it. One hit. Let's go. One hit. One hit. Oh, I got his head. I got one of his heads. I got one of his heads. I didn't get his third head. I didn't get his third head. I got his head. Amazing. Look at how much damage I did. Okay, there, what is, how? 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 How are you supposed to do this? Can I like hook your tail? How are you supposed to do this? Oh no, okay. They were super yummy. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad they were yummy. I just got my booty handed to me by this dragon. How do you do this? Ooh, there's a Korok puzzle right there. Maybe we should say screw it and just go do this Korok puzzle instead. It'll be fine. It's fine, buddy. We're not even paying attention to you. Bro! Bro! I'm just trying to do this Korok puzzle! You're a bully! Guys, I was just trying to do this Korok puzzle. No. No. No! Will he stop aggro to me? No! 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 And I look at my it's like oh no. Alright, alright. I have to swap games now because they're waiting for me, but that was too funny. Oh my gosh. Oh, that was so funny. That was a valiant effort there, chat. Alright, let's save our game. Save our game. Alright, we're switching over to Redfall. Let me go grab them. Oh my gosh. Holy shit. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, well, okay. Okay. Yeah, yeah, but he can't. No, I know. I'm fixing it in a second. No, I'm fixing it. Hold on. See, because like everyone kept fucking adding people to it and shit. So I had to like adjust it. And so now okay, so he should be able to speak now. This Chris, hang up and reconnect. There we go. Yep. Oh, yeah. I just had to fix permissions and stuff. Don't wow me. There's a new message, you say. Wonderful.
Message.
Wonderful. What does it say? What does it say?
Fucking
What does it say? Oh.
It says the Discord action you're.
Oh. Okay. Well. It's not even that funny either. Like. Oh god.
Computers just hate you.
So I was like, fuck this, I'm switching back to Stream Deck. So I did. I did switch back to Stream Deck.
Oh my gosh.
And now it's fine, except for the Discord message, which is running through the Mix It Up Events tab. I hate it here.
Oh my goodness.
So I'm gonna have to, I don't know, figure a different way to do that automated Discord message. Or just remove it. Nobody cares anyways. It's fine.
Remove your computer with the plumbing.
Yeah. I'm throwing the computer out, I'm ripping the pipes out of the walls, I'm fucking going manic. This is fine. I don't need indoor plumbing or a computer.
Oh my goodness.
I'm slowly losing my mind.
The funniest thing about it is it's just something every single time.
That's exactly what it is.
It every single time it's one thing or another, and that's the funniest part.
It's a curse.
Hey, Krista. Hey, Krista. Hey, Krista. Hey, Krista. What's up, Krista? Welcome in. How are you?
How does that feel to say?
It's very strange to say. Your host, you know. Chris.
What?
Your host.
I'm trying to turn it on right now.
Okay.
It is loading.
Lording.
Lording.
Ooh, can I
Oh, lurd. Lurdy
Oh,
lurd.
Cord's on the floor.
You're
You
good?
put
Good,
yourself
I'm
in
glad to
here,
hear.
okay.
I was just playing some Zelda, but I took a break to play some games with friends. Gross.
Wow.
Ew, you have friends? That's pretty
I
disgusting.
know. I could be Zeldaing
Social
right
choices.
now.
You're just like, I just stopped doing what I wanted to.
I stopped doing what I enjoy to play games with other people.
to play
Wow,
this
we're
of all
blessed.
things.
We're blessed by your presence. Thank you for taking time out of your Zeldacation.
You're welcome.
Bless.
I applaud the red background for Redfall.
I try and keep it on brand. I'm also wearing a shirt that has like I don't know, it gave me vampire themes. It's got like teeth and stuff. But they're flowers.
Okay.
My friend bought it for me and it's got
You're
like
so brave. I know.
teeth.
I make sacrifices for the greater good, you know? I'm just so
Y'all
I'm
should
so,
get like
so strong
a Team
and brave.
Edward and Team Jacob shirt.
Oh my god.
Don't play.
I'm not.
Don't joke. Because I will do it.
Okay, War Chicken, your charger is garbo, dude. Like I plug it into my Switch and it falls right out. And don't say my Switch is a hoe. She is not.
Oh,
And
you have
then,
to like actually like click it into the Switch.
No, like
And then I would
won't,
buy
like,
a.
it's his thing. It's like I don't know if it got squished. 'cause
Edward
he does
X
not
Jacob,
serve his
leave
stuff.
Bella alone. Bella's the problem here. Let's be real.
Y'all could do
Chica.
that, and then like I could just put my face cam on Discord, and y'all could just drag it into your stream, and then I'll just have a Team Charlie shirt.
Oh my god.
I've done
We
that
don't
before. I
fully
told you I'm
understand how
almost
it's worded
I'm
yet.
willing to do that all the time. You just have to like tell me when.
That's because I
We just have to
manage
plan
my
it.
Fury. on
Well, no,
stream.
because
I
last
have
time we did that, remember somebody was like so offended and like we needed to take 20 minutes to put all of our face cams on stream.
Yes.
Yeah, that was a fun time. That was a
And
fun
then
time.
it broke, and then I
And then
dressed
it
up for
broke.
nothing
And then it broke.
because
Yeah. Yeah, so we Chris and I used to do this thing where like he would stream in Discord and I would put his face cam on my stream. And then
Sounds like a mistake, but okay.
no, it was fine. It was whatever. And then one night we were co-streaming with somebody else and she was like, "Why do you guys like have this set up like that?" And I was like, "Well, because Chris doesn't stream, but he still wants to be included in streams, so I thought it would be fun like if I do it or whatever."
it was Halloween, and I dressed up.
Yeah. And so she was like all upset because she like wanted to do it too. So we had to sit there and we had to literally crop everybody's face cams and put all the face cams on each other's streams, which of course then made like the worst lag, and it was so laggy and pixely and like it was just the worst. And we were like, yeah, okay, this is why we don't listen to you.
My face the entire time was just like
Oh, I
mild
see.
judgment.
Oh, I see.
Like why is it always like, but why not me? Because of reasons, and I don't have time to explain them.
As I said so.
I got Dr. Peeper.
Peepers.
Peeper.
Jeepers creepers, trying to be a part of content, but like she was like doing her own content, like she was like
What?
streaming, and she
Still
like
wanting like free advertisement.
no,
like-
she just felt left out because
My Redfall just crashed.
Oh,
I love that for us. Oh, I'm in though.
I don't know how, because I'm not in, don't even have it open.
It'll
I am
probably pull us
also in.
open. Yeah. No, you're here. Your body's here.
Maybe when you open it, it'll put you back in. Yeah, you're just standing here.
Yeah, your body's here.
Like a punk ass furry. Look at you. With furry with boots. Look at the boots. It completes the fit.
I have sneakers on mine.
Oh, your little purple sneakers?
Yeah.
Oh no, they're not sneakers. They kind of look like
They're like moon boots, kinda.
I was gonna say they look like sloggers, kind of. It's weird.
Like
almost
clogs or
rain boot-
something.
Like rain boots, kind of. Like they look because they're shiny. Huh.
Well, I don't know what's going on because
Oh.
I'm loading in.
Host has left the match. There it is. Okay.
The game was like, oh wait.
Oh wait.
Just kidding.
By the way, you don't have a host.
Like for 3 minutes.
Yeah.
This is fine. This is fine.
This is going great.
Oh my god.
Okay, 1, 2.
I like how I just got my washer fixed and now the pipes are going to shit.
Nice. It's always one
always
thing, isn't it?
something.
Yep.
Yeah, how's your water heater, by the way?
No, it's wonderful. I love having cold water.
What happened?
My water heater fucking died.
And that's
It died or the light went out?
It's so affordable.
No, not the
to
pilot
fix.
light. Like it's not working.
Definitely not an expensive thing at
Yeah,
all.
It needs to be replaced. Yeah.
Did the whole thing go out or just the controller?
The whole thing went out.
Or-
Like my mom's boyfriend already came over and tried to fix it.
Yeah, I
I
had
know
ours
sometimes
go out.
the heating element will go out.
Yeah. Yeah, well that's what like that was the very first thing we thought is like, oh, is it the pilot light or the heater or whatever? But no, it's the whole thing. But it was in the house when we moved in. That was not something that we replaced when we moved in. So
Oh, that was something I made sure I replaced.
Yeah, well,
'cause it was
because, like,
it was
it, like-
20 years old.
yeah, no, ours was not 20 years old. They like ours. I think the date on ours was like 2011 or 2010 or something like that. So it's like 10, 13 years old or whatever.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think mine was like 1998.
Yeah.
Ready to kick
We had to
some
replace
Alright.
ours not this this year, but the year before. 'Cause
Yeah.
it died, and I was like, oh, thanks.
Wonderful. I love it
It's
here.
great. I love taking cold showers.
Mm-hmm. Especially I'm on vacation and it's like, no, you have cold showers. It's like wonderful. That's
My
wonderful
pilot
for
light
me.
keeps like going out.
Have you asked it not to?
I have. I've asked it, and then I crashed again.
Remy, let's get out there.
Chris, what is going on? Do you have something else running? Like, is something making it mad?
I don't know. Hold up, let's see what this is.
Salazzle. Why is the armory so disappointing?
What is this?
Yeah, I had like garbage guns in mine.
There was 2 guns and they were both white, and I was
Yeah.
like, great. So exciting. Oh, I did not mean to crouch, but here we are. Ooh, vampire blood.
Hold
Good.
up, this might. Hold up, let me.
Slide. Oh, host left match.
And there it goes. R.I.P.
Okay.
So hold up, let me see. Is there a? This
Ah,
might be it right here.
see, I told you he's breaking things.
I don't know how long this will take.
What did you do?
The error code I was getting was for my video driver,
Oh.
but it's worked for a while. But that could be explaining the stuttering,
Yeah.
Yeah, that would.
because I just never think to check
I don't
the
either.
updates.
I don't
And this
either.
update is specifically for Redfall, so
Oh.
Hilarious.
like GE Force has the picture of Redfall on it. So
That's so funny.
All right. Called out.
yeah, so maybe this is it. Because my Unreal kept crashing, and it when I googled the thing, it said it could be a driver. So this is fun.
That happened when we were playing the forest and my game kept crashing, and I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Then I did an update, and it was fine. Oh, delicious, refreshing Dr. Peeper.
Dr. Peepier.
Oh, well, while that downloads, we can give a rundown of nests because Pink didn't get to go through the vampire nest. Apparently they're good for leveling up and getting better gear, but
Yeah.
from what we saw, they're the one we did. I think it was a tutorial one, so it was a lot shorter and easier. You can apparently walk past the vampires. Technically, if you don't wake them up, you don't have to fight them. And then you're getting to like the heart of the nest, and you have to like shoot the little tendons that connect it. And then you have a limited amount of time after you destroy the heart to loot and get out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
I
it's
see.
a like grab what you can and GTFO before time runs out.
Yeah, and then it was a decent amount of loot.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's pretty straightforward and easy because it's just like, walk through this area, kill whatever you have to, kill the heart, and then grab stuff and go before the area collapses. But apparently that's one way to get better gear and level up and abilities and stuff. I'm just glad that there's more maps because I genuinely was like, if this is the only area, I'm like, how are we gonna level up to like unlock more stuff? Because currently, I don't think we're gonna level up that quickly. There's not that much going on, but now that we know that there's more and there's gonna be more enemies, I feel a little more confident.
Yeah, there was a decent amount more, like just walking out of the place.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So we shall see.
We will see.
Uh-oh. Did he die? Wonder if his computer
Oh,
had to
yeah, he
restart.
probably has to restart his computer because he just started a
Yeah.
driver update. Yeah.
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 Those pesky drivers. They all just
Honestly,
suddenly be like,
there's
update."
part of me who's like, just do it. Like, just do it. Just download it and just do it. But then there's the other part of me that's like, no, because then like it'll do it in the middle of something. Like,
Oh, there we go.
Good.
Moment of truth.
Is it that moment of truth?
Yep, to see if that update works.
Well, here's the thing. If it clears up your stuttering, that would be great.
I think it's more just playing the game at this point.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying like if that was
Yeah,
the
yeah.
issue,
Hopefully,
then-
hopefully that is the issue with that too, because it was bad. I'm talking like 20 frames a second for most of it.
It's so weird because I don't have that problem. I don't think Pink does. And Astro's only problem was the game just hates him specifically. I don't know what he did to anger
All right,
it.
I'm loading back in.
Okay.
Hopefully, it's not one of those you have to restart your computer things.
Oh, I hope not.
I thought that's what you were doing.
No, 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 no. You know when you update your driver, your monitors and computer goes crazy for a second.
I just saw Astro's message. This may be my final message.
Yeah.
Slay many vampires and teabag them. Poor Astro.
They have a
What's he-
generator. Like, just use the
But
generator.
what's he gonna do? If he has his phone's dead, he has no power. What's he gonna do? Just sit in the dark?
He has a switch until the battery dies.
Yeah, but the battery on the Switch is not that great.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if he's smart, he'll go to like the library or school or something.
Yeah. What
Okay.
a bummer.
I know. Nothing ever works out when we plan something.
All right,
And
let's
it's
see.
not just this game. It's every game. Like when
That's
we,
what
the
I'm
more
saying,
people we
like,
have,
it's
the
just,
worse
like-
it gets.
Yeah. It's just hard to plan for whatever reason.
It is. Things just come up, and you know that's life.
Yeah.
Shit happens.
Alright.
Okay.
Will it work?
Let's see.
We'll find out.
It did seem a lot smoother loading in.
That's something. That's progress. We'll
Yeah.
take progress. Okay.
Maybe it was just a driver issue. Thingies crossed.
Fingies crossed.
Toesies crossed.
No.
If
Gotta
it doesn't
cross
work,
your
if
tootsies.
you didn't, if it doesn't work, it's because you crossed your tootsies and not your fingies.
What if I'm doing both?
The cancels.
Cancels. How dare.
Mhm.
How dare. Well, have you crashed yet?
No,
That's progress.
I know. Maybe we're getting somewhere.
Maybe.
Let's get out there and
Come on, Unreal, don't crash on me.
Oh, I'm loaded in. Where the fuck are you guys?
I'm already upstairs.
Oh,
You know,
Hey,
you kind of
that's
remind
you.
me of myself at your age.
I'm still loading,
Thank you.
but I haven't crashed.
well, you've loaded into the game.
I've loaded, just can't do anything. Oh, I heard a noise.
No, you didn't. You didn't hear shit.
Oh,
Oh,
Is he in?
oh!
I'm
He's in.
here.
He's in. He's
Amazing.
moving.
I'm
He's
here.
grooving. Oh,
Amazing.
I moved too much and I made myself dizzy.
What do we have here? I forgot what I even have.
That's a good question. What do have?
What do have? That
What
is
do
the
have?
realest of the questions.
I have a point. Okay, let's see. I like how it's notifying me I've got 5 keys. And
5 keys.
what?
Thank you for the alert, Krista.
what do I do with those keys? Oh, I should clean up all the weapons.
That's
I don't
still
need.
that's still weird for me to hear.
Mm-hmm.
But
I
you're
appreciate it. Thank you.
right. Big Pritch? You big Pritch?
A big pritch.
Ooh, I almost got rid of that and I didn't want to.
How are you?
At least I don't think I want to.
Okay, I guess. I mean, considering. Come back safe and sound, Dev.
It's weird when the blues have better stats than the golds.
Hmm. Yeah, but
It's the
Borderlands
level.
does that sometimes, yeah.
Ready to kick some monster
The
butt?
weapon
Weird.
level.
Yeah. Ooh, sniper at 441. That's a big heat.
Mine's at
Not
four,
my-
only 407.
I might switch out my shotgun for the
I haven't liked shotguns like at all.
Yeah, I swapped mine for the yokai. I mean, I liked the Grimtide when it was actually useful, but then you get to a certain level and it's garbage.
Like
Yeah.
immediately, you mean?
Yeah, pretty much. Which sucks because it's a pretty looking gun. Oh well, what can you do? All right. Yeah, it does 15 damage.
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 Sora.
Sora.
No.
Boil.
No.
Boil.
What? The flare gun does more damage than like the shotgun. That's pretty fucking sad. Okay, well, let's switch some stuff or one thing. really.
Wow.
So what's our plan? Where are we going? What are we doing? How do we do it?
I guess vampire nest and then try to progress so we can unlock the next.
Okay, I'm looking at the lost and found right now to see if there's anything I want.
I am out here.
You're
outside.
out here, just out
Yeah.
and about.
Out here.
Babe, pig in
Yeah.
the city.
Yes.
Got it.
That was the second one, wasn't it?
Yes,
Okay, that's what I thought.
it's an important distinction.
Yeah, I haven't seen those in so long.
Okay. I'm looking at my button menus, like what does what? Oh,
You're looking at your butt menu.
Your butt.
my butt. I'm looking at my butt.
Look at your butt.
Well,
Your
we're
butt menu.
we gotta to find a nest. We need to find blue doors because I don't know if they're on the map. It might be. Oh wait, yeah, there is one. There's a vampire nest in Addison Estate grounds, and there's one near the Supper Club, or also if we go to Autumn Trail Road. So there's two.
Okay, so I have to remember. This is teleport. Okay.
Which one do we want to go to?
I don't care.
Okay, let's go to Autumn Trail, I guess, because it's closer.
What is that?
Should be able to fast travel.
What is this thing?
What? I don't know. I'm fast traveling, my guy.
Angler? What's an angler?
Oh, it's
Oh,
a
that's
type
a
of
type of
vampire.
Yeah. Okay, I have made it to Autumn.
Okay, I'm just killing this statue and then I'll be there.
Oh,
Or mist
Yep.
or whatever it's called.
I'm definitely smelling a nest. That sounds weird. Brebon!
Okay. Brebon.
Brebon! Okay, we've got statue. Okay.
Okay, so we're going to
Statue.
where?
It was Autumn Trail. It's kind of on the left. You'll see there's a blue marker on the map. There's two of them. The top
yep,
leftish
yep,
one.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Oh, vampire nest.
Ew. Ew.
It is a little bit smoother.
Is that?
Yeah. I'll know once like we actually start, or I actually start like teleporting and everything.
Is it down there? Is that where it is? Where is it? Oh, we're in
Somewhere nearby.
What's that blue thing?
The
the nest.
No, the blue vampire.
Blue vampire. What do you want about?
what?
I just shot him on the bridge. Oh, here he is.
I'm like, I just keep going. What do you want about?
Oh, yeah, he's just
It's
glowing
probably
blue or
because it's a
whatever.
vampire nest one.
Oh, cool. I like it.
Okay. So...
Oh, is the vampire nest this like blue shield over here?
Yeah, that we're kind of standing in right now. I think it's.
Where's the?
Is this it? Oh, it's right here. It's right here.
Where's the statue?
It's over here.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay.
Okay, I'm ready.
I'm coming. I was gonna try to kill that statue, but I'm coming.
Found it.
Oh, I'm not close enough, apparently.
This feels like one of those Valheim doors.
Valheim.
Alright. So.
Straightness
destroy
heart, gather
that-
loot, escape before it
Destroy a
collapses.
heart,
Okay.
Get out. And don't get eaten by
Is this
vampires.
the exact same one?
You can fall off of stuff, so be careful, because Chris straight jumped off the map last time.
And I died. Yes.
It
What is
was really
this?
funny,
What's this
honestly.
glowy?
There's stuff you can
Ammo?
Nothing.
destroy.
It might have something useful.
I wonder if this one only has like 2 vampires like the other one did.
I don't know.
Because the other one only had like 2, maybe 3. It felt like.
Yeah, there's also like bodies I think you can fuck with and like get materials and you'll find little corpses.
Okay. Well, there's one right there.
I think there's an achievement for getting through a nest without waking them, but I don't know how likely that is.
Yeah. Need to reload.
Okay, there was a little more in this one than the last one.
Yeah. Because there was only 2 in the last one, so this is definitely.
Yeah.
I was trying to stake him and he wasn't ready, and I just kept poking him.
Corpse of the Lost.
Thank you. Danke.
Danka.
Dankeschön.
Wait, what's this bridge? Go up to anything? You know, there's one
I'm-
way to find out.
There's definitely something up there, it looks like.
They're sleeping.
They take a nap.
Very sleepy. Can you just like?
Right here.
Oh,
was
it's
gonna
just a
say-
short. It's
There's ammo right here, shotgun ammo. I feel like you're just like, they're sleepy. Go Brebon. Oh wait, no, that was explosives. Go Brebon. That
I need
UV
psychic
thing
rescue.
does.
How do I punch? Oh, F. Hey Trav, how are you? Welcome in.
Let me see something.
I hope you're
better.
having a
I do have the
nice
skill where
week.
that.
Go up, go down, go left, go right. Is there anything up there?
No,
Okay.
not even loot.
Bummer.
Oh, I have it. Okay, I
This
have
one's
it.
actually way cooler than the last one. The last one was definitely like a here's your bare bones tutorial, but this is
Like the
yo.
last one, like we were already at the middle.
Oh, here's one of those
At the end.
watcher dudes.
Oh
I
boy.
one-shotted his ass.
Nice.
Oh, the stake thing.
No, it
Corpse
was
of the
just the
Lost.
sniper.
Okay. Oh, does your sniper have it to where you don't have to stab?
I guess. At least with those. I don't know if those guys are different.
Is it like
'cause they're the
UV
watchers.
ammo or something?
Well, I have a pistol that you can shoot instead of
I
stab.
found it.
Oh. What'd you find?
Where we're supposed to go.
Oh.
Oh, there's another one.
Oh.
There's 2.
Cobre bon. When I try and punch and I just poke. Okay, so this is the heart. It's big and gross.
I see.
Then I wonder if
And
we
we
want
gotta
to.
destroy all the little connections.
I wonder if we want to check it and see if there's anything else here before we.
There's stuff below for sure. I see a thing to pick up, and then there's that. That there is the thing we have to break after the heart gets destroyed.
I wonder where.
You can try and take
So-
note of all the spots. The loot
So are the
spots.
rooms like these like red, the red
Yeah.
things, right?
Yeah, the red
Okay,
like
so-
crystal walls.
There's one right here. I wonder if we should mark them before we.
I mean, just take note.
Because this is like multiple stories.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I guess marking them is the same as like taking notes, but yeah.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
I'm
saying.
gonna assume this door might be the exit. Maybe. It's
I don't
a
know.
locked door. Noted. Okay. Oh, you getting that over there?
I mean, we can go anywhere as long as y'all are.
Yeah.
We can meet in the middle down at the bottom, and I can teleport us back to the wherever the door is
Yeah.
to get out.
Oh, there we go. It should be pretty straightforward. Oops, I fell to the bottom. That's okay. We got one
One
more
more.
up there.
All right, we ready?
There's ammo here.
Hey, there's some stuff over
Yeah,
there
I
for
got that
use.
already.
I
we
don't
good?
know what I don't. I guess. I don't know
So
what we're
when we
doing.
do this last one, we're gonna have like a timer.
That's not the last one. There's one right here. on this blue Connex that's hanging.
Oh, okay, okay. So I'll do
Yeah,
this
yeah, yeah.
one. So when we do all of them, we're gonna have a timer. There's gonna be like some loot doors pop up. We have to go in and pick up everything and then get to a extraction spot. This is
So,
our second
like-
one. That's all we know.
Yeah, so like this here, where the marker is, that's the kind of like spot you're looking where there's gonna be loot. Is those big red kind of crystal-y things.
Okay.
But
I'll-
that's literally all we know. I mean, we've only done the tutorial.
Yeah, you're gonna have to get on that. You've got your teleporty thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get on
You're a
that.
special boy.
Special boy, a yumpy boy.
Let's get moving.
Yep, there he goes.
Alright.
My compass is bugging out.
I'm going to wait
So's
for
mine.
my.
I'm gonna assume it's because we're in a nest and it's like supposed to be not of this world. It's
Maybe.
in between.
I'm gonna wait till my teleporter to come back because I don't know what this timer is gonna look like. All right, here we go.
Ready.
Time to break that heart.
Oh, that's right. Break the heart. Okay, heart is broken. Why is this? Oh, I was like, why am I bouncing? Okay. Is it not
break
breaking
these?
these? They should. Maybe.
No,
we
it says
go-
Oh, there's something over here.
Nest remnant.
Maybe we go to that first. Open.
Open.
Oh, there we
Okay,
go.
Now we can. Okay, there we go. Yep. Nope, there's one. Oh, it marks
Think-
them on your screen anyways.
I think you just grab stuff.
Yeah.
We gotta move fast.
Here's the exit by me.
Okay. Climb, you fool! Oh god, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. Pop, 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 pop. I hate when it's like, pick it up and it's like, or what if I didn't? Yeah, we got 30 seconds, which is like a lot, but not.
Hey, this glass thing looks breakable now.
Okay, so that's the
Last chance to
exit
look
there.
inside.
Got it.
Yeah,
I don't
there's
know
3
where the
doors over
other-
here.
Okay. I'm trying to get to you guys, but I'm kind of struggling.
Oh boy, the lag. What the heck?
Yeah, I'm hitting
exit.
Oh,
open.
we got
and
8
it's like-
seconds. We got 8 seconds.
Gotta go, we gotta go.
I'm here.
Where's the exit? Where's the exit?
Right here on me.
I don't know if I'm gonna make it. I don't think I made it.
I wonder. I don't know if we have to get to the exit or if it just kicks us.
I don't know. It might just kick.
Let me check the weapons.
Yeah, let me see if I did get the new
Oh
stuff.
yeah, it just kicks us. I think I got a bunch of weapons.
You might get a bonus for exiting. I don't know.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Well, this actually is better. I got a better UV.
One more blood bag, and I will ascend.
Oh, there's a vampire near us. I hear him.
Even want.
Oh yeah.
What are they going to do once
That's
everyone is
weird.
either
You might be
one
on
I
the right.
got
monster food?
nothing.
You got nothing? What do you mean you got nothing?
Everything I've got is worse than what I have.
Oh, well then you got stuff, you just got garbage. That's,
Yeah.
that's not nothing. You just got garbage.
Yeah.
Okay, so
So that was
do
a
we want to
nest.
do this other one?
We can, yeah.
So we go to
Oh.
Sedgwick Safe House.
Siege week. Fast travel to Siege week. Yeah, I felt like movement-wise, I was struggling because I was getting caught on things, or like I'd tell her to climb and she'd be like, nah. But what if I didn't? Oh, let me make room real quick because we're gonna be looting. Definitely gonna have to get rid of stuff.
Oh wait, I wonder what blood remnants I got.
Oh yeah, love a good blood remnant.
Worse. So I literally got nothing.
Love
That's
that for
nice.
you. 235 versus 271. We'll get rid of that one. Order you. 240. This one is 127. Get rid of that. Oop, wait, no, that one's actually worst. Worst. Worsted.
Worst.
101.
Worst.
Worsted.
Okay.
Grim Mistake. Special. Perfectly normal. Pacific Rim. Striga. I'm not gonna use this Striga. Yeah, I'm just like, what don't I need? Okay. Goodbye, garbage.
Should have thought of that before you were garbage.
Bribon. Where's the? Oh, are we already in it? Are we in the
What?
midst of it already, or no? It's it's over there. I think maybe. Which way is this curving? Oh no, we are in it. Okay.
Okay.
Chris, did you find it or no? It's got to be in the middle.
Where y'all at? Oh, y'all fast traveled.
We did. The fastest of travel.
I was
fuck that.
reading and got lost.
Who the fuck are you?
Reading? I know, right?
Oh no, there was a vampire. But yeah, also you reading, gross.
That's
That
probably
was
over
a
here in the
gross.
blue.
Ribbon! Do a murder, ribbon. Oops, switch gun.
Why read when you can just do?
I have the gun out. What do you want from me?
There's a nest around here somewhere.
Alright. Vampire nest. Where it says
Nonsense.
vampire nest. Well, that's
How
pretty straight
powerful
fucking
that
forward, I
is.
guess.
Any
Alright, I'm
evidence
standing
of
on the
it?
vampire nest.
Okay,
Okay,
cool.
I'm almost there.
Thank you.
I'm laughing because I was like, what's that glowing light? And it literally says vampire nest. Straightforward.
Nah, it doesn't say anywhere. Nah, it doesn't.
I learned it.
I don't
reading.
think it's clear enough what it is.
What could it? I don't like the squishy sound.
The pulsing.
squelching?
Yeah.
Icky. Icky! Well, I know Chris is here because I heard a teleport.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I know when he's around. I just hear wee.
You just hear fishy.
It's true.
Oh,
This one's different. Nest characteristics, blood trance. Okay. So they
escape
have
before
different-
collapse. I wonder if you do get extra stuff if you find the door.
It's possible.
You just have to find the door. Oh
And
god.
apparently they have different
Knowing-
characteristics. But who knows
Knowing
what they are.
our luck, the door was on the other side of that container.
Probably.
Oh my gosh, I'm lagging so bad.
Oh, there's left and right? Or is this just something we can pick up? This might just be a
Just
campsite.
like track and field.
Okay, so is there anything to get here? No? Okay.
This is stupid.
There's books in the cooler. I don't think that's where books go. but
That's
sure.
the best place to keep your books.
Yeah, you don't want your books getting all hot and sweaty. Who wants sweaty books?
Yeah, you can't read your
Ew.
books when they get too hot.
No, you don't want condensation on your books.
Gross.
Yeah, you know, like how your phone says you're cool off, it's too hot to use.
Yeah.
So you gotta
Ooh,
put it in your
wow,
fridge?
lag. That was horrible.
Your books do the same thing if you didn't know.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
I am a bad book owner. All my books will be taken from me. Oh, there's another one of those
What was that?
watcher.
Did
Now he watches nothing, for I have killed him.
he watches that bullet in his head. Ow! I'm on fire.
Did
Probably
that fire
don't walk
sneak
in
up
the
on you?
fire then.
Well, I didn't mean to walk in the fire. It just,
No, you definitely meant to.
it just kind of happened.
No, you definitely meant it.
I promise, it just happened.
That's a likely story. Oh, there's one of those game watchers. Watching.
Watching.
I guess you don't have to stab the watchers.
Which is nice. Okay.
Chest
There's
over here.
sprinklers. How do we make the sprinklers sprinkle?
Well, you don't shoot them,
Yeah, I tried that. It didn't work.
but you know, that's us thinking like real life.
I mean, they probably work. It's just gotta figure out how to do it. We probably could have just teleported over the fire, honestly. Did we forget about that as an option?
I kind of did.
That's
Not gonna lie.
Oh, come on, lag. That was a perfect shot, but you just lagged out of right there.
Oh, shit. I just keep punching them.
I saw something purple up there and I got excited, then I realized it was just her
God, lag.
elevator.
Her ability, yeah. Brutal.
We should stick together out here.
Let's get you fixed up.
There's one. On to the next.
There's a bunch of doors in this one. I've already seen 2 just walking around. Yeah, there's 3, 4. There's 4 doors. Holy shit.
I will not have the fire hurt me again.
You're like, this time.
Nope, I just teleport.
Just 2 more. Chris,
Yeah,
you're all
I
up
had
top,
to get-
There's one on the
I had
top.
to-
You get the one up top. We can get that one.
There's 2 up
Yeah.
top.
No, you can get this one right here.
Oh, can you get around the fire
Yeah,
for that one?
We can get this
I
one.
can. I have my elevator, yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
So how are you supposed to do this if you can't teleport?
I don't know.
Don't you ask questions. You're correct.
Is there a... Oh, okay. Well, she got up here fine. Alright.
Okay.
So we got...
Time to break that.
And
That.
here
Turn the
is
fire off.
nest remnant.
Okay. Remnant. Okay. And then door here.
Yeah, there's a door over here, which I'm trying to get to, but
Last chance to look inside.
Okay. Door there.
what do we got in here? Anything good?
Door up here.
Ooh, lockjaw. It's a shotgun. Okay. What else we got? The only problem is when you guys crack them, I don't know if you've noticed, you can't see them on the map anymore.
Yeah, I know.
So then it's like, where the hell are they? Fuck, I just fell in a hole. Fucking stupid.
Alright, where's the exit?
I wish...
I
don't
should have it
know.
marked.
Oh, it's here. It's here. It's in this door. It's in the door in the building. I'll wait here.
In the building? Okay.
Yep, it's right here. Alright, I'll go through. I don't need any more weapons. I don't care. 10 seconds.
I'm bummed. I wanted more. but-
Chris. There you go.
Not much time left.
Chris, run!
Let's run.
Run!
Exit.
Let's go.
Let's see if we
it
do
gets
anything
us
extra,
any
yeah.
Extra, yeah. Otherwise, it's like, who cares?
Yeah, like if
Yeah.
we. That's why I was like, if we don't get anything extra, then there's no point. Let's see. What it
I
says
don't-
on-
Alright.
Nothing's
I don't-
popping on my screen, so... Oh wait,
I
nest
don't-
destroyed.
Experience gained.
Heart.
Escape successful. Experience gained 1,000. So you get more XP for
Okay.
escaping.
Cool.
So, basically nothing.
Well, you get twice as much XP for escaping. Because you only got 500.
I don't see how
for
you
before.
could get everything.
I-
Like, my god, it's so hard to get through there.
Yeah. Alright, what
Okay,
next?
well,
What
I
we
I got another one of those pistols that can kill vampires without stabbing them. You can just shoot them.
I got a semi-automatic shotgun called Lockjaw. I think that was the only real thing I got.
You know, you're really good at chasing down the vamps.
I did track and field in high school.
Okay,
All
well,
stayed in hurdles.
well, now what do we want to do now that we've taken care of those 2 nests? There's go to Addison Mansion.
Yeah, let's do that. We can progress. Because I think story will give us more map.
Okay. I'm heading to Addison Estate Grounds. The, like, near the yellow marker on the map.
Okay.
Cause mission-wise, we don't have any side missions, it's only the House of Echoes. So
Okay.
we're chugging along. We gotta go that way,
Okay.
I think. It's not on my map. Why isn't it on my fucking map? So annoying.
Skill. You can you can respec now. Wow.
Once you get to 10, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, so this direction, got it.
Let's see. What do I want to upgrade?
Oh, I got excited that you could possibly
That was entertaining.
play those. Ooh, I was not getting lagged before, but I'm
That's
getting
funny.
lagged now.
They got killed by their own grenade. Love that.
What do I want to do?
You gooing all over.
I don't know what I want to do.
Oh, what, with your abilities?
Yeah.
I mean, what sounds appealing?
Wandering off alone is something we definitely should not
I
be
don't
doing.
know.
Poor Chris is having an existential crisis.
I am.
He's like, who am I? What am
I just don't know.
I don't know either. What are your options? What has you confuddled?
None of them do anything.
What do you mean none of them do anything? They have to do something.
Yeah, like I can like carry more ammo, or like some of my abilities get like my shock spear thing. Like I've got those, but I've only used that once this entire
Well,
game.
Can you upgrade your UV bomb? Because that's pretty fucking dope.
I can.
Then do
I can
that.
make it to where the black light lasts longer, or petrification lasts longer, or we heal when we're inside of it.
Ooh, healing could be helpful.
Stop, I'm not trying to do this. Like, this is so annoying.
I might do petrification. I did petrification last longer,
Petrification.
and it wasn't just because you said healing might be helpful. It's because if they're petrified, then they're not hurting you anyway. So
That's true. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
you said pick this one, and I said no.
You said that's nice that you would advise something, but I'm not gonna listen to it.
Thank you for the for the follow.
I heard your opinion and I said no. Okay. Oh look, here's Chris. He made it.
Oh wow.
Not me trying to pick up gas cans and pour things on the floor.
It's the last house on the left.
A la
Seriously.
Dead Island.
Dead
I
Island,
mean,
yeah.
seriously.
to worry about.
Okay. How do I get in?
Nice.
There's some just hanging out in the air. Freaky.
Yeah.
Okay, that was actually really funny.
Yeah, I can't.
They just like fall like birds out of the sky.
Holy shit.
Whoa. What the hell is this?
Oh no,
Got
but
a
I'm lagging.
siphon. C'est bon! Okay. He's good. Ooh, sucks
Behind
to
you.
you.
I am lagging.
Loading. I was loading.
Why
You
is
don't
this
have-
fucking? Nope, my game just crashed. Yep.
You can now spend support to redistribute your skill.
Do you have to upgrade your driver?
Thank you for the follow. Follows are anonymous.
I don't know.
For your convenience, you may stay lurking or
Did you have an error pop up?
Yeah. An
What'd it
Unreal-
say?
An Unreal something. UI4 or something like that.
Hold up.
I don't use
Okay.
GeForce, so
I had access violation.
dirty.
well, see, the thing is like I don't know what is going on, but anytime I hit R in game, oh, now it's not doing it. It was bringing up my AMD thing every time I was hitting R in game. So like anytime I was hitting R to reload, it was like bringing up like my AMD shit.
Interesting.
Yeah, so that's not something that normally happens. I think I need an invite, and I think I lost all that XP.
Don't we have to go back to menu?
Can. Yeah. We have to. We have to. Yeah. You send me an invite when you can. I'm gonna run to the bathroom.
I was thinking the exact same thing.
It's pee time. Everybody pee.
I think. Or else.
Or else. Are you gonna send an invite before or after?
I thought I sent one, but I clicked her
Oh,
name
I got
twice.
it. I got it.
Alright,
I got it.
be right back.
Okay.
Okay. Looks like it's just us, chat. I don't know how this game is functioning worse now than it did before. Wow, overall quality high, and that's it. That's all that there is. Okay, that's nice. Yes, I'm sure.
I have returned.
Returned.
I did it. I returned. I was so fast.
You did pee so fast.
So fast.
You peed
Okay,
so
maybe
fast.
now we can get this together. I don't know what's been going on lately. Just everything's been fussy.
Yeah.
The curse of the fuss.
Yeah. It's weird. While watching you stream is probably oh my gosh, one of your more relaxing evenings months. What are you doing in Arceus, Oddball? You return?
I have returned.
Amazing.
I've been vibing.
Amazing.
PP time was a success.
Finding all the unknowns. Ooh, I did that before I stopped
Into
playing.
the
Unknown.
Into the unknown.
I've only ever done that once, and it was not fun.
Really? Why?
But I did
you
it.
do that?
I did it in the original Silver, and then Fire Red.
not hard at all.
Oh, like the original. Well, I guess the original Silver and Fire
Only
Red
did
is like
10s,
the
not
same kind of area,
I am confident. I am
but it was like
yes.
basically like 7 or 8 different like caves, and then like each cave only spawned certain ones, and then some were like really rare, and it was like 1% drops on it. It was not fun. Actually, I think the ones that I have right now are the ones from my original Fire Red.
Don't mind me. I'm fixing things. I noticed that my emotes were being ridiculous.
Which it's still
Hi,
like
Carly.
it's still crazy to me to think that I have Pokemon that like people that I know.
Yeah, Oddball. It's like a scavenger hunt. Love you all many. Love you all many. What's going on? Portland?
No, love you all many. Where were we going? What were we doing? Oh, we were going to the mansion. Wait, did those come back? No, those are different ones. Those are different nests. Different nests popped up.
In the house?
Not yet.
Do we want to do the different nests, or do we just want to complete the mission? Mission?
Oh, sure.
Speaks to you.
Liar, liar, plants.
No, it's just the game is laggy, and you know. But at this
It's
point, I'm
just-
I'm just here to have a good time. Like whatever.
I think it's just the game.
Well, it wasn't doing this previously.
Yeah, it
But
wasn't.
then they
doing this
haven't
last
done
time.
any updates, so
Hi,
I don't know why
Rosa.
it's different. Like, I don't know why it's having issues when it wasn't doing this yet.
Oh, I mean, it's probably because Phil Spencer came out and like just gave up on live.
Wandering off alone
I don't know what you're on about, but okay.
Phil Spencer, like the CEO of Xbox. Like, have you guys seen like his
I don't pay
like?
attention to who runs what. I don't give a shit.
Oh,
how
like
old-
he came out in like a video or like a conference thing and basically was like, "Yeah, we know Xbox sucks.
Hello,
We
I
can't
okay?
really
How
do
are you?
anything
I
about it."
okay?
Oh. Okay.
Like he's like, "Yeah, I don't know. We're not gonna. We're not better than Nintendo. We're not better than PlayStation."
I'm okay. Just chilling. Big chillin'.
Doing the vibe.
Me.
The heck. So my pistol is broken. Yeah, so like my pistol's supposed to kill those vampires. I want wait, hold on. What if I unequip it and then equip it back? It'll work.
Naturally.
Naturally.
Now,
Oh my god, this lag.
let's see. If I were a scientist turned vampire god. where would I have a
Scientist
lab
turned
for my past
vampire god.
Vampire.
Oh, hello.
Okay, my pistol's broken.
Good broken or bad broken?
Bad broken.
Oh.
Like it's supposed to kill vampires instead of having to stake them, but it's just not doing it.
Hey, we've been here before.
Going P-shot? Okay. P-shot.
What am I aiming at? I don't know. I wish this held more ammo. Oop, I'm
This lag,
reloading.
dude.
I'm out of ammo. What is my life? Ramon, mommy needs you!
Bro, there's no fucking way that this is gonna be this way tonight, like...
Oh, they left
Was it
blood
just
on the
not
floor.
doing anything?
It's so laggy, but it's also lagging my audio, so it's like every time I
weird.
fucking turn around. But it didn't do
Yeah.
this last time we played.
That's
No.
kind of what mine was doing.
Amelia's room.
Like I'm actually running kind of smooth tonight, at least
No.
compared to what I have
Mine's the worst that it's been every single time we've played.
been. Yeah, you must be
Really
getting
weird.
the issues I was having.
Well, take them back. I don't want them.
I don't want.
You take it. I don't want. I did not consent to this bullshit.
Bullshit.
Bullshit. Quizzes.
I can't even
waking
turn.
me.
Like literally, I go to turn and then I've like turned in a completely different direction because it's lagged so hard.
Yeah.
Why can none of us just like play as a group? Why is there constantly issue?
I don't know, because computers are a thing, and you know, I'm a massive joke, so having me involved
Oh,
is just
no.
obviously gonna make it not work.
This is a little
No,
girl's
no,
room.
no,
Oh, I found a doll. There you go.
no.
I
Why
don't
are
want
there
it.
multiple?
Yeah, we have to find the rest of the dolls.
Oh.
I found one doll.
I
Yeah.
don't want to find the dolls.
Well, unfortunately, you have to. So.
Medication, gimme prescription meds.
Ah! I lagged off the fucking roof. What a joke.
That's exactly what was happening to me. It doesn't feel good.
I'm guessing we have to look around the entire house for dolls. But I don't know where we've already chatted. Maybe up in the attic. Maybe in the attic.
That boy Charles. That's his name. Charles.
I mean, I guess technically I'm not without issue too. My pistol's completely broken.
I can't remember. Hey,
Yeah, I don't know why it's bad today. Like, this is like the 4th time we've played, and this is bad.
It's just super bizarre. Like
Oh,
like
I
Unless
found the
I
doll.
they-
get if there
unless
was
they-
a reason.
Unless they pushed a patch and it just auto-updated, and we're not seeing that there was a patch there. Because it's like, I'm lagging so bad. And
Oh,
now,
there's another guy.
because of my crash, now I like lost all of that XP that we just did, so I'm behind again.
Oh, you lost that level?
Yeah, so I'm back to level 9.
Well,
Oh.
on my screen, you're level 1, because, you know, the game loves doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did notice, like, earlier when Crystal lagged out, you, like, jumped up from level 1 to level 10
Yeah,
on my screen.
Raw, thank you so much for the raid. What'd you do today? Oh, you did movie night again? What'd you watch? Oh, speaking of movie night, you know I logged into Disney this morning, and guess what's on there?
What's on?
Ant-Man.
Ant-Man! But they don't have Guardian.
No, no Guardians, but we can watch Ant-Man and Guardians. Chris, if you want to after work, after a stream. I almost said after work.
I'm fine.
Where? I mean, it's kind of work.
Yeah.
I'm fine, like you don't want to? Like, damn.
No, like that's like
Like,
yeah,
you're like,
I
I'm
will.
fine. Like, I would rather.
I'm good.
I would
No.
rather. I would literally
I would rather
rather
not.
die than watch a movie with you two.
Games
It
with you,
can-
fucking gross. Movies, worse.
I don't know anything about Marvel anymore, so
It's
like
fine.
it.
Neither does
it-
anybody. I'm gonna do raid stuff real quick though, so give me like a
Oh,
minute.
okay.
Grod, thank you so much for the raid. I,
mean,
appreciate
what is
it.
there to know
What is
about
12 foot
Marvel,
deep
really?
ambulance?
They're
What is
I don't-
12 foot deep
and
ambulance?
they're
I don't know.
powerful.
Clifford the Big Red Dog.
I don't
obviously.
know. Like every
But I'm
movie
gonna
just
definitely-
seems.
Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for the raid, Groframe. I appreciate you. If you do not know who I am, if you're just hanging out and you're lurking or whatever. Hi, hello, welcome in. My name is Krista, or Pinksel. Most people just call me Pink. I am a variety streamer. I play a little bit of everything, ranging from things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, and everything in between. I have a very quick video that I like to show whenever we get a raid to see if this is someplace you might want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time. Oh, it's 12 foot deep and ambulance. Is 12 foot deep a shark movie? I feel like I may have seen that. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoy it, and I'll see you in a moment. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions?
We were like 2 seconds away from the bike song.
I wanna ride my bike!
Hey, look, Nate. It's Uranus. I am Cat. I can help you. Look at that donk. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. And then they show up and we talk about booty.
I wanna be forever.
How are her boobs not falling out?
First you're like, yeah, then you're like, yeah.
You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I really messed up, didn't I? I made bad choices. Coming! What if you just, like, collected a bunch of farts? Are you pooping?
Bees! Go, bees!
I want to die right now. I'm gonna go drown.
Solid!
Nobody's
You're smarter.
looking at my pee-pee! So cute!
Perceive my booty, arg. I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. I shoot them my gun. Antidepressant.
Is it working?
I want to be haunted by Marcia. Oh,
I'm trying to make the poop.
All right, where's Davy Jones?
Oh my gosh! My monitor.
What
Nate,
I had said.
Why?
What is happening?
Why are you like this?
I couldn't make this up if I tried.
That won't and can't go wrong.
You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
Here's another thing.
Bye. Oh my gosh! Thank you so much, Gra. I appreciate it. You said they got trapped in a pool. I almost like have questions because I'm like, how the hell
There
did
was
they
a
get trapped
container here. I don't know if
in
you
a
can see
pool?
it.
But also, like, maybe I want to see it eventually. Who knows?
Oh, that was a nice salvage.
Every time, yeah, but people don't know that that's what it is unless they. Oh shit! I might die. Oh, I didn't die. Okay. I'm back, by the way. Did you find the
yeah.
dolls?
Welcome back. We're
No.
trying. We found a blood vial.
My theory is it didn't spawn.
Well, I found one of them.
There's.
I found
multiple.
another.
Did you go put it up where it belongs?
I did put it where it goes. But my theory is the third one just didn't spawn.
Or
Okay.
we haven't found the room
Or we
because
just
there's
haven't
800
found
rooms
it.
here.
Yeah.
Chris just wants to be like, no, the game's broken. Wah! Or we haven't found it.
Right. Or we
No,
just
no,
didn't
no.
look.
If I haven't seen it, it doesn't exist.
Right.
Naturally.
Hi, Sadie. I unmuted to Are You Pooping? Listen. First one's kind of meh. I felt like they could have announced the pool was closing, but they didn't. Interesting. I love your trailer so much. Thanks, Sadie.
Where? See, and it's like, I don't know where you guys have been. I don't even know where I am half the time because this place is
I found
so
the one
cute.
in like the attic or something.
I found one in the kids' room, I believe.
I was in like the attic or something.
Thank you for the follow.
So, it's not so we need one more. Oh, I think it's where their locations are. So this one's outside in the what's it called? The greenhouse.
Oh, okay. I'll go
I
out.
think
I'm
they
right by the door. I'm right
correspond.
by the door.
Yeah. Because it says, looks like one was in the kitchen, one was in the attic.
Okay,
And so,
here's
yeah,
the
there's
greenhouse. Oh, here's a
Look at me solving
cultist.
puzzles.
Here's another cultist, or was another cultist.
I'm so
Yeah, here she is.
I'm-
Here.
I'm just gonna stand next to this dollhouse so you can just find it fast.
Chris,
so
you're doing such a great job.
Ah! Chris, what did you do?
Caught us on fire.
Why would you do that, Chris?
Because she said you're doing such a great job, and then I saw that right after.
For fuck's sake, why are you like this? This motherfucker scaring the bejesus out of me.
Yeah.
Well, it's a good thing you just went pee-pee.
I did just go pee-pee in my...
And then you went again.
Enter the dollhouse?
What?
What?
What the fuck does that mean?
Oh,
That sounds like a really bad Metallica song.
What the fuck?
Guys, I'm scared.
We are in the dollhouse.
Sin Eater. What the fuck is a Sin Eater?
What?
Induced hallucination.
Where the hell am I? What happened to the house? It's like it never got busted up.
Is this a Pretty Little Lions reference? Is it? Wait, you
I'm
guys
just
know where you are?
looking.
I never know where I am. Wait, you guys are like following directions?
Should we be going to the room that's like really broken up, or we have to destroy the Sin Eaters? What the fuck are Sin Eaters?
I don't know.
I think there's
but-
one in the attic. I don't know how to get back up to the attic is the thing.
I am possibly in the attic. Yeah, I found it. Maybe,
What does it want us
possibly.
to do?
Ew, why are you like this? Destroy your first Sin Eater. Okay.
Oh wait, I'm up here with her.
Oh,
Okay.
did you destroy it?
I did.
The psychic
Oh.
phenomenon.
I did.
Wait, so are they just where the dolls were?
No. Psychic Echo View.
Oh.
Yen
Well,
Rose, welcome in. How are you?
I mean,
you
that was
playing
where I
some
found.
Redfall? The right
That's where I found the
hand
doll.
of
was
Kim.
Right here.
Hello, welcome in. How are you? Otaku Paul, hello, welcome in, guys. Chilla, welcome in. Welcome in. Hold on, let me watch this echo. Oh, that was it. Oh, wait.
But you're a good girl.
Get him out of here.
But it hurts. It makes me so sleepy.
Know how important this is.
Called life.
Let me just wait for this echo and then I'll chat and say hello.
Me to be well?
Wow. That kid just said it hurts, and I just immediately thought about Nina.
Oof. Why would you do that? Alright, I'm gonna talk to Raiders. I'll be back in just a second.
Okie dokie.
Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much for the raid. You just finished it? Ooh, we are missing our fourth. They lost power, so unfortunately our fourth is missing. So that's kind of a bummer. But yeah, we are. Oh my gosh, we're just under 8 hours in, I think, when we started. I know I've been live for almost 5 hours, but I was playing Zelda before. But yeah, so we're about 8 hours in or so. Yeah, I hope their power comes back soon. Me too. It's a big bummer. So our fourth doesn't have power right now. But yeah, so we did some vampire nests today. I believe this is the final mission of the first area, so the town of Redfall. So we are about to continue progressing the story. I do have a little raid spiel / raid message if you guys don't mind. Welcome in, raiders. Thank you so much for being here. If you do not know who I am, hello, hi, welcome. My name is Krista, or Pinksel. Most people just call me Pink. I am a variety streamer. I play a little bit of everything, ranging from things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, and pretty much everything in between. I have a very quick video that I like to show whenever we get a raid, just to see if this is someplace you might want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, and just kind of see like what we're about, what to expect, and all that good stuff. I hope you enjoy, and I will see you in a moment. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions?
We were like 2 seconds away from the bike song.
I wanna ride my bike! Hey, look, Nate. It's Uranus. I am Cat. I can help you. Look at that donk. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. And then they show up and we talk about booty.
I wanna be forever.
How are her boobs not falling out?
First you're like, yeah, then you're like, yeah.
You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I really messed up, didn't I? I made bad choices. Coming! What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? Are you pooping? Bees! Go, bees! Yes. I want to die right now. I want to go drown. Yeah! Solid. Nobody's looking at my pee-pee. So cute. Perceive my booty, arg. I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. I shoot them my gun. Antidepressant. Is it working?
I want to be haunted by Marcia. Oh.
I'm trying to make the poop.
All right, where's Davy Jones?
Oh my gosh, my monitor.
What
Nate,
I had said.
Why are you like this? I couldn't make this up if I tried. That won't and can't go wrong. You could go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
Here's another thing.
Bye. Oh my gosh. I've seen my own stupid raid video 100 times and it still makes me laugh. But thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. The banana clip is your favorite. Everyone loves that one. You're back. Welcome back, Broseph. What are you doing? Are you sailing? I bet you're sailing. Overwatch and Sea of Thieves. Yeah, you recognized a bunch of stuff in there. That was great. 10 out of 10. Thank you very much. So I have been streaming for just about 3 years now. It'll be 3 years in July. And you know, over time you get raids and you're like, what can I do to make people like want to stick around and like want to be like part of the channel? And so I was kind of like, well, when you go to the movies, you know, like when you go to the movies, you see a movie trailer for a movie and then you're like, I want to see that movie. So this is kind of like my movie trailer, you know? Okay, I'm back. What did we do?
Oh, come downstairs. There's a psychic thingy.
An echo?
Wait, my flashlight doesn't show up on your screen.
No, it doesn't.
Oh.
No, that's a common thing.
You're so bright.
Where's Echo? Oh, here, Echo.
It's right there. Yeah.
She's
We're
the
waiting
goat.
here so you can see it.
Bruh, you're pretty cool.
Funny
You're pretty cool,
goat.
I
too.
don't want you leaving the house today. I need you here.
But you said after the butterfly,
Men lie. Get used to it.
Wow.
This is literally just Full Metal Alchemist.
Oh, I meant to tell you, Chris. You missed it at the beginning of stream. I started an anime last night.
Oh,
Make
what
him
was
guess.
it?
Make him guess.
It's one you like.
Demon Slayer?
That's the one.
Hey, look at that.
It's really good.
I'm 7 episodes in. That's a really good idea.
It's really freaking good.
So goo. All right.
And the
Chris,
artwork is amazing.
go
I
pull
do
your
like
thing.
I do like when he uses like the water breathing and stuff like that, and it does
The
like,
water, yeah.
like I like that like kind of tattoo kind of style. It's really cool.
It only gets better.
Oh,
Like how
I'm
good it
literally on
looks.
I started last night. I'm on 7
Go kill
episodes.
Chris.
Like I don't anticipate
I
like
told Chris he can kill this one since he's the only one who hasn't killed one.
Oh, okay.
A butterfly enclosure. That's either eccentric.
Yeah, so he can get the achievo. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
I was like, it's yard iron. Hey,
Yard
how's
iron.
it going?
Okay, let's see.
Let's
It's gonna go right in the middle
go.
here. Yep.
Yep.
Okay. Demon Slayer is very good. Yeah, I just started it, Sadie. I just started it.
And season 2 arcs is way better than season 1 too.
Yeah, like I said, I'm on episode. So I watched up through 7. So I'm about to watch episode 8. So the last episode I watched was the one where he goes on his first mission, and it's the demon that's like split into like 3 demons, and it's like taking the girls, and it's like the underwater under the streets.
Wow.
That one was really cool.
I
That's
don't
fucked up.
remember.
I'm sure you don't.
I could ask questions, but I don't want it to be something you haven't seen yet.
Damn.
Just because it's been like 2-3 years since that season.
Has such beautiful animation. Yeah, I like it a lot so far. And I'm really picky with my anime. Like there's so many animes that people have recommended to me, and I'll be like, I hate this. So the fact that I actually found one and I like it so far is like a big deal for me.
That's the next one I'm gonna get Jessica to watch. Since we finished Naruto. After 2 years.
What's my favorite? My favorite anime is actually Sailor Moon. I like Fushigi Yugi.
Full Metal Alchemist.
I like Full Metal Alchemist. I like
Full
Cardcaptor
Metal
Sakura.
Alchemist.
Martian Successor Nadesico is a big one of my favorites. Trigon's a big one of my favorites.
Trigon's really good.
Cowboy Bebop. If I'm being completely honest, completely transparent, I really like late 90s, early 2000s animes. I feel like anime has gotten so convoluted in the past like 10 or so years that it's just like it's all just flashy and like explosions and like how can we look cool, and it's not like anime hasn't been entertaining for me in a long time.
We have to go back to the
dollhouse. Oh, the dollhouse.
Yeah, and also my shit's getting laggy.
Yeah, mine's getting really
or like
laggy
choppy.
Too. Yeah.
Like the sound's cutting in and out a little bit.
Yeah.
You're watching Trigon? I really love good Trigon. Too.
Do you just watch Demon Slayer, or did you read it? Oh, Chris wants,
There
wants to know if you
Did I
read
read it?
Yeah.
I read the Entertainment District fight, but that was it. Other than that, it's do not read Demon Slayer.
Why is it not starting?
Last time I had to actually interact.
But there's no option.
I don't have an option either.
Psychic
what are we
space
missing?
entrance.
See, mine says.
So we're not
mine
right.
says
We're not
something.
in the right place.
Mine says something like over here.
Yeah, mine is below.
Below? Okay, maybe it is below.
Yeah, my marker is
on
below.
my screen. It showed everybody was in the spot. But
It did, but I'm wondering if it's technically actually right below where the dollhouse is.
Do not read Demon Slayer. I will say that.
Oh wait, here. Use Addison's lab key.
Yep, here it is.
Okay.
Wow. The lab's back.
There we go. My whole childhood, I love Sailor Moon, and I did mess with some Sailor Moon growing up, but it's not even like it's really not as girly as people think it is. Like, it's actually really pretty dark.
Not my arms.
A little longer. Life is finished.
Ugh. This is how you kill people, by the way.
Stay awake. Amelia? Amelia! What am I supposed to do now?
He done did a murder. Okay.
Sailor Moon manga has, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, the manga is actually really, really, really mature.
Locked up her whole life with no one to help her.
Never finished anything.
Oh, I don't know how you can't finish stuff. I have to.
Oh wait. Oh, butterfly needle. Take the needle.
It's got the needle which Addison used on his daughter.
Okay, so now we go back to the dollhouse.
Understand all the butterfly imagery.
Really cool.
It's just a
This is
reminder
what
of
we
what
used to
he
look
did
like
to her.
before the Hollow
What he's
Man.
doing to everyone
Ah.
else.
We can't let him hurt
Where are
anyone
the
else.
stairs? Over there.
Huh. Okay, so he killed her, and then did he become the Hollow Man? Is that what we're?
It seems like he was like harvesting her for something, and then once she died, yeah, maybe.
I don't know.
Ooh,
The
lagging a
art was
bit.
creepy. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, like some of the villains in Sailor Moon were definitely on the creepier side for it being, you know, early 90s.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, that's because Chris set the fire. That's right.
Yeah.
So we just go to the fire station.
I know, such as we can just fast travel there now.
Yeah.
Dabble in DBZ, Sailor Moon, Sea Lab 2020, mostly Adult Swim. Yeah. On Home Movies. Oh man, Home Movies was so funny. Yeah, so like when I was in college,
Oh jeez, home movies is like a fever dream.
Adult Swim did a lot. They had like anime hour from like 1 a.m. to like 3 a.m. And that's how I discovered like Wolf's Rain, which was another one of like the big ones that I liked. Ghost in the Shell, yep, that was another one that was on there.
So what if I said I remember Anime Hour, but I was like 30?
I already know that you're a toddler, so it's fine.
So we have to do either a grave situation or a voice in the dark.
So we have to do the other two?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Pick one. Whatever.
So we've got the watch or something.
Oh, FCL Fully Cooley, yeah. Mm-hmm.
We'll do this one.
I never watched Bleach.
Oh, I can't.
I never.
I think Chris has to do it.
I never did Bleach.
I couldn't get into Bleach.
Samurai Champloo I liked a lot.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Chris, you have
what's
to
the other
come
one that
accept the
came out?
mission.
Yeah, so Cowboy Bebop and Samurai Champloo were both like ones that I watched like around the same time together.
Either that or it's just waiting for everyone to stand here so it'll give us the next update. I don't know.
Oh, accept mission. There we go.
My mother died 5 years ago.
It wouldn't let until he came up.
It's terrible to say, but
What frustrates me about modern anime are adaptations half the time. Like there's very popular webtoon manhwa that was made into an anime and is basically a lightly animated visual novel as opposed to an actual anime. It's half-hearted. It pisses me off. Either commit or don't give it. Yeah, I agree. Don't give me half-ass. Black Afro Samurai, yeah. Cowboy
Is that the
Bebop
one
and Samurai
that what's his face voiced?
Long time.
So, are you talking about Samuel L. Jackson?
Yeah, is that the one that he voiced?
Afro Samurai, yeah.
That was Afro Samurai. Yeah.
Why can't he take it? Why do we have to take it? Would you take it? Why? Because he's a doctor and he has to stay in the
Soju
safe
Jose,
house?
as opposed to Shonen. Yeah, Shonen, yeah.
I don't think he's living inside the watch. I'm just gonna say it.
I don't know. I was really happy with Sailor Moon Crystal when they like redid Sailor Moon. Because they really tried to stay as true to the anime as possible, which was nice. Because sometimes they're like, no, we're just gonna do what we want to do.
say what you need to say.
Ooh, they're arguing. Those devils. Damn. They be grumping out here.
They be grumping.
They're arguing with the doctor. They're like, yeah, it's your fault for things.
We get out of this alive.
Yeah,
All right.
put up. Yeah, example of effort, exactly.
Sedgwick, I think, is the closest safe house.
Answer the question.
$11,000.
11T.
11,000.
11T Bevendy.
Exit. Why does this shit not show up on our map? It's nuts.
I don't know. Full Metal Alchemist pulled my heartstrings. Yeah, see, Full Metal Alchemist is another one. Where, like, Brotherhood was, like, so good.
Well, the original was good up to, like, episode 26.
Yeah,
Yeah, but that's because it had to diverge from the manga because there was no content to base.
Yeah,
it
I
on.
know. And then it got really dumb. So, you know, I usually watch the original up till when Hughes dies. And then I go to Brotherhood.
Out of fucking ammo.
Yeah. Yeah, oh, good. Oh, he came back.
I'm apparently out of ammo. Well, for my main gun. Incredibly unfortunate.
Horimiya or Dress Up Doll. I haven't watched either of those. I haven't watched either of those. I haven't watched Hunter x Hunter either.
I don't think I've watched the original Hunter x Hunter, but I watched the other one, and it was so good.
Okay. Placed it.
And then I stole it.
Thief.
It says I spit on your grave. Steal Dr. Hunt's father's pocket watch.
That's pretty fucked, actually.
But if he wasn't a good guy.
Who said he wasn't a good guy? You're just assuming he isn't. You're like, what a piece of shit.
Okay, return to fire station.
Is that not the guy who like killed his kid?
The 2011 one is the one you should watch. This is an anime with another show I love. I loved Aqua Teen
That's the doctor in the firehouse.
Yeah.
The one who killed his kid is a Dr. Addison. It's a different doctor.
Yeah, but still.
Chris is like, what a piece of shit. He's like, I saw the word doctor. I thought they were the same person.
All doctors are the same,
What's
don't
the
you know?
difference? Fucking Astro.
All doctors are the same.
Yeah. Freaking Astro.
Lost and Found. Nothing that I want in Lost and Found. Let me check.
Yeah, Aqua Teen was really good. It was really funny. Pretty much anything on Cartoon Network or Adult Swim. You know, like original Powerpuff Girls, Dexter's Lab.
Johnny Bravo.
Johnny Bravo, yeah.
Courage.
Courage the Cowardly Dog, yeah, that was a good one too.
Is one of the best.
The Grim
ever.
Adventures of Billy and Mandy.
Courage is one of the best cartoons ever. Fight me.
You hated Johnny Bravo?
What? How can you hate Johnny Bravo?
Look how dumb we look.
I don't have the mask on them. Detective Conan, case closed? No, I don't think so, Oddball.
I know what it is, but I never watched it. Detective Conan's the one where like the kid's been 10 for like 30 years,
So the
right?
cultists are basically like a gang. Got it.
It's just murder.
Is it a trap?
Their friends.
It is a trap.
Families. That cult is broadcasting a trap from the radio station in town, sending people to the shipyard. It needs to be shut down.
Was your first intro to murder mystery anime? Interesting.
Oh, what's like the is it Ghost Stories? Is Ghost Stories the one where the dub is just like ridiculous?
Hello, buds.
What?
You are not a piece of shit. You are
You haven't
amazing.
seen-
Thank you for the hydrate.
There's one, I think it's called like Ghost Stories or something. And like the English dub is like just absolutely like just ridiculous.
How are you doing, buds? How's your day? Are you
Missions.
excited for tomorrow?
Search Samuel's shipyards for the missing survivors. Samuel's shipyards. Wait, what do we have to do at Dead Catch Records? Like, why is that lit up?
The Ghost Stories dub is amazing. Like, it is so freaking funny. Just because, like, nobody knew what was going on, and they just, like... It's almost like when,
Okay, we need to focus on the story, because Krista doesn't know what's going on. It's because they're luring people in with the radio station to the shipyard.
Right.
So we have to take out the radio station and then try and find people, so it's a two-part. But I think...
Okay, I just want to clarify that I just opened my mission log that said search Samuelson's shipyards, and then I was like, okay, but why is the Empire Records hidden? And then I opened my mission log again, and it says turn off the emergency. Yeah. So I just opened it, and I was like, oh, it's only giving me one destination. Why are there two destinations? And then I opened it again, and now there's two destinations in my mission log.
Look,
So,
this game is amazing.
This game's perfect.
No, it might not have finished loading because it just like came out of the cutscene, so it might have just.
Oh, I
loaded
had been
because
walking
it had
around.
the
Like,
light.
I had already been moving around. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know. When I opened it up, it already had the two. I don't know.
Okay. I don't know.
Oh, you gotta look over the questions? Yeah, look over those questions. Get yourself prepped. How have you not done it yet? You've had them for a week, right?
I will have to show you some clips from Ghost Stories.
Okay, so
which one do we want to do first?
I would
The radio or
I would recommend that we go to Autumn Trail Road and we travel north and we hit this vampire nest on the way to the shipyard.
Okay.
Ghost Stories dub is a laughable experience and a fever dream.
It is. Like I swear, I'm gonna show you later.
Enjoy your Ganshin.
I'm gonna show you later, and it is absolutely ridiculous.
direction am I supposed to be heading? You know what I hate is you can't tell who's who on the damn map, and so when you're trying to figure out what direction you need to go, and you're all facing in different directions, it's like, which one am I?
I also don't like that it doesn't differentiate whose fucking pings you're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
See, I don't even.
Which, let me make sure I got rid of that ping.
I don't even know if I'm
earlier.
getting y'all's pings.
Okay, I removed.
All right,
my
so what's
ping.
left
No,
is mine.
You'll see them. You
What's
should.
left is mine, which is the vampire
Okay.
nest.
Yep.
Okay.
I wish you could just go. I want to go to this thing for the mission, and it's like, no, you can't.
I don't understand how like sometimes there's waypoints and sometimes there's not. But it's never your fucking main quest that has a waypoint. Like,
that would make too much sense. Stop
this
trying
is
to
a
make sense.
Bethesda game. This is a Bethesda game. Like, give me some Fallout or some Skyrim waypoints so I can do as the diamond tells me to do. You know, like.
I mean, we're just getting like original patch Skyrim waypoints right now.
No, it's not even market. Like, we have to manually mark our own damn waypoints. That's my problem. Like, give me my fucking
Like,
waypoints.
they're on the map, but they just don't.
Right, they're not
show
on
our
our compass.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which is like. Oh, Chris is making a friend.
Yeah.
I made 2 friends and
Oh,
then
you
I
made
killed
two?
them.
And
What
then
were
I
their
killed
names?
them.
Yes.
Their names were Yes?
Just
Yes
call
and
me.
yes.
No. Just call me Alex Mudda.
Oh gosh.
Okay.
My gosh.
Who's Weddy? Okay, what's our characteristic? Blood trance. That's the only one we've seen so far, and I don't know what it means.
It means blood trance.
Obviously.
Oh, that lag was rough. Oh, this lag is rough.
Wait, this is the same place.
Yeah, there's only 3 places on this map.
Oh,
might
but I
cycle
thought
through a
I
couple
thought it
options.
deleted it when we when I crashed or whatever.
Kick him in the head a little bit. It's fine.
Dead.
Another monster?
Another monster.
Another monster.
Monster.
Another monster.
Another one. Another one. Another one.
Another one.
Ooh, this is the theater.
This is the one we did.
Oh, wasn't there a thing up here? Oh, maybe not. Oh yeah, no, there is. There's a thing here for ammo and stuff. Okay. How do I get out of this? Let me out!
You walk
Let me out.
outside.
I'm trying. No, it went away. Well, I went up to get the ammo up there. No, I'm. Crap.
You're so
I'll
short.
straight to the bottom.
You're so
I'll straight to
short.
the bottom. I just with the bag. Oh, hello.
Oh my god!
Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Here, Curtis.
Oh my gosh. Lag. Okay. Lag is wonderful.
Chris has
Lag is
friends
so
up
much
there?
fun.
Found the nest heart.
I would throw a bomb up there for you, but can't.
Oh, I can't do. What's going on?
I don't know what's going on.
I was lagging and I just started meleeing, hoping
Ah,
that I would get a
nice work.
steak.
Ooh, you're a little strong one. Oh, I thought that would have hit. Apparently it did not. Okay. Oh, this is the ending we just did, but with a few. I think it just mixes like a beginning, middle, and end.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay,
What
so
just
I think
happened?
you and I need to bundle up our abilities, Chris, because you have that UV thing, and I can get my robot to draw them into a group, so then you can just get the most hits as possible.
Yeah, that could work.
Yeah, I
I
feel like
honestly
this
forgot
game
I
is
even had that.
really catered to co-op. Like, I don't think that this game was intended for people to play alone.
They're like, if you don't have friends.
Right, like
I-
tough shit if you don't have friends, essentially, because like
I don't
You
think
better
this
make
game
some
was
friends.
intended for people to play.
yeah, you're playing it though.
Oh, wah, 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 wah.
I didn't say I wasn't having fun. I just said.
No, but I mean, obviously people in it were they intended for people to play it, or they wouldn't have released it.
Do I need to get up there, or
I
you
might be
get up
able
there?
to. I can.
Let's see where other spots are before. Here we go. So there's one. That's gonna be.
All right,
the
are we
exit door
ready?
there.
Because this is gonna be the last one.
Uh-huh.
2. Where's that? Go up there. Here we go.
Yep.
Alright, got it. Got one. I got a weapon skin. Dope. How do I get up there?
Oh my
Can I
gosh, so
get
much
up there?
lag. There's
I don't
stairs
think
to
I
the
can get
right.
there. Oh, there's stairs? Okay. I do not see.
Where's
stairs
the
here. Fuck that.
exit? Do we see the exit yet? It might be
It's
in
gonna be in
one
the
of these
middle.
things.
Fine. Fuck, I need this.
Yeah, the nest exit is in the bottom middle.
Bottom middle? Got it. I'm trying to like make it to spots, but my character suddenly forgets how to climb, which is really fun for
Yeah,
me.
I know, I love that.
Bitch, climb! I'm like trying to get loot and get out, and she's like, no, don't do that.
Time 15 seconds. All right, I'm going down.
Yep, same.
Okay, or Chris, can you
Maybe.
body block me? Go, go, go.
I feel like I can only get 1 or 2 things, and then it just like shits on me.
Exit. Ooh, I don't know if we did it.
I mean, I
did on my screen.
Let's see what it says.
Yep.
Escape successful. Okay, nice.
Yeah, I wish I could get more out of those, because I feel like you guys have movement stuff, so it's easy for you guys to get around. I keep getting, like, I'll try and climb up something, and she's like, I don't feel like grabbing. And I'm like, grab and pull.
Oh, I was lagging so bad I couldn't do anything
Yeah,
there.
I was just running because I couldn't use
I got
any abilities.
2.
I was
That's
lagging.
all I could get was 2. Alright, so we gotta go this way.
Do I hear? Oh, here you are.
Up.
I don't understand this burst rifle that doesn't burst.
What does it do?
Like, sometimes it bursts, and then sometimes it just shoots, like, one.
Yeah,
I
I
think
I had a
it's-
burst rifle, and I was like, I don't like this.
Is there like a perk or something on it that makes it act weird like that?
No, magazines hold 10 extra rounds, staggers enemy 50% faster. It's supposed to burst. It's just sometimes it just has performance issues. Just gets a little shy.
I mean, I've got one it's called an automatic assault rifle, and it's shot.
No, this is definitely a burst. It's definitely like it does burst. Just when it wants to work, it bursts.
Oh,
and now it doesn't want to shoot at all.
Yeah, I mean, I've got one that's literally just called automatic assault rifle, and it's just a single shot semi. I also just kissed that fire with my toe and then immediately caught on fire.
Where did these vampires come from behind me?
A good question.
Okay, or just punch 4 times instead of staking.
Which is what I do all the time, and that's why I'm like, I'm just
You have to
What
like
the
you have to
fuck?
look at it for a second and get the thing to pop up for like
It
a
said
second or two.
stake, and then it just. But I think it was because you were technically like staking it that it was just timing, and it was like.
I thought
punching me.
you went into the animation for staking it before.
No, it was trying.
I saw you punch.
Oh, of
a couple
course,
times.
Raw. Have a great night. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
If y'all want Droopy, He's good to go.
I mean, the only reason I even staked it because I saw you punch a couple times and it wasn't doing it.
Yeah, it just wasn't staking. Like, it was just... Okay.
I'm in the right way. I am good. Oh, hello. Goodbye.
Need ammo. I need ammo.
Oh, that glitched in my favor.
How many is that?
Why are you
Lag.
blue?
Oh, lag.
Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Oops. Ooh,
I
you're
have
fast.
so many
You're
keys and
really
haven't used a
fast.
single one.
Because we don't know what they're even for yet.
Okay, well.
First floor. Homeware's
Nope.
monsters coldest. Layla, I'm really glad
I have no fucking ammo. You're joking with me right now.
Alright,
Oh, they dropped
Horizon,
the thing.
I'm just gonna take your elevator.
Yeah, I can't do this right now.
What?
I have 0 ammo.
We can find you ammo. Let's look in, what is it, car trunks? Or, let's see if we can find some.
The...
There's a building here. Maybe there's some ammo in here.
safe house.
Yeah, we could safe house. And
Hold on, there's some guys here. If we kill them, they might have ammo.
I've got...
Check these guys.
I bought
Medical
two
supplies.
into
No
assault
handgun
rifle ammo.
It's fine. I'm sure.
Because
I'll
I
find
kept
some.
running out of ammo too, and I bought skills into holding ammo.
If we kill people, they'll drop ammo, so. Just gotta, hold on.
Nice one. Did you hear the hollow man?
Oh, thank you for the 7 assault rifle rounds.
Shotgun ammo.
Flare gun.
Flare gun ammo, yeah. Shotgun. He just had medical supplies. This says sniper rifle ammo over here.
Yeah.
There was. Quack. Ooh, what the? Oh, it's your elevator. I was like, what the fuck is that sound?
Well,
There's a guy shot up here.
rewire kit that I'm hacking over here.
Maybe that'll have ammo. Maybe.
It had UV beam ammo. That's great, but
Something.
still not helpful.
I must admit, I'm very surprised.
Only helpful against vampires.
Oh wait, there's a bag right here.
A bag?
I was doing a book
Bugger?
signing and I brought along some supplementary merchandise.
Wrong button.
He dropped it down there. I don't think you're supposed to be in there.
New England is a hot
That's just a straight glitch.
zoological interest, I'll have you know.
You're definitely not supposed to be in there.
And did they?
I didn't get an accurate head count.
I like how Chris is like, I refuse to accept. I wish to break a game.
First prison in history
Yes.
to blame vampires for low attendance.
There's gotta be a spot.
Translocating.
You're gonna get yourself bugged and break the game.
Ever forward.
I would be so happy.
Whoa.
You would.
Let's get moving.
Oh, that was close.
Alright, well, I'm sniping the guys in here. They might have dropped some ammo. So far, I've taken out a good amount of noggins.
Oh, I got 12. Okay, 12's better than nothing.
Start.
Wow.
But yeah,
Maybe I can-
there's a lot of dead bodies down there. There should be some ammo.
Medical
sniper rifle.
supplies. Oh, here's the bag.
Bag is goo.
Nope. Eye straps.
There's a toolbox, supply wire. Where do we go now? Where
Oh no.
do we go now? Don't you oh no me? Oh yes. Here lies cousins. Sus. Ew. I don't know what that sound is, but I really despise it. You hear it,
It's,
right?
yeah, it's here.
Oh. Oh. No, 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 no. Thank you, boy. Oh.
Oh, it was children.
Children?
Children.
It was babies? You said get that baby away from me.
Hey!
Is
This is,
eating
I
the
don't...
Wait, we're
I don't-
stuck.
Well, I think we might have to still go inside. That's why. I think this just unlocks out here. But I don't think this is where we need to be, because we're supposed to be in the shipyard. Yeah, we have to go back.
Are
Yeah,
we?
'cause it got yellow once I came inside.
Are we?
What are we doing?
Are you being Astro now?
What are we doing?
We're trying to figure out what we're supposed to be
What are
doing.
you
here.
doing?
We were...
What are we doing?
Is it in here? Oh, is this it? This might be it.
Oh, grave lock?
They called it the
Where?
trance.
Here?
That wasn't what we called it.
Hold on. Gotta go black.
It wasn't
Blah,
a
blah.
trance.
Blah, blah.
Gotta go blah blah blah.
I don't know if I can get in there.
You can. You can. You go.
Hold on.
To yep. No.
Nope. No, God.
I was in the way. I was gonna try. I was in the
Oh
way.
my
You
God.
didn't wait for me to move.
I was so
Just
scared.
watch Chris go flying by and then fall.
I
That's right.
lagged. I jumped and I lagged.
That's right.
You know what?
That was so funny. Just watching him
Game
go,
was like,
"Meow."
no.
As he flies by, he's like, "Meow." Geronimo.
Show us.
This is my favorite game.
I know.
Bro,
and
what's
Twilight's
great
your
is-
favorite movie.
You can snipe all these people and none of them pay attention. They're like, they don't care at all. Like,
That I like Twilight for a different reason.
You like Twilight though.
It is one of the best worst movies I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's so bad. It's
Pretty good at being bad.
Yes, it really is. And like each one just gets worse.
Yeah.
there's one there. Okay, hold on.
I'm opening. It won't open.
Like
Are we lagging? Are you lagging? Is it
I don't
me?
know what you guys are on about.
I got caught in a
I can't
wall.
open this.
Are you supposed to be opening?
It says
that?
open. Oh, there it goes. Okay, so I think it was just lag.
I don't know. I'm killing people because I'm
That's
pretty
fine.
sure we're supposed to do something. I don't know. They've got hostages. It looks like. Yeah, they got civilians. So I'm trying to like kill the people nearby. I wonder where that guy went. He like vanished. Where did he go?
Have I said one of my favorite parts of Twilight?
Oh God, what?
I don't know. That
My
we
my
wanna
favorite
know
part
here.
is like when Bella like tells her dad that she hates him to protect him so she could leave
Yeah.
for like 6 months
Yeah.
instead of being like, hey, there's like a school trip I want to go on.
Yeah, of all the things that she could have said, she's like,
Yeah, yeah, out
Like,
of
I
all
want to
the
go visit
things.
mom for a minute.
Yeah, exactly. It was
You
like,
can't
I
open this.
hate
You need
you.
the key. You need the key for this door.
Wait, can we shoot this person? I can't shoot the wall. Apparently I can't shoot through the wall, which is crap, but here's the good news. I could definitely climb up here. Don't. What's this?
Wait, what? What am I?
Oh, wait, hold on.
Oh my gosh.
Ha ha ha. Here's my favorite part.
That was a
Oh,
batter.
oh, I forgot I could do this. Okay, hold on. That should also give me an achievement. Hey, there's my achievement. Hey, bitch.
I will show you the way.
Oh, I guess
That was
you got
funny.
the key that I was looking for.
Oh, I didn't get the key. I dropped through the ceiling.
Oh.
Ooh, a better sniper.
I'll want to take a look at these schematics too.
That was funny. I literally was like, I'm gonna go through the ceiling.
Well, I've been walking around looking for the key, so...
Yeah, me too.
Can't be bothered.
Oh!
Who's got time for keys?
I just fell through the floor.
Oh. Was it fun?
What? Like, we're supposed to go there?
No, like I fell through, like I was walking and then I was...
Hey, Ark! So, is this a
Lockjaw.
safe launcher? Look at you! You're here early. 5.5 hours early.
Early squirrely.
You're right. So we'll do this one instead. Okay.
What's up here?
Oh.
So let's do
Okay.
9.
Cleared out some of my guns.
9.
Oh, here's a weapons crate
I
lockpick
hoard
right
them,
here.
okay? It's a problem. Okay, so we gotta go down.
I just lockpicked a weapon box up here if you want it.
Okay, I'm coming.
You just go up the ladder out of that door.
I know how to do things.
Okay. Go up the ladder out this door.
Yeah, right here.
Oh! I don't want to talk about it.
There's a bunch of ammo up here too. Go back in the door.
Uh-huh. Oh,
And then
right there.
right.
corner,
Yeah.
You said right outside the door, and I was like, there's nothing outside the door.
I meant inside, but
She didn't
you know,
say
it's the same. It's the same thing.
Right.
He's inside, outside, same thing.
Yeah.
Definitely
I
just break my ankles.
I was just talking about Twilight, so like I'm a little confused.
Right, you're just so frazzled and...
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no. Oh wow, okay. Or miss everything on the way down and fall straight down, that's fine too.
Hey, I fell through the floor, so at least like you fell through a crack. I thought I was safe by the ground.
How goes the vampire slaying? Honestly, Ark, it's strange tonight. This game is acting very weird tonight.
Okay, they're free.
Like, you
We're
know how
on
there's
here.
like a statistical chance for like you to like go to touch like your desk and like your hand pass through
over
it
here,
completely?
Over here. There's ammo in here. I know anyone who's low on ammo. This has a big old ammo crate in here.
Okay.
I can't pick any of it.
Well, then you don't need ammo. You're full to the gills. Ow! God damn it, Chris.
I could pick up ammo. I just picked up one whole bullet.
There we go.
One.
30.
Yeah, because you just fired a bullet.
Remember
At
this
me.
class? Nice.
I like how you like started to say something and then you realized.
I'm gonna fast travel to Basswood Safe House because it's closer.
Do we know that it's Basswood or is it Basswood?
Basswood.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe it's Basswood.
It could be Basswood.
Basswood.
Basswood. You don't fucking know.
What if it was Basswood? Wouldn't you feel stupid?
Basswood.
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 Or Basswood.
That's very incorrect. That's the most.
Because it's Bias.
It's
Basswood.
Basswood. Basswood.
Yeah,
Very
Bass,
good.
very good.
Basswood, very good. Basswood.
Okay, marking the direction we need to go.
Marking your mother.
Oh, wait.
Unmarking the other. Oh, you have to do
I
it.
am. If you give me a moment.
No, I was saying, I was thinking.
I'm kidding.
I
I'm kidding.
didn't
I'm
realize it was
kidding.
your
I'm
word.
kidding. I'm kidding.
I forgot
wonder
who
if-
it was.
I wonder if Lost and Found's kind of like the postmaster from Destiny. It just picks up stuff you didn't pick up.
No, because you have to pay for them.
Yeah, I know. But I wonder if like you didn't pick up stuff and then I don't know.
I don't know either.
I think it's instead of a store, they're just calling it Lost and Found.
Maybe that would be like expecting too much of this.
Well, it sounds like you have too many expectations in general, and you really just need to lower them all around.
Yeah,
Oh,
you just need to lower all of your standards entirely.
All of them, everyone.
Every single standard.
I mean, women
Just
do all
lower
the
it.
time, so
Just
why not
lower
you?
it. Just lower
Okay,
every
I
standard
suddenly
that you
can't.
have.
I can't hit anything. I'm quitting life.
Maybe you should lower your standards and then you might hit something.
Maybe.
Maybe you need a little blue box to tell you where to shoot.
I might.
Expect absolutely nothing at all times, and you cannot be disappointed.
I need a
If
blue
the bar
box and
is
chameleon
low
eyes.
all the time,
Ooh, shoot me.
it's very
How
easy
did I miss
to
that?
exceed
Very
it.
carefully. That's how. Okay.
The saying.
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot you. Give me a second.
If you lower people's expectations before you even try, then you'll only go up from here.
Exactly. Set the bar low.
Exactly. Lower people's expectations before you even try.
Mm-hmm.
And that way you can't be disappointed.
Disappointment who? Don't know
Oh,
her.
there's a key. up here.
Expect absolutely nothing at all times. Exactly. If you don't expect anything, you can't be disappointed when you don't receive anything.
Exactly. God
I
damn it,
just-
Chris!
I just shot the DJ.
I shot the DJ,
Yeah, you also shot those batteries and they fucking blew
but
me
I
up.
did not shoot the battery.
Wait.
I'm having a strange night. I just spent the last 10
Turn it
minutes
off.
singing a redone version of Dancing Queen called Farting Queen about my daughter.
Do we have time
That
to upload
sounds
a playlist?
amazing. What do you mean?
Aw, come on.
Wait, what happens if
Farting
like
Queen.
all of us play an instrument in here?
Only
There's 2 guitars and a piano.
17.
Okay. Just to get in
Farting
here,
Queen.
we're starting a band.
Only. Why? I'm singing about Farting Queen.
Because we're starting a band.
I'm gonna
Do
make
we?
him afraid.
I wonder if you get something for this. Like it's like
Where the hell are you?
I got your
That's-
trust and confidence, Chris. It says I have yours specifically. I don't know why you.
I don't know.
I'm popping off achievements left and right. Wait, are you gonna come up here and play an instrument with us?
Are you talking about the person who's standing right next to you?
I'm playing the piano.
Right, I'm playing the guitar. I'm up here. Like, I don't know what you're talking about.
What is our band name gonna be?
Our band name is called This Is Boring, I'm leaving.
Seems really long. I don't know how we're gonna abbreviate
It's
it.
a Midwest emo band. You gotta understand like
I don't
what's
have
going
to do
on.
anything.
Other than lower your standards.
Lower them expectations. I'm
That's
telling
our
you.
band name. Lowered standards. Perfect. Oh, one of your things is up here, Chris. One of your boat rides, but you can't ride in it because there's a vulture with headphones riding it.
Wait a second.
What?
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious. I'm standing on top of it right now. You think this is a joke? Look at it. Look where I'm standing. You're not
No.
looking.
Ladder. Ladder. There we go.
Oh.
I forgot how to use a ladder. No.
Yeah. He's got headphones on. He's beauteous.
Band name Low Expectation. Wasn't Low Expectation an old Mad TV sketch about a video dating service for questionable people? Maybe.
Lower expectations. Yes, it was.
I missed that joke.
It was so fucking funny.
It was so good.
You can buy the DVDs. All right, so we have to go to the fire station, yes?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Oh, everyone says yes. Everyone says yes, it was. Everyone knows. Everyone knows
Everybody.
everything about everything, and I don't know
Everybody.
anything. Okay.
Oh, hello.
That just means you get to
Look what I can
experience
do.
things for the first time.
Look what I can do. Ooh, I just hit my desk real hard. Yeah, look
what
what I
makes
can
you
do.
mad? The world.
Everything. Let me do it. Look what I can do. Oh, do you need a hug? Yaga needs a hug. Oh, there she goes up the stairs. Up the stairs, fixed it.
Oh.
Running up the stairs, fixed it.
Those cultists were trying to find the Hollow Man.
Oh.
They
Oh.
ripped up all the
Oh.
to him.
Oh.
They were looking for answers, just like us.
Wonder.
Ooh, God.
I
Sometimes you
lie,
look at 'em,
wonder,
they
wonder,
look like
wonder, wonder. What's in a wonder ball?
We have to.
Oh
search
my
our
gosh.
research. We have to go out to sea.
Nemo swimming out to
Nemo
sea.
swimming out to sea. Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
blinded up.
Nemo touched your
house.
butt. Which one? The Heritage
Hello,
Rock?
Gummy Worm. How are you?
Heritage
Welcome in.
Rock?
I believe so.
Is that what you said? Is that what you're saying? 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 Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
I think it might be.
Confirmed. How's your
What she's saying.
Wednesday?
Sea adventure? Are we gonna be seamen?
I hope so.
Swab the poop deck
Not the poopy.
with the seamen?
So tired. I feel that.
Don't
Halfway through the
get it
week, feeling very
twisted, chat.
tired.
I'm talking about sailors.
Oh, let me take that.
The heck?
Ooh, is that one of those sin eaters?
Yeah.
Where's it going? Where's it going?
I said sailors. Sailors.
Where did it? Oh, they're there.
Going
are you doing?
sailing
Oh,
on the boat.
guys, there's a thing
Poop
here.
deck.
She liked this part of
Poop deck.
Peter?
I got an outfit.
Yeah, I got
From
another
what?
Are you?
Where? What?
For the skull right here.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
gateway symbol.
It should have popped up on the right side of your screen. It was like gray something. Hold on, let me see if I can.
I mean, I got a
Look at it.
different.
Is it an
different
outfit?
Skin. Yeah.
Yeah? Question mark? Hold on, I'm trying to open it. But
Oh,
suddenly
I may have
doesn't
gotten
know.
this one.
This gateway he's promising, we needed you.
I got like a suit.
I got cool and collected. It's a body.
Didn't I, Charles?
You did, but
It's
there are
not
still
stayed up all night. And day over 30. Oh my, sleep. Why aren't you sleeping? Okay, this outfit's actually dope. I would wear this. Look at my cool new outfit. Are we rocking our new outfits?
No, I think we're staying.
Oh, we're staying wolves. Okay.
Staying
Noted.
wolves.
Let me switch back to.
Are you sure that doesn't sound quite right? No, it's we're talking about sailors. Guys, don't get
Sailors.
don't get it twisted.
Don't get dwarfy.
Don't get
want
it
a new
twisted. Don't get it twisted.
All right.
I mean, better to get some rest than no rest,
Ready to
though,
go?
right? I was looking at my blood remnants because I don't know about you guys, but I picked up a bunch.
Oh yeah.
So I figured it's probably best to go through them and get rid of
Totally fine if they get ruined.
before we get full, and then the game goes, you can't carry anything. You're full.
You're full of garbage.
Who told you?
Garbage.
You definitely don't want to go without sleep for too long because that can mess you up.
Bro, I sleep and I still don't even have enough sleep.
I mean, same, honestly.
Chris,
like,
use
what is
your
sleep? What is
legs,
rest?
dude.
I am. See, I'm walking right now.
Until your
I
thing
cannot walk
recharges.
again.
Yeah.
He doesn't know what legs are.
Oh my
No, I
God.
don't.
Know what legs are.
What are
Ooh,
legs?
Did y'all check this box? Oh, it's got a hack. Do I want to hack it? I don't.
Speaking of which,
A wedding ring. Does it count as grave robbing if it's a pile of ash?
It's ash robbing.
Ash robbing? I'm gonna
Oh,
rob
my,
that ash. I'm gonna rob it real good.
my teleporters heal you now.
Oh,
Bam!
that's interesting. I got motor oil. You guys need to be oiled? I'll oil
Because
you
your
up.
goose needs to be greased.
Your goose or your gooch?
Your gooch needs to be greased.
Your goose. I want to grease my goose.
Yeah, grease your goose.
They're friends.
Goose your goose.
There's a gray block right
Goose
here.
or gooch? Geese are already problematic enough. I feel like greasing them is a bad idea. That's brutal.
Oh, right here.
Still alive.
Alright, what are we doing here?
The train.
We are
A good question.
Gershon or Gersh?
I'm gonna shoot you.
Taking my time to beat down a piece of wooden.
Oh wait. Oh,
blockade.
I found a hole.
Chris found the hole.
I also found a hole.
I'm very confused why you guys keep going into all these holes.
Why do you not go into mysterious holes? I feel like you're missing out on a lot of it. I feel like you're missing out on a lot of experiences in life by being like, that's a mysterious hole that I'm not going to descend down into.
You didn't mention mysterious. You just said.
Well, aren't all holes mysterious?
Are they?
I would say so.
Grease your goose. What happened to choking the chicken? No, there's greasing your gooch and then apparently greasing your goose. I don't know about greasing your goose, but
it's to make them slippery so they can get away easier.
Uh-oh. Beat that. I did. I beat that.
Get to the south of here.
Great. More vampires. Of course.
Ah!
Ah! Chris, what did you do? Why did you teleport us into the Death Star?
I'm glad I did not take that.
No.
I stayed in
Who are
here.
you?
Captain Ukinawa?
I don't know, I just two-shot him, though.
Jump.
No, I shot him too. Nice try, though.
Green team.
Okay.
I can't
Gain
jump up
Devinder's complete trust and confidence.
there. No one's listening to me.
You can't jump. I can't jump either. Chris has to translocate you back.
No, I jumped.
Oh.
Oh,
I thought you guys got on the roof, and I was like, I can't roof. I can't roof.
Oh no, I took Chris's translocator and it put me in the middle of a firefight.
Bold of you to trust him.
That's true. It's my own fault.
Ow, 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 ow.
Watch out for the death smoke.
Yep, the elephant.
Actually, I wonder how much you heal.
Oh, those are the right plantings, right?
Oh, okay. That's not bad.
Who won the argument?
I don't heal.
Where's the other one?
You went up on my screen.
Oh.
You went up a
Oh, there's more
little
vampires
bit.
over there. What is
I
that
think I
one
went
doing?
up like
He's crouching.
50 or so.
Give him a poke. Oop, reload. The worst time to reload.
Ow! Wasn't even looking at you, dude.
Oh. Why did he get confused?
Heavy demolitions.
I'm
So
demolition.
is there another statue? Yeah, somewhere.
There's gotta be, right?
Like, this is a lot of
where?
smoke.
Yeah.
Because there's a chest right there.
The boops. So many boops. I'm booping left and right. I got
going
the
for
boops
it.
for days. Yeah, I'm looking at it. Is that one? Oh, here's one. Oop, wrong gun. Yeah, this
Yeah,
is one
there.
here.
Okay. There's got to be another over in this area here.
Where are you at, buddy? He's just around, boy. He's over there. I see him. He's like over there.
Oh, here.
Can you translocate? Yeah, dope.
Ow.
Oh, that did not show that before. I'm reloading. Okay. It did not show all that smoke from over there.
I know.
That was fucking rude.
I can heal us though.
Oh, with your translocator?
I can.
I could also heal us with Brebon. I've got boobs for days. I mean, closed captioning has feelings about things. Okay, so there's...
Way better.
Wait, did that count as the entire mission, or...?
There's still one more over here.
Mission.
We did
Search
the
the harbor
optional.
No, it says search the harbor master's office for the spectrum analyzer.
Okay. We did the optional, though, of kill Captain Okonomi.
Yeah. Oh, we have to go back. We have to go back to the lighthouse.
Okay.
Wait, is
It's
this
not on
it?
the boat.
Here it is. It's like halfway in the ground.
Okay.
But I can't do anything about it here.
Hold on. I can reach it from here. There you go. Ta-da! All better.
Ta-da!
We did it. We did
Hey,
it.
Wait, so what are we supposed to do?
Congratulations. Lighthouse?
I have to go back to the lighthouse.
Can we teleport there?
Yeah. Well, you can teleport to the safe house that's right by it.
That works.
Yeah, I'm here if you see my marker already.
Do blade. Do blade.
And then we are going... Yeah.
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 You kicked me, right? Yeah. Exit. Hold on. Let me make sure that gets
The safe word is tomato. Oh wait, you said safe house? No, the safe word is definitely not tomato because that's disgusting.
Disgusting.
That's disgusting.
It would be like pizza.
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 Sounds pretty good right now.
Krista had pizza.
I did have pizza for Din Dan.
Out of curiosity. No? Okay, just checking. To the lighthouse.
To the lighthouse! Why did I go to a rock?
Did you use
Yes.
his translocator?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's exactly
Yeah,
why.
you have to do it and then run to the...
Let's get moving.
There's something incredibly satisfying about tagging someone with C4. Love doing a good boop.
The good
AKA
poop.
blowing their noggins open.
I am a surgeon, Dr. Han. I am a surgeon.
Aw.
I am a surgeon.
In the bank.
Wow, you are the worst enemy I've ever seen in my life. He was like,
Damn,
who?
called out.
Who is that? And I was like, it's me. Boom, you're dead. Right in your face.
It's me! Boom!
It's me.
In your
You're dead. Damn it, Dr. Han. I'm a surgeon, not Dr. Oh, wait. I am a surgeon, Dr. Han.
I'm a surgeon.
The best part is that I actually saw, like, the whole scene, not just, like, the scene that, like, has been cut and shared all over, like, Twitter and TikTok and stuff like that. I actually watched the whole scene. And the funniest part is the doctor, Dr. Han, the one who's like, I'm a surgeon, doctor. He literally is like, I will give you one chance to leave this office before you embarrass yourself, you know, any
And he's
further.
like, oh,
and he's like, I am a surgeon. And he's like, all you're doing is proving my point further. Like, it's so fucking funny just how chill that other doctor is. And they're like, bro, you're embarrassing yourself. And, like, you need to stop embarrassing yourself because I'm gonna have to fire you.
You're looking ridiculous. I don't care if you're a surgeon. You won't be if you're not employed.
Right.
Wow.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So,
TV
the TV show, The Good Doctor, I don't know if you've heard of it or whatever. So it's a TV show that, like, middle-aged ladies like to watch. It's about an autistic doctor who's, like...
Yeah, I was gonna say, isn't that the autistic doctor
Yeah,
one?
it's like Doogie Howser, but, like, not... He's, like, young.
Doogie Howser, but not
Right.
Neil Patrick Harris.
No, but I mean, like, he's young, and he's, like, you know, he's young and, like, inexperienced, and, like, he's, like, a kid who's, like, a savant or whatever, but in this particular case, it's, like, Doogie Howser plus, like, he's autistic. So, whatever. So, the point is that, so, a lot of clips from this show have come forward because people are, like, saying, like, the autism representation on this show is so fucking bad that they're like, this is embarrassing. Like, you can't, like, this can't be a real thing. And so there's a lot of clips that have been, like, going around or whatever. And so one clip that's been coming around is him having a fucking straight up mental breakdown, and he's like, he's essentially getting fired. He's getting fired for for fucking up something too many times or whatever. And he's like freaking out and he's like, I am a surgeon! Like he's like basically like the head doctor is like, get out of my office before you fucking embarrass yourself. Like you've been fired or you've been demoted or whatever it is because I don't watch the show. But yeah.
Look what you made me do. Look what you made me do.
It's terrible. Doogie Howser minus social skills, yeah.
We're getting
I
punished?
think I've seen that clip.
You probably have.
It's been turned into a GIF and everything.
Yeah, like it's like a full-on like meme right now. Like people have taken like Snapchat filters like of them like doing like the crying face and like vomiting the rainbows and stuff and like put it on there.
Hollow Man's going to give us a spanking apparently.
What? What are you? Why? Rook? I thought it said rock. I thought it was the Rock. Is this the Rock?
Yeah, Disney finally sued him, and then
It's Dwayne the Rock Johnson.
You're in the way.
Dwayne the Rock
Ooh.
Johnson.
Rook storms. Ruling over Redfall grow angry as you complete mission objectives or destroy vampires. As they take notice, a meter will advance towards triggering a Rook storm. Seek shelter and destroy the Rook.
Interesting.
Very interesting.
The vampire gods are watching you.
oh, there's more.
Yeah, there's a gun in this here. Oh boy, bodies.
Where's my
All right, I wonder if this gun
Every
is.
time I go to fucking open something, Chris's fat freaking.
I know, he
blood
body
walks in the
blocks
way.
you. I
And then
know.
I'm like, it's like heal.
Fine.
I'm like, I don't want to
Fine.
kill your dog.
Fine.
Did you just jump off and die?
He did. He committed doggy side. Rip.
Well.
Please do not touch. Well.
I'm coming, Chris. I'm coming. I'm running.
I'm not.
I'm running.
I look like
I'm running.
not. I'm laughing. I wanted out so I could go around here and see if there's anything.
How much time do I have left? How much time do I have left?
You'll never make it. You'll
No!
never make it.
I'm down the stairs.
Wait,
where is he?
I just recorded that.
Where is he?
I'm dead.
He's dead.
I'm already done.
I
Oh my god. Oh my god. I recorded that.
What part? You going? Or me screaming?
No, well, it's just I just recorded my point so we can put those two together.
Oh.
Because it's just you. I'm coming, and on my screen, it's just your name going in a circle around the house.
As it should be.
That's all it was. It's just your dot. It was just going in a circle down on the lighthouse. Like I'm coming, don't die.
Now we know where
And then,
he
like,
is.
as soon as you said "Don't die on me," I fell over dead.
We now know where he is. Okay, returning to the fire station.
Just the no.
That's literally what happened.
Meanwhile, I sit up top going, "This is fine. This is fine."
Oh, we need to cut that. We need to cut that up and put that in the video. I'm
I-
coming.
Like, you're like,
I'm
I'm
coming.
down to get you, and I said, "I'm not." Just...
That's all. That was hilarious. But I got my POV for that one.
All right, I clipped the end, so at least I know where to go back and
Yeah,
highlight
as
it.
long as we have a time.
Oh, I have 3 things.
6:02.
Okay.
6:02 is the timestamp.
Yeah.
It's faster.
That'll be the filler between clips of the next. Yeah, that's the next. Yes, that's good. I have to do that. So I have to split the banana, and I have to split that one of me going, "Oh God, no!" All right, back up to the table when you're ready. That's gonna. I have to. That has to be my goal. I have to finish
What?
my new raid video and my new trailer this week.
I'm just gonna start bullying your ass over it and be like, "Have you done it? Have you done it?"
Well, it's not gonna be that simple because it's gonna take a process. And I told you last time, it's very hard to find clips that don't include any sort of reference to somebody.
That's real fair. I mean, we can scrub through again, and like the more you play, the more options you have.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not that like it can't be like something that like there's a lot of clips that are in the video right now that I was like playing with him at that exact moment, but like he's not like in the clip itself, so that's fine. Stuff like that I can use.
Who do what?
My new raid video.
And your channel trailer.
And my
'cause you
channel
said
trailer.
that's
My
super
channel
old.
trailer is old. My channel trailer is probably 2.5 years old.
Momo, hello Momo, how are you? Welcome in.
The problem is that didn't you just I
Okay.
did just make one, but I want to take some people out of my raid video.
Do some
I got the
editing.
clip, but I can't send it to you because I don't pay for Discord.
Do we want to do Amelia's Memorial or the Hollow Man?
Oh, I was just on Hollow Man because it was up top. It doesn't matter which one.
You're doing
Maybe I can
grinding.
post it here.
It doesn't say there. Yeah, I was gonna say you could probably post it in the Discord. You probably just can't do a message.
Worked hard.
Yeah.
Did what I was
You don't have to
told.
dance around it. Wow, just the audio, still the banana going back and forth, but
Oh,
just
you
me
on
screaming,
Smite
"No,
right
my mother!"
And now,
How is Smite?
what I do
Yeah, I
next
just
and how
I
do
want
it.
to take
No, I can't.
Nate and Kami out of my raid videos.
What I want to do.
So
I'd have to have Nitro
I have to
myself.
redo it again. Just Google it. Just Google Drive it
It's a little on the nose.
and send
right?
it when it's done.
What? Was soulless piece of
Win
shit.
lose, win lose.
too?
That's about how it usually goes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, who'd you play as?
Feel all of it when I look at that
So
big
yeah,
cloud.
Arc. To answer your question, I
Scotty
did just make a
loved
new
him.
one.
She was a
And
Scotty
then life
loved him.
happened.
I love Scotty.
Addison
Scotty's
did
great.
that to
She's one of
her.
my top.
He never felt any kind of guilt or
She's
shame or
Bamf.
sadness. It was all about him and his life and what he needed. And now he
Oh,
thinks
that
he
was
can
so
kill us from
bright.
the inside the same way he killed her. He thinks he can take whatever he wants.
Oh my
We
god.
found him.
These stupid wolf
I'm
things
going
though.
to stop him.
Do you think they're ever going to explain why we have powers? Because we're not vampires, so.
Wait, I
Part of
no.
wants to be video gaming just to play these games with you, but I don't really know how I could even begin to justify that.
Well, like, I don't technically have powers
Well-
and you don't, but, like, she does, and then the bird dude
you-
has that magical eye. But, like, why does she have magical powers?
You saw like you go through
have
the
no
everybody's
idea.
cutscenes.
don't
She did like biological testing or some shit. So like she wasn't born with them. Like she got them as like a side effect or something.
Okay.
I'm just saying, like in her cutscene where you find out about her and her dead zombie ex-boyfriend
There,
and
that
stuff,
should be it right there.
she tells about how
Should it? Pinpoint of the Hollow Man's lair using the radio equipment.
Franklin.
Only open his way
Oh,
to
I
the
didn't
site by
realize
collecting
that I
3
was
vampire
muted.
underboss skulls.
My girl, she in the cutscene in the beginning of the game, she did like medical, like she was like part of like a medical test that went wrong.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so like that's she has like a so her zombie ex-boyfriend, is like they
Have you
went to
even
the
used
movies
that
or
yet?
whatever. Yeah, I've used it. I've used it a ton. Yeah, I use them all the time. In fights.
See, you don't get that reference or that information unless, you know, you share it. Because, like, obviously on my screen playing as my character, it talks about my character. And
Right.
It's my character narrating the cutscenes. So.
Right. It's same thing. My
Oh.
character narrates all the
Interesting.
cutscenes. Yeah. So this is a game that they want you to play multiple
And, like,
multiplayer.
share
They
and-
want you to play
yeah.
multiplayer. Like it is like these abilities are 100% built to cooperate with each other. But yeah, they also like want you to replay as different characters because they're like withholding information essentially.
So I'm curious if we start the Hollow Man thing, is it going to make it so we can't do the Amelia one? Or, like, does it matter? Because it says when you're ready, travel to the Hollow Man's lair and defeat him.
But it says
Have we done 3 of the skulls? I know we've done at least 2.
I mean, I guess we can do Amelia's Memorial. Oh no, we can't. Because we've chosen the other one.
Okay.
I don't know.
But
I
it says you-
genuinely don't know. They have no
It says you
matchmaking.
can
Yeah, there's no
open the
matchmaking.
way to his lair by collecting 3 vampire underboss skulls. I know we've done 2 and put them on the pedestals, but I don't know if we've done
So
3.
isn't the vampire underboss when we clear neighborhoods. Because
Yeah,
we've cleared,
but
we've
but you
cleared
gotta
Sedgwick and Heritage Rock are the only ones we've cleared. So we haven't cleared the other
Yeah.
two. So we definitely don't have these other two underbosses.
Well, and you need the skulls to put on those little things, and I know we've done two. We did the one that was like underground, remember?
Yeah.
And then we just did that one that was up on that cliff. But then we
Oh
were
no, we
like,
do. We
well,
have
where-
3. Sedgwick,
We
Old
do?
Town, and Heritage Rock are all completed.
Okay. Okay.
So we
Well,
we
where do
probably
we put that
do.
last one then?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
All right, I'm good.
My Zombie Ex-Boyfriend, a friend fiction by Tina Belcher, an erotic friend fiction.
Ooh. Obstagoon.
Wait a second.
Okay, so
I wish I knew where
the
we're
Crimson
supposed to put
Cliffs
those.
that's where we're supposed to go for this mission, right?
Yes, correct.
So we just have to. So what you're saying is we have to find the last pedestal.
Well, it says just find the Hollow Man's door. I just don't, because in the mission thing it says you can only open the way to his lair by collecting 3 vampire underboss skulls.
So maybe it's
I
letting
don't
us
know-
find the door because we already have 3 skulls.
Yeah, maybe we just don't have to put them on the pedestals then. Well, I have one in my thing. In my inventory, it says Underboss Skulls 1, access the Vampire God Lair and Hidden Treasure.
Okay, Vampire God Lair.
So I guess maybe we can just go that way? I guess I'll travel. I'm gonna fast travel to Addison Estates. That seems to be the closer of the options. I guess we could just go there and see if it opens or not.
Yeah, I guess.
Otherwise, we just gotta figure out where the last thing goes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Okay, and we have to go this way. Chris, can you take your ping off of the map? The one that's on the boat?
How?
Just ping
Go
again.
to the map and...
Just ping on it again. Yeah, there you go.
Fantabulous. Yay!
I just had to swap my gun in Prage because my gun was shifting
Oh,
to the left.
don't like that.
Yeah, like it like the gun just shifted on the screen,
Oh, that's weird.
and I couldn't hit anything.
Huh. Oh, can you like swap sides or?
No. That was
Okay.
not a supposed to
Huh.
happen thing.
Gotcha. That's weird.
Yeah, like half of my reticle was like covered up by the scope.
That's weird.
Interesting. Oh, they were like in a tree.
A rook? Where did she say there's
Another
a rook?
one?
She
Where?
said. She just said. Oh, my character just said it's a rook.
Yeah.
Like that's all she said. Oh, I think he's up there. Maybe. Oh no, that's the door.
Something's making an angry sound. I'm just not sure. Oh, there's another regular.
Okay. What is this thingy? Oh, see, here's the
Oh, so
skulls.
this is where we. Yeah. I only have the
So
one
we need them. We need all 3.
to open.
So
then,
we can. So it's either or. So like we either put it on the.
or it's there's multiple because there's a bunch of neighborhood areas.
So we have
just
2
find the other
neighborhoods that we
underboss
haven't
ones.
finished yet. So we can go finish
Okay.
those. We just have to do the 2. There's okay. So Shade Tree Heights. We just need to go. Yeah. So both of them, we just need to go to the safe house and get our second safe house mission. So I guess we'll start at Shade Tree.
Shade Tree works. Let's go.
Okay.
Which one is Shade?
Shade Tree is
this
the
it?
lower of the 2.
That's Shade Tree Heights. Got it.
Yeah.
I was like Wampy Workus.
Okay. So then there should be. Yeah, there's a safe house mission now. Oh, Vampire Underboss. Here we go. So we just need Chris.
Wait, I have to move. It won't let me fast travel from there.
It
That's weird.
doesn't like you. It thinks
Yeah, I had to move like 40 foot to the left.
If we need to reload, let us know. We'll reload.
No, it's fine. I got a different pistol that kills without having to stab, and this one's actually working.
Okay.
I was gonna say there's also the stake launchers, and those are long term or long range, just like blat.
Yeah, this is just like a regular like pistol though. It kills
Mm.
without without having to stab.
Gotcha.
Okay, so he's over here. Okay, easy
up and
peasy.
out.
Easy
Just vibing.
peasy.
Hello, Sultan. How are you?
They like that.
Okay, nice.
I just shoot it and it dies
Nice.
without having to stab.
We're on the way to kill some vampires.
Let's get moving.
Probably. Oh my
Still
god,
dizzy
Chris.
from the last one.
What?
Do you have a problem?
I don't want to walk.
I don't want to walk 20 feet.
Exactly.
In a video game.
Step 2. Yeah, I don't want to hold my thing, my stick.
I don't want to hold
forward for 2
W. No, it's
seconds.
not even that. It's holding W.
Oh, even worse. Disgusting. Weed? You're excited? What are you excited about? But for why? What is the reason? Oh, you went inside?
Yeah, oh, I dropped
just
my elevator.
teleported.
It might still be there. Hold on, I don't know. Here, hold on.
Well, I don't know what side of the house.
Right
This
here.
house
Hold
is
on.
empty.
Come here. Right to where I am.
Oh, it's empty.
And if you give me literally a second, I'll have my elevator in.
One.
Why? It's like right there. It's taking so long.
You got tickets for flogging Molly? That's exciting. When are you going?
I like flogging Molly.
Okay, here I go.
I like frogs. Did you get your frogs clothes yet?
No, I have to finish. I started the quest. You were there. I showed you.
Flogging
I
Molly's
was
pretty
doing
good.
it.
I know, but I didn't know if you finished.
No, I didn't finish it because I had to play Red Ball. This is your fault. I don't have frog.
My fault.
Mhm.
My fault.
It's your fault.
Okay.
I don't have frog.
Get the funtitos. Zittos. Zamius. What are we looking for? What are we doing? What is...
This is the underboss.
No, I know. Destroy the Shade Tree Killer.
Get out!
Where
Oh
is
my
he?
god.
But where is he?
He's pooping!
No, not Chris, the monster, the vampire.
Well, at least close the door or something. Jeez.
I can't! Go,
He's
go!
already pooping. He's committed to the shitting. Oh, I've got his squirrels though. Chris, you're busy shitting. You don't get squirrels.
I...
Your proctor squirrel.
Where?
Proctologist squirrel. I already took it. You can't have it.
No.
Yeah.
I came down here without wiping for you to just to take it.
In July? That's super soon. That is really exciting though. Congrats.
Sun's out. As if that
Sun's
means
out,
anything
buns
anymore.
out. Especially Chris's dirty poopy butt.
Why? What is this?
Bloody floor.
I'd go see them if they came out here again.
I hear him.
I miss...
Ah! It's a Shade Tree Killer! It's him! He's here! Hey! Who got his head? Woohoo! We did it!
No,
That's a
just hold
lockpick right
T
there.
to go right to the safe house. That's easy.
What, the Shade Tree one?
No, to go to the firehouse.
Oh, I thought it was to go to Shade Tree.
No.
Oops. Well, because on mine it says return to
Oh, it does say
the safe
shade
house.
tree. Yeah. Whatever. Oh yeah, because you have to turn it into the thing. That's why.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it goes
yeah,
here.
damn right I got mud butt.
Ew.
Mud butt.
That's absolutely fucking gross.
That's not the worst thing he's said. Far from it, actually.
I don't care if it's not the worst thing. I would like it to never happen again.
What about my shame sacks?
I don't like anything that either of you say ever.
And neither one of y'all like things that I say.
I don't. Exactly. That's what I said. I don't like you. I don't like either of you.
There's nothing wrong
Like
with
any of it.
I
Any
don't
of you.
fucking like either of you. Okay.
Sometimes.
Do we have to go to Bassweed?
Biasweed. Yeah.
Bassweed.
Sometimes you just gotta lay out a fudge dragon.
Oh
I
my
am
God.
going to ban you. I may have made some bad life choices. Honestly, Ark, I'm afraid I might have. Honestly. Is it too late for a mulligan? God.
I was about to make it worse.
No, please
No.
don't. Let's go to Stormy Point.
Oh, you need to be here apparently. If it says all people required.
For what?
Oh.
Oh, okay. Well, I have to come back
all
because I
players
fast traveled
required.
away.
Mine says active.
Oh, I don't know.
I picked it up though already.
Did you?
Yeah,
Okay, as long
mission.
as it's-
The Hollow Man?
Yeah.
Vampire Underboss? The Night
Underboss?
Manager?
Yeah. Name it.
The
Okay.
Night Manager?
Yeah, I don't know why. I just kept saying
I
on
went
my
to
screen.
Stormy Point. Fast travel,
You
please.
stormed the point?
Stormy Point. Never too late to reset everything with fire. Oh my god, could you imagine?
All Chris's fault. Can't have anything nice.
Uh,
I'm an innocent angel baby. I would never say anything offensive. Ever.
I wouldn't
Innocent
either.
angel baby.
Innocent angel baby.
I wouldn't ever offend anybody.
Oh, not anyone ever. Never.
Nope, never.
Couldn't possibly be Chris. Whoa, things are exploding. Not sure why.
Oh, maybe because
Oh,
you
'cause
shot gas tanks.
Because I shot a car.
Oh, Chris shot a car. There you go. That's
I
why.
shot a car, and it
I
was
was like,
right
don't
next to
look at
the
me.
gas pumps.
That tracks. What is going on? Oop, my bad.
Ow.
Chris, what did you do?
I shot the gas tanks downstairs, and it didn't go so well.
Yeah, it would appear that way.
Okay, good, because I can't get over there.
Hold on, hold on.
If you get up here, I can heal us.
I can
Hit
also
it.
heal.
Hurry,
Here,
hurry.
Here, there you go, there you go, there you go. It's already happening.
Underboss
Raybon
skull
does
take.
heal.
Did you get the grave lock over here before you died?
The ones who suffer most.
I didn't get anything. I just kind of went down here and
He's
dead.
like,
The vampire
chose
guards, the vampire gods are
explosion.
watching us. It's gonna be a storm.
Uh-oh. Well, good thing we're
Not
outside
if
in
we
the fire.
fast travel.
I mean,
to-
but fighting Rook probably gets us points, right?
Yeah. Let's go fight a rook.
How do we get out of here since someone set everything on fire?
Right here.
Yump.
Oh, fuck, let me search the remains. Wait, where'd they go?
Okay, they're watching.
Oh, they're here.
But a short cry of pain. Me too. No, I don't think they're coming yet.
It said the vampire guards are watching. Like it said that's.
Maybe it's like a warning. Like it's almost like you've.
Maybe
increased
like they're
their-
watching us go put the skulls up.
Well, I was gonna say maybe like they're watching. Like, hey, we're paying attention, and if you keep doing this shit, you're gonna be in trouble.
So
There's a
we're
lot of
gonna
notes
keep
on these
doing this
cards.
shit.
Oh yeah, of course. Why wouldn't we? You think because a vampire god's watching, I'm gonna stop? Fuck that noise.
Obviously.
Okay, so fast travel to
To where?
Basswood.
Basswood Sci-Fi.
Wow.
Hey Krista, it's a Hey Krista read. Ooh, Horizon Zero Dawn. How's that going? I love Horizon Zero Dawn.
Okay, so now we can go back to this place. We gotta just fast travel to Addison Estate Grounds. And then we can go
So, I don't know if it'll be the same for you guys, but I bought the gun in my Lost and Found, and then afterwards, it immediately gave me 3 different purple vampire bloods after.
Oh, well that's nice.
Yeah.
I already left, so.
Well, I will find out here in a second.
But I have to get rid of stuff in my loadout anyways, because I
Somewhat
constantly pick stuff up and then forget to get rid
Yes,
of stuff,
I want
and
this
then
one.
I have too much shit.
Let me go check the safe house and see if that happens
Krista,
for
thank
me.
you so much
because
for
I've
the
had same
raid.
purpose
I appreciate
the
you.
first day we
How
played.
was Horizon Zero Dawn? I love that game so much. Couple questions. Number 1, is it your first playthrough? Number 2, How is your stream? How's things? How are you? I'm debating
I
on
don't
to
even
do.
like these pistols.
I'm like over halfway
I don't know,
done,
I'm
but not
excited.
sure if I like the gameplay. I think I've been spoiled with Zelda. Oh, so this is your first time
Fruitles are
playing Horizon,
Fruitles.
then?
Fruitles for me.
I love it. It's
Fruitles are
very
Fruitles.
different.
Never
But
for free.
welcome readers. Thank
I mean,
you
it
for
gave me
being here.
some.
If you
Maybe.
guys don't
I
know
don't
who I
know.
am, or if maybe you're hanging out and you're lurking and you're kind of like unsure of like what's going on, hello, hi, my name is Krista. Coincidentally, we were rated by Hey Krista, but my name is also Krista, or Pinksel. Most people just call me Pink. I am a variety streamer. I play a little bit of everything, ranging from things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, and everything in between. I do have a very, very quick video that I like to show whenever we get a raid to see if this is someplace you might want to hang out and get to know us and just spend some time, see like what we're about, what to expect. All that kind of stuff. Or if you know who Pink is but still have no idea what's going on. Or if you just don't have any idea what's going on. Or if you just don't have any idea ever. I hope you enjoy, guys. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions?
We were like 2 seconds away from the bike song.
I wanna ride my bike.
Hey, look, Nate. It's Uranus. I am Cat. I can help you. Look at that donk. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. And then they show up and we talk about booty.
I wanna be forever.
How are her boobs not falling out?
First you're like, yeah, then you're like, yeah.
You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I really messed up, didn't I? I made bad choices. Coming! What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? Are you pooping?
Bees! Go, bees!
I want to die right now. I want to go drown.
Yeah! Solid!
Nobody's
Just more
looking at my pee-pee. So cute.
Perceive my booty, arg.
I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream.
I shoot them my gun!
Antidepressant.
Is it working?
I wanna be haunted by Marcia. Oh,
I'm trying to make the poop.
All right, where's Davy Jones?
Oh my gosh, my monitor.
What
Nate,
I had said.
Why? Why are you like this? I couldn't make this up if I tried. That won't and can't go wrong.
You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
Here's another thing.
Bye. Thank you for the read. I appreciate you.
You've returned.
I am returned. What do you mean?
We've headed back to the Hollow Man site.
Oh, okay. Why? There we go. Okay.
Now that we are...
I can't interact with my map. Wonderful. I love this for me.
Did you suddenly go illiterate?
No, I can't interact with my map. Like, I can't click on... Okay, now it's letting me. Okay, whatever.
Beep, beep, boop, boop.
We don't ask questions.
No, don't ask questions. Redfall is perfect. It works perfect. There's nothing wrong with it.
Never once been broken. Don't lie.
Mushroom elephant escaped.
Okay, I will. We can wait to see.
Left the one off. One.
I keep like glitching into the ground.
That's fun.
Yeah, I've noticed if you crouch, you kind of like crouch like.
No.
crouch on the
I mean
ground.
just running around.
Oh.
Teleporting my robot. He teleported Bribon.
Bribon!
I did?
You did.
Oh, I didn't know it worked for him.
He said, I go. Okay. We're ready. Let's do it. Oh, his remnant too?
I did it.
Oh.
I did it.
Here we go.
I did it.
Here we go.
Okay. This better be hard. Don't talk to me.
Oh. Whoa.
What is the...
The vampire guys are
gods
watching you.
you.
What's that like bar?
I think that's the storm.
bar,
Yeah.
That's how we know the rook's gonna come and get
Yeah,
us.
yeah, yeah.
We're gonna get rooked. What the fuck is that? That's one of those yellow ones I told you about. Then I was like, there's a yellow thing.
He's waiting for you.
Charles Beck's projection. He's waiting.
You're waiting.
Your mom's waiting.
Probably. Chris, why are you so in my face?
Hello.
I'm not in anybody's face.
You are. Ooh, birds, I think.
Yeah.
Butterflies? Butterflies.
Butterflies.
Oh! Don't like it.
Oh, I do. That was really cool.
Well, I don't know what I expected.
Spooky.
That was really cool.
Spookity, spookity. Shut up, radio. Oh! Where's it going? Where's it going?
There's a door.
Where's it going? Psychic projection. Where's it going?
Yeah, we got a
It's
little
going
sin eater.
Okay.
Okay.
We should go upstairs
Where-
before we go in the door.
Where are they? Oh, there it is.
Dr. Addison, your nurse let us in. She said...
Dr. Addison, she said you're a punk ass bitch.
I didn't
You
think...
killed your daughter?
Translocating.
Dr. Peter Addison, I've read your work. We want to talk to you.
Wait, we saw his spirit outside.
Who are you? What do you want?
Charles
Amelia?
Beck, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Amelia!
Amelia's dead.
Is it dementia? Who's Amelia?
Oh, that door's the exit.
Come on, we practiced this.
That door's the exit?
Yes.
Sir, we're hoping to speak with you
Oh, they're
about
still
your
talking.
research in parabiotic rejuvenation. I'm Claire. Claire Beck, and this is my
Claire.
friend Thomas.
Yes, yes. We have an idea. We want
Well, I
to
bet
work
you
with
do.
Your research raised so many questions. I believe there are unexplored possibilities. Sir,
Chris, just stay still for a second.
Did you bring the butterfly?
I can't. I
Aw.
don't know what that means.
he's not listening.
He will. Our blood type is O negative.
Uh-oh.
You're gonna take his
I
blood?
have an idea.
Or
Claire.
give him a transfusion.
Yeah.
We'll get what we need.
Ooh.
Sus.
Super sus.
That must be
Ooh,
how
this
it
is like a
started.
labyrinth.
Addison really was sick.
Like a maze in here.
And those two, Claire and Charles.
So do we go in
Huh.
any rooms?
Are there... Here's a room to go into. I was about to be like, is there any rooms to go into?
There's just a hand and the butterfly.
Is this gonna be like a warped version of his memory since he
Yeah.
was like demented?
Well, I'm sure he doesn't think that he, like, killed his kid. I'm sure he thinks that, like, he was trying to help her or whatever.
Yeah, but he didn't go, oh no, she's dead. He went, ah, what am I gonna do now?
Yeah.
So that's why I'm like,
Because his scientific experiment was tainted. Wait,
oh
are we supposed to be
no,
looking
my
at these?
science, it's broken. I don't know what this one is. Just
So
a white
this it
screen.
becomes like the so something about the butterfly. And then this one, what does this one do? This is just white?
Well,
No,
she
it's like
has
a
connection.
it's like an explosion. Like you can see like a very faint figure in this on the right side.
And it burns out.
With a bunch
Yeah.
of arms.
The one before it was like you could see like a bubble coming off of him of like
Yeah, and then the
energy.
one downstairs he has the butterfly in his hand and he crushes it.
Yeah, which
Alright,
was
so-
the connection to Amelia.
Right, so then do we have to go upstairs again? Yeah, this is like the force field.
So this is gonna be the boss fight area. Cause look at there's like ammo and
How did you get
health.
up?
There's
Oh, the stairs.
steps
Oh,
in that
it
room
was
you
in
were-
the other room. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like the room you were, yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't in that room anymore, obviously.
Yep, here he
Hollow
comes,
Man.
Here he comes. Oh!
Okay.
Butterfly! Butterfly in the sky! Not really, not really. Here. Go, Bribon! Bribon it. Oh, what the fuck are these? Guys, there's electricity and it's mad.
I am lagging so bad.
It's okay, your boyfriend's doing work.
That's why I summoned him, because I was like, I can't see shit.
I'm reloading.
Oh, there's blood bags that are.
Yeah, that are like giving him health.
Ew. Oh, that's your boyfriend I kind of shot at a little bit? It's okay, he's fine.
Don't shoot him.
It was an accident. I couldn't see. There was a blood bag and then it disappeared and then he was there, so. Ah! Ooh, that was a good hit. Ray ball! Oh god, oh god, oh god. Don't touch me with your electric crap.
This is embarrassing, this lag right now.
Ooh, I need ammo bad.
There's some things over here.
I found some, but like, oof. Is that all of them? Oh no, we got some stuff here.
This lag.
Okay. See if I can pick up more ammo. What are we missing? Because something hasn't been killed yet.
It's gotta be. Do we see a line where there's a thing?
Oh, I see him.
Where is it?
I killed him.
Got it? Got it. Okay, dope.
Oh, he's going down, or he's not?
Is he yelling timber? He's. Oh, there he goes.
That was embarrassing. For him.
Seriously.
Stake him?
I am?
Oh,
I am. I am. It's doing its cutscene.
Oh. Destroy the Hollow Man. Now we go. Where'd he go?
Oh my god. Take the Hollow Man's remnants and take the Hollow Man's
Where
skull.
is it?
Down, but
Where's...
probably
Oh,
below.
down. I see it. I think. Got it. Got it. Now we got the remnant. Now we can equip the remnant. And I'm assuming we just... Yeah, leave the thing.
Okay.
Quiz. There we go. I was like, you're too far.
Some more Zelda stuff. Decided to take the lab. Oh, that's rough. How's that working for you?
Bad boss fight.
Return to the other stage.
Way better.
To the fire station?
Yeah.
Alright. My map is being weird. Okay. Ooh, it's so sensitive right now.
Sensitive.
That was lagging pretty bad.
Yeah, that was really bad. Like, that was actually really embarrassing how bad that lagged.
I like how I told it to go to the fire station and it said, fuck you, I'm not doing that.
It was like, no thanks. Listen to the... Oh, look at... I like how my... Like, it's just cut off. My quest is just cut off. Like, they like, the text box is only like 100 pixels, and this is too many pixels, and so it just cut off.
Can't pick... Oh, you're levitating.
Hey,
For you.
don't.
Ooh, look at our remnant! Killing a human regenerates 5% of your ultimate power meter. Butterfly needle.
Don't expect too much from this.
You don't expect anything.
This is Rebecca Mitchell of the Coast Guard.
We completed all of the main missions in
Redfall
Redfall
Commons. Okay.
We're so cool.
So cool.
Shit really sucks here. Reverend Eva says you took out one.
Oh, but we gotta do the Amelia thing, right?
Good for you. We've got more out here.
Can we? Can you see the table?
I need to go and help them too.
Yeah.
And Rebecca says.
Oh, and then we can do to the other side. So we can do the Amelia one, yeah. I'm good.
Amelia Addison.
There we go.
I met her once.
Doop. Oh, I guess just skip it and don't watch it.
Why?
I didn't.
Oh,
do
did it skip for y'all too?
Yeah.
Chris!
It didn't skip for y'all last time I did that.
Yes, it did.
Yes, it did.
Yes, it did.
It did?
Yes.
Oh, you didn't say anything. I didn't know.
I think we told you last time too, but it's fine.
Maybe I wasn't paying attention. I don't know. I don't remember.
We gotta go to the church.
Yeah, see, my thing is I went to, so Sedgwick Safe House or Addison, I guess they're both the same. Addison State Grounds or Sedgwick Safe House are both closer. My problem with the labyrinth that I did was I went through and I just could not find the stairway down. Like, I went through like 4 times and I could not find, like, I kept missing how to, like, get down to, like, the bottom level.
Stairs are hard.
Yeah, they do be hard sometimes.
You ever fallen down a set of stairs? I haven't, but it looks painful.
I have, actually. I do not recommend.
I've fallen upstairs.
You've fallen up? That sounds like something you would do. So.
So I'm not surprised.
Definitely fell up the stairs a few times.
Have a good night, Oddball. Thank you so much for coming in and hanging out tonight. I really, really, really appreciate it, honestly.
I got a new UV beam gun. It doesn't do that much more damage, but it's enough to make me excited.
Oh yeah, I got some new weapons.
I can hold 15 sticks.
I got a Pacific Grim, a grave mistake.
I liked Pacific Grim up until it became obsolete.
Well, it's the same as it's like the
doing it
Grim
again.
Tide, but
Yeah.
yeah,
Let's go to the
essentially.
church. We also have nests we
Essentially.
can do if we want to do nests. but-
Yeah, nests were. I feel like nests were good for loot, honestly.
Mhm, like if you want to level up your stuff.
Yeah.
Impodim. But we're kind of next to a nest if we want to do it. I don't know.
I'm down. I'm down. I'm down to nest.
I think it's this way? Let's see.
Okay.
And...
Yep, because here's the blue.
Bloop, bloop, bloop.
Oh,
Bloop, bloop, bloop.
makes my skin crawl. The monster's like.
Can't find the
draw
oh, hello,
power
gentlemen.
from that thing. Any I
You don't
run
need
into
anything.
here, that's real nasty.
Okay. Oh, that is a big
The
fall.
nest
Good thing
is
I didn't keep
somewhere
running. That
nearby.
was sucked. I'm gonna assume it's over there. If only we had someone who could.
What I
throw a
hear, like,
thing.
hold on. Shh.
I think
It's
the
like
door.
pulsing. Yeah, there's like
Yeah.
a pulsing, so you can kind of hear it.
Okay. That should be. Yep, right
It's
here.
not that big of a fall either. It's just the fog made it look scary.
It did. It looked really scary. I was like,
Oh, that
looks
was so fun.
big.
It's like that scene in Encanto where she's like holding on and she like
yeah.
falls and then she drops down and it's like 2 feet.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
Communications are all messed up.
Alright.
It suck not being able to talk to your girlfriend.
But Adi's about the labyrinth. It's possible that the stairs you need to go up before leading to a hole. I usually just tried the research was like, yeah, that's what I was doing. Like I was on track, and then suddenly it was like, well, I'm at the end. Like there was like, it was like perfect. Like the person did like little like a pine cone trail. But yeah, it just, I missed something somewhere because I got to the end of the
Yeah.
labyrinth and I was like,
Yeah.
What? What?
I can't do anything.
What do you mean?
I'm lagging.
Oh.
You couldn't play the piano?
I can barely look.
Rise and shine?
Oh, hello.
Ooh, lag. Oh man, again, that would have been so good
Reload.
if I could do it without lagging.
Rainbow. Jake actually sounds really good right now.
Oh my god, this lag, like I can't do anything. It's like, it's
I'd-
fine until all 3 of us are shooting, and then it's bad. Nobody shoot except for me, okay, thank you.
Oh, noted.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Upstairs. No? Okay, just checking.
Skipping ahead.
Of course you're skipping ahead, you head skipper.
Corpse of the Lost, mine. Whee! Oh. I was sliding until you body blocked me.
There's a guy just vibing here and I wasn't about to have it. Oh, whoa, dude.
There's
Oh!
no fucking
Oh, they don't
way.
like my punch. Oh, that skill is not ready.
Oh my gosh. Have y'all... So you know how like when you're crouched down, your gun's to the side?
Yeah.
Have y'all tried to
Oh.
shoot? Have you shot when you're crouched? Because your gun doesn't move, it just shoots the bullet.
Yeah. Oh, you mean Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
What?
Well,
Yeah,
your
it
game's
does.
also glitching, Chris.
It pulls it in the center. And it only goes
Mine
to the
is-
side when you're crouched and you're... Yeah. No, it doesn't. It literally only goes to the side when I'm running.
No, mine goes to the side when I'm crouched too.
Maybe it's the gun?
No, it doesn't matter what gun it is. It's just all shooting it like.
But you're fine.
Thing is,
Like, physically on my screen, you're fine.
I've got 4 vampires over here.
Oh, on
okay,
my
we're
screen, the gun's not moving.
I'm gonna die.
Oh, it's sealed? Oh, wait, no, it's not. I'm lagging. I can't see. Okay.
No, it's the vampire ability thing.
Yeah, I'm lagging, so.
Ribbon, can you...
I'm trying my best.
Ribbon.
Oh, this lag. Oh, this lag.
It also could be because it goes from just us 3 to a bunch of vampires on screen.
No, mine's doing it. Doesn't matter how many they're there.
No, I'm talking about hers, because she said
Yeah.
1, we 3, shoot, and then I'm thinking it's also
Oh.
because there's a bunch of enemies on screen.
Maybe.
How is there no ammo here?
I have a heart guardian.
You want
on
1
me?
bullet? There's gotta be another vamp around here, and that's causing this dark crap.
I've got a heart guardian. I don't know if this is her or not, but she's not taking any. Okay, so she doesn't take literally any damage from UV.
Ooh.
She's stake. Wait, how do I stake her? What do I do? Oh, you staked her?
Yeah, I got it to work. It was being weird, because even on mine it was kind of funky.
Well, no, I had the thing, and then I hit it, and then, but it must have been you came over and hit it while I was like in the animation.
Well, on mine it showed the animation too. That's why I...
No, but I'm saying the pop-up came up that told me to do it, and I was pressing it, but you had already come over and done it. That's why it was not interacting with me.
Stop.
Oh, I got a gold that time.
Ooh, look at you, fancy. Why are you not walking? Open! This is driving me freaking nuts. Okay. On to the next. Isn't there one over here?
Hurry up.
Yep. One right
Oh, I
here.
found the exit.
Okay,
The
is the
exit's right
exit
here
in
on
the same
me.
spot? It's on
Okay.
you.
No, it's on me right now.
Okay.
Oh, that's usually where the other thing is. Okay. Is there
Oh my
anything to grab
god,
there?
lag.
I'm just gonna grab
Fucking seriously.
I can't do anything. I'm just standing here.
it. This is where I always get stuck.
I'm not gonna make it because of this lag. I can't move. Okay, I'm here.
We're okay. Exit, exit, exit. Did it count? Did it count?
Yep. We had like 5 seconds on my screen.
No, we had a second on mine.
Yeah, on mine it was 1. Oh no, we got it. Okay.
Oh, we have 5 on my screen.
Yeah, but you're lagging, so.
Mm.
Because if ours said 1 or 2, that's likely what it was. Because you're bouncing all over the place. Okay, so we need to go to the Redfall United Church of Christ, which is in this direction. Come on, kids, we gotta go to church!
What does my gold blood remnant do? Oh my goodness. Reduced deafness damage?
Deafness?
Kills you for 15% of your
Mhm.
max HP.
I got one. Ooh, health increase. Very nice.
Okay.
What do we get gun-wise? Anything good? Automatic assault rifle.
Vampire gods are watching you. No, they're
I
not.
don't want. Look away.
No, they're not. Alright, so then where are we going? So we have to go...
Church.
Sedgwick Safe House. Sedgwick Safe House.
I thought we were going to the church.
Yeah, that's so you go to the safe house to walk to the church?
I was just walking.
Oh.
Because I think it's just across the way, right?
Might be.
Oh, wow, 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 wow. Yeah, I'm almost there.
Thank you for the follow. Yeah, see? I'm almost here too. I'm right next to you. Behind ya.
Okay, I'm stuck on a stupid rock. Stupid rock!
Stupid rock. Alright, come on.
Climbing
Grab.
is hard.
I hear him translocating because he won't walk.
Why would he walk?
No, I know.
Why would I?
Why
That is a
would
good
he
question.
walk? Oh no, people are missing.
It's like probably didn't help too much. Mazes. Yeah.
No,
And that's
no,
why
Robin.
I was like, instead of like running through it like a dozen times, I was like, I'm just
Who
gonna call
spells
it
Chris
tonight.
like this?
Just
Who
tonight.
spells Chris like this? Chris? Is this how you're gonna spell your name?
Ew. Luna
Who-
Ravelins.
Who
Already.
spells Chris like this?
Already.
What is it spelled like?
CRIS.
With no H.
Isn't what? Wow.
Look at this.
Why can't I turn my flashlight off?
Artie Moonbeam.
Yeah, so I said Artie Moonbeam.
Moonbeam. Oh, we got friends in
$10. These are the Facebook profile pictures of the people who tried to make this game.
Why do you say tried to make this game? Like we're not actually playing it right now. Like regardless of how you feel about it, like it's released and we are playing it. They did do it.
Slapped it. All on the floor.
All on the floor, slap that. All on
No
the
more
floor.
funerals.
Slap that. All on the floor, slap that. All on the
Boo boo
floor.
badoo.
Slap that. All on the floor. Ooh.
Okay, Phantom of the Opera.
I don't like this room. This is like
Ding!
this is like Sunday school. Yeah, Sunday school. Yeah.
Sing to me!
Sing!
Why do you sound like the Count
Sing!
from fucking Sesame Street?
One
Fucking turret in here.
Chris just runs in front of my screenshot.
Uh-oh, I'm on Pierre. Oh, is this what we're looking for? Amelia's card. I got it. I'm also doing drugs. Seems like some things went to the trailer park. But why was the rabbit one of them? Maybe there's a list somewhere. Interesting. So where would the list be?
Dracula musical!
Chris has lost his mind again.
Ma'am?
I just hear a death scream. That sounds legitimate.
It's fine.
Sunday school notes.
Yeah, you went in the weird culty room.
Oh, I love cult rooms. Okay, so well now what do we do? Missions. We have to go to get the toy rabbit.
Yeah, it's here.
Well, no, it says clues. Seems like some things went to the trailer park, but was the rabbit one of them? Maybe there's a list somewhere.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the marker is here.
So we gotta find the.
Oh, I bet you that's
potentially
right
the
there,
list.
that piece of paper.
The rabbit.
Toy donations list. Stuffed rabbit, lobster plush. Yep. So okay, and so it's gonna change our
So
thing
where's
now.
the rabbit?
It's gonna change our thing to the
Golden
Golden
View
View mobile community. Yeah,
Okay.
that's why I was like,
They-
the marker
they
is right
donated
here.
her rabbit?
Y'all.
Rude. Okay, so we can go to
From this
Autumn Trail
anger
Road.
beauty spot. Where?
Autumn Trail Road or whatever. It's right under where the mobile park is.
Oh yeah.
The hell was that sound?
The gloomy hand interrupt. Yeah, oh, that too, Laz. I was so annoyed with the hand coming in and violating me.
Dirty.
I had another one today that I tried to fight, and it didn't go the greatest, if I'm being honest.
See if we can hop our way up here. What's the way we need to go? Okay, so
What are we doing?
we're going to the marker. There's a blue marker.
Go to the so open your map and go to Autumn Trail Road. It's like kind of underneath the yellow marker of the trailer park.
I put a blue marker where we need to go, so whatever your closest fast travel is, which should be Autumn Trail theoretically. The Hollow Man's dead. Sounds like a you problem.
I wonder who did that. That sounds rough, buddy.
Oh no, your cult leader's dead. Whatever will happen.
Oh no, I wonder who would do such a thing.
Awful news.
Oh,
what
Chris,
fuck
here's
was
a
that?
thing.
Oh. It's a flaming vampire.
Chris, here you go.
Wow.
What?
The boat.
The boat. Go get your boat. There he goes. Get your boat. Oh, there he goes.
Good boy.
That's a
You
happy
like the
boy right
boat?
there.
You like the boat?
What do we do with the drunken sailor? What do we do with the drunken sailor?
He's
Alright.
playing Sea of Thieves right now.
Hey, hey, and up she rises.
Quick, let's sink him.
Up she rises.
I'm sinking your boat.
No!
Give me your loot, noob. Get off my server.
Oh my god,
Which is
I'm better
actually
than
your
you.
server.
I'm better than you.
I'm trying to.
Uh,
Wait, what are we
Gravelock?
doing?
We're looking for a bunny.
I found it.
Oh, Gravelock. We're Gravelock. In here.
A bunny?
Bunny, I found
you got
it.
the bunny? And the
Deliver a
Gravelock on the-
eulogy? Absolutely fucking not.
I can't be bothered.
Brabone, move!
Brabone is a little thick boy.
What is that? What are those lights over there?
What?
It's a rave. Wah, wah,
It's a cop car. It's a police car.
Everybody. Wah, 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 wah,
Oh, it's a cop car.
Yeah, it's a police car.
Valeria water. Where are we going? We gotta deliver a eulogy.
Away
which
from
is
that cop
better
car.
Ooh!
Where?
There. It was
Oh,
getting
on
on
the
my
fire
nerves.
station. We just have to go back to the fire station.
Why is this house highlighted?
Because it's the mobile home park. It's just the map marker. It's just the map marker.
Meep marker.
Meep, meep, meep.
Meep marker.
Meep, meep. Marking my meep, meep.
Okay, where?
Okay, firehouse. Now,
Upstairs?
yes, upstairs. We have to deliver a googly.
A Google.
A you googly?
Oh, over here. Here it is. Place.
Hello,
bunny.
Ava.
You don't think I know what a you googly is?
Thank you for getting my reference.
Much more.
Deliver
A
your
Googleizer.
Where do I deliver the Googly? Where does the Googly go?
Where does the googly go? There's not a spot to deliver your googly.
This is some bullshit. Where do I deliver? Ah! Oh my god, my dog just put her cold nose on my side. That scared the shit out of me.
Well,
I got
apparently
so
the
scared of the
googly at your house.
googly.
Deliver you. Where do I deliver the Googly? That's going into quotes.
Hello?
Well, do it.
I
Give the Googly.
I love that movie, so I knew it immediately.
I don't.
Everyone in this town did. Her death will always be a tragedy.
Oh, she's giving it now.
But at least she'll be mourned.
She's doing it.
We'll
She's
be
doing
doing
the
a lot of
googly right now.
Just
We're being really disrespectful by running around and jumping and
extremely good
You
looking.
Googled.
get
You
your Googled.
honored Amelia with your Google.
Travel to the
I-
burial point.
Everyone
Burial.
wants to. You Google.
You Google.
Oh my gosh, the you googly.
Is it a center for ants?
I added that to my quote. So where do I deliver the you googly?
Oh no.
What? Hey, bully. What are you doing? Hey, ya baby. Hi, stinky baby.
I'm not a
Oh,
you
that
Goog
was
I'm
my
not a you
house.
Googlist.
Just a baby. Just a little baby.
What is
you
loading?
Googleizes?
I don't know, but it's loading eternally. Maybe that because it's the last thing, it's gonna be like, hey, now we gotta load up the next map, or I don't know. Oh, I'm getting mandated puppy snuggles.
What
Oh,
is
I was
going
right.
on?
Into the earth.
Oh, you've loaded in? I haven't loaded in yet.
Okay, whatever I do, just don't hit skip.
Exactly.
You know how bad it hurts to not hit skip?
No.
I'm not even in yet.
Me neither.
Oh, mine is playing. Oops. Shut up.
I have music.
I don't even have that.
Maybe
have
she has to
full-on cutscene.
watch the cutscene? I don't know.
I don't know why I wouldn't. You guys wouldn't.
I know.
I'm not
don't
even
know.
hosting.
Oh, I get stuff after both of y'all. Like, I'm always the last one to load in.
This is ridiculous, though. Like, if we have to wait for her to watch the cutscene, that's kind of messed up.
That'd be kind of funny.
Okay, well, I've loaded into the tunnel, so... But now I have no sound for some reason. Oh, wait. No, now it's starting. Okay, well, I'm in the tunnel, so I don't know.
The tunnel.
I'm in a loading screen.
Yeah, I'm just...
I have nothing.
I know, like, should we, like, leave and go back? Like, I can't even, like, exit or, like, I can't pull
I don't
my
know. I'm kind
inventory.
of afraid. I'm kind of afraid. We will lose everything.
Well, we're not gonna lose everything. If anything, we'll just lose the last thing we did. Or we could have an Astro and we could lose half of our game.
Yeah, because I'm the host and I'm the one who has the save.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But, like, I can't do anything. I have nothing. I have no game. I have nothing.
I have nothing as well.
Well, I don't know.
Alright, well, Chris is host, so if Chris can't load in, I can't load in.
So...
Close the game and reload, maybe?
I can try it. Just see what happens.
The game is already running. If you just quit the game, it should be ready to launch again in a moment. The game is still running, but it's not.
The game is having a moment.
Like, I hear Redfall still. Like, I hear the Redfall music.
Yeah.
I don't have music. I just have sounds.
Redfall. 2 friends playing. Play.
Yeah, it didn't take me out of the game at all.
I can't pull it back up. Like, it literally just says that Redfall's already running, even though it's not running.
Well, what's weird is when Chris exited the game last time, it took us out. This time it didn't. I'm still just...
Oh, I'm not. I'm still in the game.
It's not showing you, though. On the bottom of my screen, it just shows her. As a man.
Well, I just hard exited.
I hard exited and it literally won't close my game.
Yeah, it's... Okay, here's what's really weird. It's showing Chris's character with your name, but Chris's name is on my map. Like, when I look in his direction. Okay. But you're not there. So, like, if I look in the direction that you should be standing, it has Eggnog.
Mm-hmm.
But then if I look in the bottom left to show who's in my game, it has your character, Devinder, but it has her name. Like, look at my screen.
I see it. That's weird.
That makes no sense.
My game isn't even open.
You've fused into one person.
Like, wait.
I had to task manager my game to get it to come up.
I've exited the game and I still have the sound.
I know. I had to task manager my game for that to stop.
Oh, now it's just kicked me out of the game. Finally. That is so fucking weird.
Yeah, Chris, I had to go into task manager and I had to force close.
But I don't even have that as an option to force close.
No, go scroll down. It's gonna be in the list of shit.
Oh my. Redfall, here we go.
Yep.
That's so fucking weird.
I know.
As intended.
It bugged.
Alright, let's see how much we've lost. Actually, while he loads in, while you guys all load in, I'm gonna put a piece of pizza in the toaster oven.
I'm gonna use the west room.
That sounds so good.
The west room? Why not the east
west
room? Are you eastist?
I don't have an east
I want the pizza.
Pizza?
I do want the pizza.
Send him some pizza.
Please, in the mail. If USPS actually makes it here, I will eat it.
There it is.
But I know how good our postal system is, and it never will make it here.
The crazy thing is how long it'll take to get there. Like, you know, you're, what, 8 hours away from me or whatever? It'll still take, like, a week to get there. It's, like, stupid. I ordered something from a store, like 2 towns over, you know, maybe a 15-minute drive if I felt like it, and it took like 5 days for it to get to my house. Oh, I think everyone's gone. Everyone left me. Wish I... Can I just join him? Is that a thing? No, he's not online. Nope. He's not online. My Bethesda account. I really wish my subtitles weren't so broken.
I've returned.
So a super cool thing down in the depths. Is it something that you could share that's not spoilery, or do you think it's spoilery? I explored in the depths a lot the last couple days, honestly.
I used to be in the depths for 2 years. I was a whore.
I thought you said you're not a whore.
I was in the depths. I was a dead sea whore.
What does that even mean?
Huh?
What does that mean?
Oh, because I was a wench.
No, I know, but like, is that haunt thing?
Yeah, it was the
Okay.
maze I was in for 2 seasons. I
Okay,
was in
because like
the
you're
depth.
like, I was in the depths, and I was like, what? This bitch has lost her mind.
No, it was the name of the maze, and it was a mine / pirates / Cthulhu. I don't know. There was a lot going on.
They didn't
But
know. They
I
didn't
was a-
know what they wanted to do there, so they did all the things.
I started off as a mermaid, a viscous mermaid, and then I was like, I fucking hate this. I want to be a wench, and they were like, that's fine. And then I spent a season and a half as a wench. Because being a mermaid
But it's
sucks.
something that
You
was
can't
even
eat.
cooler first time. Oh, I see.
I had a prosthetic that covered my mouth and had teeth, and so I could only eat things like French fries to like stick in between the teeth. It was horrible.
If you still want to know, I can say. I'm trying to think like what I did down there.
Where did Chris go?
I don't know.
Did he go to get pizza from your house?
I honestly don't know. Like he didn't even say BRB.
He's going to cook a sausage.
God, I hate when he does this and he's like host though.
R.I.P. R.I.P.P. New rule: Chris can't host because he eats sausage too much. It's fine. Oh, there's a Breloom? Guys, there's a Breloom.
Breloom.
I accidentally hit not
He
one,
just
but
poof.
2
He
Pokeballs.
did. Like he was just talking and then he just is he still connected to voice chat? He's
does
still
this
in
all the
voice
time. This
chat.
is normal. This is perfectly normal.
Yeah, this is very normal for Chris, honestly, which is
He
kind of
just
sad
vanishes
to say,
into the
but-
ether, and then eventually he'll come back and go, "I'm back." And
I'm
we're like, "Yeah, you didn't
back,
say you were
and he's like,
leaving."
I'm ready to go. Why aren't you guys ready?
Mm-hmm. That tracks. That tracks. At least he stays on brand, though. Like, it's predictable. It's never like, what's gonna happen next? It's like, we know what's gonna happen next. We know. See, here he is.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
See?
Yeah.
What?
Yep.
What happened?
We were just talking about how you just disappear.
You commit to
Oh,
your
I
brand.
went to go to the bathroom.
Mm. You had to poop?
No.
Hey, go
Yeah.
poopy.
Go poo poo.
No.
Go poo.
No poopy.
No, you know I would have like said if I.
I know he would have.
Why? Also, when I was saying poop the other day, and then Astro was like, "It sounds so funny," and I was like, "You gotta go poopy,
poopy,
poopy." I have readied.
I
I am
have.
ready. Okay, let's see. How far back did we get sent?
If we're lucky, it won't be very far. It'll just be the you googly.
I mean, it's not like anything that we did was difficult, but like
It's not like we did anything at all.
maybe it'll just be the same loading screen.
It's not like we've ever done anything.
I've never done anything in my entire life.
What are
Not
we
once.
playing while we watch Ant-Man?
Ant-Man?
Ant-Man and the
Well-
Guardians of the Galaxy.
It has to be something chill.
So I can Valheim?
You can Valheim, 100%.
No, I want to play
I
2K
might-
there. Oh wait, we're
I
in.
might
We're
just-
in.
It happened while
I'm-
no one
I'm
was
in.
watching.
I'm in. This is
You
it.
might
Yes,
just what,
this is where we
Chris?
should be.
Into the
Play my
earth.
weeb game.
Oh, there's. Are you guys getting the
They got their
cutscene?
Yep.
teeth in slow.
Mine just started. It spawned me in, and then put me.
Yeah,
in.
no, that's what I said. We're in.
Wanted
It'll
to
put me in
look.
this time.
Mind your business. Keep your head down.
Here, I'll say.
I might go look for
Everett
something to
present.
eat while this
Vampires
plays.
moved in without so much
You
as
don't
a
have very much
whisper
time,
to
but go ahead.
warn of 'em.
I'm
They
just.
took the whole
If I've
town.
already done it, that's fine. But if I haven't done it, I'm like, ugh,
turned
I don't
on
want
each
to know.
other. When they had everything.
Good night, Ark. Good night. Thanks for
They
hanging.
wanted more. I can feel it. Their hate. Their greed. All the evil they did. It sinks into everything.
Whose voice is this?
It's in their blood.
I don't know. It's not
It's in
Claire.
their heads. And now it's in mine.
My sound is all jacked up though.
I thought nothing could stop them.
It's got to be Claire.
And
It's, those
now
are
they
grave blocks.
But Claire's spoken
They
and she
know
doesn't have an
something's
accent.
coming for them.
But has Claire spoken for this long?
All you need to do.
Yeah, because that was the two that were talking during that psychic thing.
Yeah.
It was Claire and the brother.
Yeah.
She doesn't have an accent.
Huh.
Unless she like learned to get rid of her accent, but she seemed to be in on what was was going on. This chick seems to be against it.
Oh no. No, 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 no. This isn't right. Where am I?
Woo!
Wee 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 wee.
Wee. Trunk open. Badlands shotgun.
I got a Firebird asshole rifle.
Asshole rifle?
Mm-hmm. Yes, Laz, I do.
Well, I got a shit gun.
You're so
Whoop.
lucky I'm coming along.
Whoop. Who built this place? It's really like not to OSHA standards.
Oh, sure. It's so cold in here. Is the heat on at all? Aw, honey. You're sleeping on a little thing.
Little thing? It's a flare gun.
We've seen him before.
Wee wee.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, did you find food?
Back.
Observe you. Find the red door, and she'll be satisfied.
Really, Laz? Oh, that's real interesting. That they float around in the depths.
In the butt.
In the buttholes.
What?
Dragon,
In the butt.
butthole dragons.
Butthole Dragons is my favorite kind.
Sounds like a dope band. Butthole Dragons? Dope band.
Or it sounds like somebody literally butthole dragon across the floor. Like a dog.
Have you ever butthole a dragon?
That spooky guy said.
No, like drag your butthole.
No.
Butthole dragon. Dragging your butthole.
Might as well make
Yeah,
like a
I
dog.
know.
Like, you know, you got worms.
Yes, I know, but I'm talking about
Butt?
butthole a dragon.
How
Like
do you
Smaug.
butthole a dragon?
That's up for interpretation.
I can't see.
Yeah, there's apparently certain doors or a
Oh.
trick. Oh, vampire! I think we have to like pay attention to figure out which door we need to go through.
Oh.
Or, hold on.
I'm in a house. I'm in a weird, creepy house.
I don't know what door you went through. That's
I went to the door to the far right.
Yeah, Chris went through the wrong one. Staff parking.
I'll be dragging my butthole. Hey. New chaos would pick up on it.
This guy.
Holy shit! I can't shoot shit.
Oh, he left something. That was nice of him.
My pistol's broken again? Let's go.
Love that for you.
Good thing you have 2 other guns, theoretically.
Right.
Yep.
Good thing you have 2 other functional guns. I mean, oops.
Why would I have a functional gun in this game?
A functional gun?
Whoa.
Yes, that I mean, I do have that.
That would be our pistol.
I do have a fuck shit gun.
Blood chimeras.
Thank you for the follow.
Let me
Welcome
read
in.
it. I want to read about blood chimeras.
You can. You just have to click it until it lets
I
you read it.
can't. I clicked it so many.
So
And it said,
many?
Not for you, you illiterate cow. That's what it told me.
It called you a moo cow?
It did. It went moo.
Word.
Probably.
And make a move.
Oh, there's more doors. Which door do we go through? Hold on. What are they? There's the relaxation lounge, the records, and please have badge visible.
Let's go in here.
Please have badge visible.
Let's go in here.
Did it work, Chris? Are you visible?
Backstab on dragon enemies.
Yeah.
I go, are you visible? Indivisible. Okay.
Angler, what are you?
Oh, it's lagging. What are they doing?
I love how long it takes to reload.
Rebone.
Ooh.
There's nothing to stake because you guys also staked it. Oh, there's a thingy.
What is that?
Butterflies everywhere.
It's a ghostly key.
I noticed that. Let's keep it in mind.
It's a
It's
ghostly
scary wind chimes.
key.
Ooh, is it made
So
of
now we have
bones?
another door.
I want bone chimes.
Reading loft.
Ew, nerd.
The place to go?
For being a multiplayer game, the body blocking is very annoying.
I know sickness.
Miss Whisper.
I know death.
Staff only.
We'll see each other
There we go. I lagged and couldn't walk.
I healed you.
I'm back. Kind of.
Right. Escape psychically manifested forest? Check.
Founders Knoll. Oh, are we? So we're in the new map now, right? Yeah.
Let's see. Map? Yep. Yeah. Oh, wow.
Our vampire nest is like right there.
So, should we find the safe house?
Yes.
And
Safe house. All right, so we are in Founders Knoll. So if we go literally any further to the right, we'll go into a different area. So we don't want to go there. So we want to stay on this road.
Okay.
Why does this like spray painting on the walls just look like something like an emo kid would write in like 2006?
It says "keep out," Chris.
No. The one back there said, "The blood is a part of me," and I.
Oh, I was like, what are you talking about? It literally is like Miss Whisper cultist. Okay, so there's different. So are these the different?
Based on the gods.
Yeah. Okay.
Vampire gods. That's what it would appear. The question is.
But would it vampire?
Oh
It would vampire.
my god.
I like that they're fighting each other. It's really nice. You think Miss Whisper does it though? Tranquila, tranquila.
Lag, I love it. I love lagging, it's so fun. I love lagging, it's so fun.
This gun is like so slow to turn while I shoot. It's crap. I'll bet there.
There's a fast travel right here.
Yep.
Nice.
Get wrecked, noob.
Lag.
NPC.
Unusual Zelda game, real different from the previous titles. I know they wanted to take a more realistic approach this time around.
That's all of them. It's not. I see someone right there. It is so foggy. Who put this fog here?
General store.
I want to speak to the fog manager.
The fog manager?
Yes.
I don't know that that's a thing, but you know what? I'm not gonna dispute it. I'm wondering if the Maritom thing in the middle is the equivalent of the
We can handle those losers.
the firehouse on the map.
Oh, probably.
What are you doing over here all squidgy? There's some squidgy ass sounds. I don't like it.
Well done steak. Get it?
Safe house found.
Yeah,
Dope.
it's over here.
I mean, it's not our base of operations, but it's something.
One of those
It's a
little
safe
monster
house.
nests.
Wait, there's a monster nest next to the safe house. Holy strong vampire. I can't see shit.
Get him, Bribon. Good job. Oh, it's a siphon? Where did he go? Oh, he's being a dick?
Have you told him to not be a dick?
I didn't. I probably should have. This does not seem to be as
Thanks for the
effective as
fantastic frame. I'm sorry the game
Oh
isn't
my
performing.
God.
Dress goes great. Thanks, Corley. Good night.
I like teleported weird.
Enjoy your sleepies or genshins or
Where did you go?
whichever.
You in a... Oh, you're right here. Okay. Where's this safe house? Are we safe house?
Mm-hmm. I'd
Woo,
like to get ammo and
Hunter!
stuff, yeah.
Screw you. Screw this. Screw everything.
Yeah, don't talk to the dead bodies. Questionable.
I'm going sleepy. Good sleepies. See you
Go sleep,
tomorrow for sleepies. Alright, are we taking this first safe house quest?
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, might as
Oh,
well.
you did already, okay.
Rebecca Mitchell, Maritime Center, save Redfall.
Hydrate before you go to sleep.
wanna
Are you
switch
winning?
this-
Are you back? Astro, are you here? Astronaut
you
voice?
live?
Astronaut voice? You're on
Would that
generator,
be-
so does that mean that you're not gonna play?
Sucking up all the juice.
Or would you like to play something with us later after stream? Or would you like to join us now? You can join us now if you'd like.
What would you like to do?
I don't think I can
No,
play.
left
Okay.
it. Where
Sag.
go?
Are we going
Do
in
we
the...
want to do the nest?
Yeah, let's do the nest.
Nesticle testicle.
Sad time, Astro, sad time.
R.I.P.
Hey, even you have
Well,
to
he
know
said he
that
doesn't
those
think
times
he
don't
can
play
play.
for stuff that is
Quiz.
clearly faked out.
What?
Stream is laggy. No, it's
Over
laggy. It's laggy.
Over here.
It's
Over.
laggy. This game
Where
has
are the
been
names
very
on the
laggy.
screen?
How can you tell what's fake?
CHI.
What does that mean?
Cryptid Hunter Intuition.
Ugh. Come
Cryptid. Crabapple.
Cryptid Hunter
Crab
Intuition.
apple.
all the time.
Ooh, what's the characteristic?
Blood trans.
Blood trans. That's
Oh,
all
there
it's
you
ever
go.
been. You know what? At one point, we could have something different. Not this time, but maybe another time. Well, I was gonna snipe, and then that did not work out. Oh my! Okay, here's something deeply concerning. My sniper rifle, which was doing really well, is not now.
Yeah. Oh my god, I cannot.
Oh.
I did close again 3 times, reminded me a lot for left. Welcome in, Jewel. Hello. This is our, like, 3rd or 4th time playing. And this is the worst time. Like, it has not
can't-
been...
I
like,
literally
this
can't
for
do
me.
anything.
Yeah. Like, it has not been this bad for me before. This is the first time it's been this laggy. And I don't know if it's because we're progressing in the story or what.
No, I don't think you understand. Mine's worse than yours is right now.
No, Astro, stop being like that. We're asking you to play. If you're gonna play, you're gonna play. Don't make excuses. Like, you weren't too low level when the game erased your character and you had to start over again, so, like, don't be like that.
But
That was higher
I
than
will. A notion of perfect.
I was, though. No, you weren't. Like, you weren't too low level. You played the game just fine. Like, if you don't want to play or you can't play, just say you can't play. Don't be like, I'm gonna be under leveled. Oh, feel bad for me. Like, no.
Ooh, carnival. Oh, light. I like
Not saying feel
pretty
bad.
lights.
Okay, first of all, you're not going to be underleveled. You're going to be 2 or 3 levels underneath us, and then we can go back and do what you need to do. Like, you told us to play, you gave us permission to play, and now you're going to be like, well, now I'm too underleveled, so I guess I'm not playing anymore.
Oh, see him sniping. One watcher down. Chris, do you have your ult?
I don't have anything.
Oh.
And I can't even get over there. I'm lagging. Move.
You're I'm not misunderstanding the statement. You are saying that you're too low level because you haven't played with us tonight, and I understand that, and that's all well and good, and that's fine. But if you don't join us, all that's going to happen is you are going to continue to get further and further behind. So you're not going to play with us anymore, is what you are saying. It's not what you're saying, but it's what you're saying. Because you're not going to play this alone and catch up. So...
Imagine being able to walk.
Imagine.
It's a good thing I don't do that anyway.
I was gonna say,
Imagine.
you don't walk anyway. Like, what are you talking about?
I mean, I can't move.
That's not true.
Building these bridges to jump to these conclusions? No, I've just known you for 2 years. And I just know that you're gonna be like, Pink, will you catch up with me? And then when I'm gonna be like, I kinda don't really feel like doing the same thing again, then you're just not gonna play anymore. Gator, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it.
Is that all the vamps?
Looks like it.
Who knows?
This is the one we did before. This was the ending that we had the first time. It was the gas station, which, in my opinion, is the easiest one to do. Because everything's really, like, close.
No. I just know what's gonna happen. And I'm already getting ahead of it. So what I'll say. Welcome in, Skater. How are you today? Okay, Nest Remnant. Here. Oh, come on. Oh, here's the exit?
Yeah, this one's a lot easier because they're all tighter.
So
they're not as spread out.
I'll go over here.
That's the exit. Grab this one.
How much time? 36 seconds. Okay, we have plenty of time. I'm stuck.
Like I said, this one's not nearly as bad.
Only if I could walk.
Yeah, if only I wasn't lagging as bad as I was.
Everywhere. Okay.
Alright, 20 seconds. Alright, I'm going to the door.
I think there's only like 2 or 3. I don't know, from what I can tell.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to the door. I'm at the door.
I am almost to the door.
New Hampshire and the long distance thing just won't work out and we'll grow apart.
So you at the door?
No.
Hurry, Chris! We got 3 seconds. 2. Oh no! Oh,
Chris. What were you doing?
I had 10 seconds on my screen.
No.
Yeah, but we keep telling you how much time is left because we've established that yours is lagging.
Right, when I said there's 10 seconds left, go to the door. You should have gone to the door.
Oh, I had like 15 or something like that.
We do have to quit for you to join, but there's literally a safe house. Look, there's a safe house right here, Astro. We can be, I'm at the safe house right now. Are you ready to join? Are you ready to join? I'm at the safe house right now. We're ready. We're ready for you. Look, see, we're here. We're ready.
It does it start us in the safe houses or does it start us in the main? Because it's always put us in the firehouse when we start, and we haven't found whatever that is on this
map.
It
should put us in the safe house if we don't have the thing here.
Because I'm thinking it might be the Maritime Center, maybe?
Well, if it puts us at the Maritime Center, that's even better.
Yeah, but we haven't discovered it yet, so I don't.
No, I know, but if it'll put us there, like if it'll just like discover it.
Oh, if it'll
us.
do like it did when we started this game and it spawned me on the other.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. Yeah. If it'll just do it, it'll be great.
It might just put us back at the beginning of the what's it called, the tunnel? Because I doubt it's just gonna be like you're gonna discover something you haven't discovered.
One way to find out.
Oh, great.
host has left the match. Yes. I can join. Yes, I just did it, so you should be able to join it now, Astro. I fixed your permissions. You're gonna get on that skateboard and you're gonna go to New Hampshire because if you don't, you're gonna regret it. Maybe not today and maybe not tomorrow, but soon and for the rest of your life. The problems of a streamer and a skateboarder don't amount to a hill of beans in this crazy world. You're right.
You're gonna regret
You know, a streamer and a skateboarder could never work out.
Gonna regret it.
Gonna regret it.
Have you watched American Horror Story and how she comes in and she's always like, "You're gonna regret it. You're gonna regret it."
I am.
I have never seen American Horror Story.
What? A crime. An absolute crime. You're going to jail. It was nice
Good.
knowing you.
Straight to jail.
Straight to jail. Jail you go.
I mean,
Maybe I want to go to jail.
The first 3 seasons of American Horror Story are so good. And then it was like, I don't know.
I didn't really like Asylum.
I did, but I liked because it was
just
like
kinda
fucked up.
I think it's just because there was so much going on that it got a little bit too much.
She was a screamer girl. He was a skater boy. Punk suits, see you later, boy. He wasn't good enough for her. Oh.
We got masks now? Wow.
Yeah, you can put yours on.
I don't have a wolf mask.
Yeah, he never got it, and we tried to go back, and it wasn't there or something.
But he has the suit. Didn't you get the suit at the same time?
No, it wasn't, the suit wasn't there, and then I suddenly had it again, so I don't know what's up with that. I do not know. Maybe I'll suddenly have the mask. Who knows?
Maybe.
The vampire gods know, obviously. They're watching.
Who knows? Oh, did you unlock that yet?
What?
The vampire god thing?
Yeah.
Oh.
The vampire guards watch us now.
Oh.
We're their entertainment. We're their reality TV.
Ooh. Very nice, very nice.
I didn't like the one where Macaulay was in. That one was very odd.
We're at the beginning.
The
I called it.
Season of American Horror Story?
Very old point. I love that they just lean.
I loved anything that had Leslie. Leslie is so fucking good. R.I.P. A fucking national treasure. I loved Hotel because Evan Peters as the hotel owner, Mr. March. One of my favorite lines is when she comes in and she's like, "What are you doing?" And he's killing someone, and he goes, "He was a hobo." Like, as if that's like, oh, okay, naturally then, yeah. Sure.
Oh, that's fine then, sure.
Yeah, but it was just because the accent he had. He was a hobo. Like,
Guys, Idaho smells like cow poopies. Don't you know that's their secret?
Whatever. We can
eternally loading. Love it.
That's one way to do it. Oh, Astro, my teleport heals you now.
Or does it?
Amazing.
Just so
I
you
can
know.
cloak everyone now.
Can you?
If you're close enough, I assume that, yeah.
Who drank the pills to aliens? Yeah. I haven't watched in a couple seasons, honestly. I haven't watched a couple seasons. Oh, get out of the death.
The death mist.
Oh, are you spawned in? Because I'm just sitting in a loading screen.
Oh, so you had what happened to us. Yeah,
Maybe.
we're in.
I don't know. It might take a while. I don't know.
Okay, we're in. Well, we won't go very far.
I'm just vibing.
Yeah, you probably had what happened to us last time.
I wonder.
This is my life now.
Good luck finding it in Task Manager.
I mean, you can talk shit all you want, but I've had the least amount of problems of anyone, so.
That's true.
Console superiority.
Oh, you're on Xbox, that's right.
Mm-hmm. That's why I'm having so few issues. It's still loading. I feel like the first time it took a long time to load. When I loaded in and you guys didn't. But I just don't remember how long a long time was.
I mean, this is a long time if it still isn't loaded in.
It still isn't loaded in?
The fact that we have to leave the game for somebody to join is really obnoxious because like if one person has an issue, everybody has to leave.
But wasn't it the same thing? Didn't we have that same problem where it's like we gotta go out and then go back and get them? And then go back
if the invite like didn't work. Remember, like sometimes I would send an invite and then like your game would crash and I'd be like, no, just like join back in and use the invite. And sometimes it will let you in and sometimes it wouldn't. Because it would be like the what you call it is closed.
Yeah.
The session is closed or whatever.
Yep, it's still loading, so I got nerfing.
What the heck? Are you speaking to me, ma'am?
Well, this is my stream now. Enjoy this lovely black screen with a red circle.
Do we need to load again?
I don't know.
Before we get too far.
It's not working.
Probably at this point.
Hello, Zemnis.
Probably need to exit out.
All right, so before we get too far, then.
For this game, you can see where they were going with it. Feels like a shame that's so many issues. Yeah. The game in itself isn't bad. It's just like every game has its own set of hurdles to get over when it launches, and I don't know how many patches they've done, if any, since the game dropped.
It's just that this one's hurdles are a little bit higher than the others. That's okay.
I mean, I personally hadn't had any issues until this. I'm gonna have to exit out of the game entirely, likely, because not having a good time. But I mean, I've enjoyed the game on the whole. I
agree.
On the whole.
On the
Preparation H feels good on the whole.
It sure does.
Yeah, and I don't know how it is now that you've progressed. Like, are there like more enemies in the world? Because last time it was just, it wasn't bad. It was just boring because there was nothing.
There's
else,
like
nothing left to kill.
We've been fighting a lot more stuff.
There's like 30% more.
Well, and it's gonna get to be more and more.
Right, we're only on the second. We're only in the second area.
But it's fine. I think it got a bad start, and I think part of it was word of mouth. Not even people playing it, and that sucked because it just out the gate. So many people were against it.
Yeah.
Well, that and like a lot of like streamers and like YouTubers and stuff like played the beta test or whatever, and they're like, this is the worst game I've ever played. So then suddenly, like, that's it. That's fact. That's it.
Yep.
Some streamers said it's the worst game they've ever played. That's it.
And that's the thing. A beta is a beta. Like, of course, it's not going to be polished and great. It's how they're trying to work the bugs out. But a lot of people just go, nope, if this is how the game is, it's garbage. And it's like...
I mean, it is, like, tonight, I'm definitely struggling. Like, I'm not going to pretend, like, this is great, everything's fine. Tonight, I'm struggling. Tonight is probably the least fun I've had in this game. And it's only because I can't do things. I can't move, I can't shoot. But I've been having fun with my friends. So, like, tonight being kind of a laggy night is, like, shitty, but it's whatever.
It's just so weird because it came out of nowhere. You hadn't lagged like that or had these issues the past few times we played this game.
I've also had
that it suddenly started.
I've also had issues with super huge AAA games that everyone loved, you know? Like, my Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy was unplayable because of the lag. And I had people come in.
Pretty mid. It's a pretty mid game. It's not great. It's not bad. It's just like, it's a fun game with friends if you want to just kind of shoot the shit and chill. It's not gonna challenge you per se, and it's not gonna be.
Too many people want every game to have completely new and different mechanics. Yeah, seem to get released unfinished. I do believe.
Those seem like fairly large issues. What are you talking about, Franklin? I'm on the loading screen.
For real though.
Well, mine did take a second.
I loaded. I'm in.
All right, I'll give it a hot minute. I'll give it.
What if we slap you? Maybe if we smack you, it'll.
Do it.
On you.
Me.
Oh, I am. I'm giving you donuts on the arm.
But is it the best game I've ever played?
Soda.
No. Is it the worst game I've ever played? Also no.
What is the worst game you've ever played?
Skyrim.
Burial point.
Okay. Okay. Here's the worst game I've ever played was the Daryl Dixon Walking Dead game.
Ooh.
Oh, I would. Oh, that game was great though. What are you talking about?
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. It was so bad.
It was a big fucking mess.
It was so bad.
It was a mess.
The Daryl Dixon Walking Dead game is the worst game I've ever played. All right, are you two loaded in or are you not loaded in?
I'm not loaded in.
I'm loading.
You're
how
in.
are you not loading in? You're the host.
Exactly. I load in last every single time.
We might need to leave again. We might need to leave
again.
again.
Not gonna load in because I'm not loading in, buddy. We'll see
Yeah.
who can wait it out more. Who can wait it out more, Exoc? You think you
I
can
don't
load
know.
in
Are we gonna load out? Or are we gonna...
after me? Huh? Think you can just load in after I load in? No. That's not how it's gonna work.
That's right. I like the game. I play alone. The only issue I've had is where I can't open something. I just close it and refresh. Yeah, just close it and reopen it. Yep.
The difference between this and that Walking Dead is that game wasn't $70.
Are we talking the worst game that we didn't think or know would be bad, or worst game we played knowing it's terrible? The worst game we didn't think or know would be bad. Because I think
This one.
playing a bad game, knowing it's a bad game, like you know it's a bad game. But
I
a
think
game
this
that's
one, to be honest.
but you knew it was bad going into it. You didn't think it was gonna be good.
Dangerous job. Are you ready?
I'm talking about one that you were like, I want to play this because I think this is gonna be good, and then you sat down to play it and you're like, this is the worst game ever.
Like hype it up and they're like, this is an amazing game, and you're like, I don't know.
I was expecting with this game, I was expecting somewhere in like an 80-85%.
Like,
you know, somewhere in that area.
That you like it. 85% that you like it.
And dare I ask, where
80 to 85 would be like out of a score, you know, 1 to 100.
Right.
And then like 50 is like par in the middle. I was expecting like above par. Like a decent way above par. And
okay.
I don't know. I'd say somewhere in like the 30s.
But I don't like.
But I'm saying 50 is like the McDonald's.
Okay.
So like on a fast food, like literally like the middle. Like my 50 is not a fail for me. 50 is the middle.
50 is.
I'm not going by like school grades when I say 1 to 100.
So like where on your scale is like this is an unenjoyable game?
Well, this isn't the 30s.
40s.
It's got to be like
40s.
What do you mean? You're enjoying
You
this?
just
But you said you're enjoying this.
You said it was
No, only because I'm playing with y'all.
I mean, but no. Hold on. You gotta fix your scale. You gotta bump this up then because you're playing with us.
I think we have to quit and reload because the boys can't load.
Oh
it.
yeah, I'm still.
They
Well,
still can't load in?
a big
Hold on,
reason is
Anna,
also
can
like
you guys
No,
load
they
in or
still
not?
can't. They still can't load it.
Okay,
I'm
so
literally
then no, Chris is loaded in. He's moving
I'm
around.
not.
You're
You just moved.
You just
Like-
turned around.
Can
You
I
guys
just
are
moving?
moving. You guys are moving.
Wait.
Oh, hold on. Okay. I'm gonna use Pink. Get behind me. I'm gonna use your stream to try to guide.
Okay.
All right. Let me see.
before.
Oh, it's gonna be so laggy. Like, how many seconds behind am I? Hold on.
This is funny.
Jesus Christ, I'm like 10 seconds.
The things that game goes
Okay,
out to
okay.
tell you that isn't overall a good thing. Yeah.
We're doing.
You're against the bar. You're against the
oh,
bar.
Yeah. You can definitely tell they want you to co-op.
Hi,
They do not want you
McAwful,
playing
welcome
this
in.
alone.
Chris from Tennessee,
just
50
the way
is an
that
average.
certain things are set up.
Okay.
Hold on, sorry.
Hold on. How do I get it to? Oh, I gotta. All right. No, it's better if you just guide me, because it'll be quicker, I think.
No, we just reload the game so that you guys can see. Come on.
I won't be able to shoot anything.
I know. So
we're
let's just reload the
here.
game. Let's just reload the game.
What if I just alt?
You can't.
I exited.
How do I exit without the loading screen?
I control
Oh, wait.
deleted.
Yeah.
No, wait. Bro, we were in the game, Exoc, because if you pause, the little reticle comes up.
Yeah, but
Oh,
you
yeah,
can't click
no.
on anything. I'm
Oh,
good.
how- oh,
McAwful, how
I
are
gotta alt
you?
F4, Okay.
But this entire time we've been playing, like the issues you're having tonight, Krista, I've had
Yeah.
them every single time we've
Are
played.
we
and
exiting
tonight's
or
just
what's
worse.
Yes, exiting, yes.
Oh, this is a bummer.
This is the worst this game has been. I have not had any of these issues.
Like, I've got
any
your
of the other
stream pulled
times.
up, and that's how mine has been, like, every night, and then tonight's just worse than that.
Oh, I can't reopen Redfall now.
Yeah, you have to go into your you have to go into your task
You have to
manager and you have
task-
to go all the way down alphabetically to the R's and you have to find Redfall and close it.
Because it's not...
Kidding.
No, I'm not kidding. It just happened to
No.
both me and Chris.
Oh, I have sound this time, though.
You have to force close it, yeah.
Isn't Alt F4 that?
Yes, but it's not
It
it's
is,
not
but
ending
that-
the process. It's weird, I know.
Yeah, it's
I'm
still
just gonna-
going.
2 seconds, guys.
Alright. I did it. I forced it. I made it submit to me.
The Super Mario All-Stars was a big disappointment. Like,
No.
like you literally can just download emulators for those, and it runs smoother.
No. Say that. Don't download emulators. We don't support those here.
No, never. We've never.
Where
I'm really not
these
good. I'm not gonna trump it up for now. I
emulators
just wanna
so
say
I
some
can
shooties. I'm
avoid
sorry to hear
them?
that, McAwful. I'm really sorry that you're not doing well.
Where
Probably
are
not
these
I played, but one of
emulators?
the worst disappointments was Super Mario All-Stars, because Mario 64 and Mario Sunshine are basically unplayable? Wait, what? Oh, Super Mario 3D All-Stars, yes, because they're unplayable. Yeah, yep.
It was garbage.
It took me a second to, like, realize, like, what,
Thank you for
I
the
get it.
follow.
I'm stupid, but I got it, okay? I got it.
I've only got her on...
You're being
oh, wait, here we
stupid?
go.
You're being
Oh, wait, let me.
I have lost Yaga on my friends list.
Wow.
Like,
He
you're
booted
just
me off his
not
list.
here.
No, that's fine. He booted me off his list. That's cool. I'm not his friend anymore. That's
Yeah.
fine. That's fine.
Yeah. Too many lizard jokes or something, I don't know.
Leave the lizard in my brain alone.
Hold on. Let me see if I can invite you, even though it says you're not online.
Update the controls for, yeah.
I'm online.
The games
I don't
ran
know what
fine,
you're
but the
on
controls make them completely
I know, I see you online,
Galaxy,
but-
Mario 64 is so slippery that I quit. Sunshine is better, but I gave up after a while because I couldn't. Yeah, Sunshine was absolutely brutal for me. Like, you would push
I'm ready.
forward and you would just be like,
Astro.
"Meh," and you're like, "Ugh, this is
Have you ready, Astro?
ridiculous.
Like,
I did. I'm ready. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm ready.
What are you talking about, Astro? You want to fight?
that's one of my biggest issues with
I mean,
Nintendo,
Steal
too.
your skin.
What?
If we load in, we can fight.
Is so you've got games that you literally cannot buy anymore unless you buy, like, you know,
Yeah.
a Super Nintendo, and then buy the game on the third market, which doesn't affect them whatsoever, but they still strike down stuff of people emulating those things, even though there's literally zero way for you to get those games, and you might have a copy of it on a shelf behind you, but they just don't care.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I hear sounds.
I think it's me this time.
I hear sounds. Oh,
I'm still
here.
loading.
I'm here.
Why is this the issue now?
Oh, I'm in.
You can't all load in at the same time. Oh, now it's the boys. The boys are up.
I'm in.
Now it's the boys.
Y'all have to go by our words.
I go by nothing.
Press.
Digging the occult and macabre always has a sweet spot for
Biddly bonk.
spooky. There's lots of spooky in this room. This
Oh,
room
look,
is
look. I can make everyone.
spooky. So
Both
spooky.
hate
You
and
can
love,
see it
and
back-
I do
hold on,
too.
Let me see if I can.
Oh, that's gonna be OP, dude.
see
We
a little
can
bit
go
better.
invisible and teleport in.
Yeah.
There's a lot of spooky
I can
stuff.
also teleport her little robot dude because he counts.
Oh, that's cool.
There's some taxidermy up there.
Oh, I think
fake and real. There's
I think it's us this time.
all kinds of stuff.
press forward.
It
like, try to
seems
move
like
forward.
it.
Imagine.
Spooky
no,
vibes always.
See, look, it counts as an enemy. It teleports.
You can't even trade Super Mario 3D All Stars in at GameStop. They don't sell it. Yeah, because
Wow.
it's timed exclusive. Yeah, that's wild.
Oh wait, it's doing the thing, right? Try to go forward. Try to go forward. See if you move. You are moving. You're moving. You're in. Yep, you're in. Uh-oh. Is it me, guys? Am I the problem?
No, because it did it to us before, but we were able to just like quit out one single time and load back in, no problem. But now we just can't get everyone in.
Okay.
Alright, I'm gonna Control-Alt-Delete it.
Holy shit. Oh, I need these. Hold on, before we quit. I'm gonna hopefully every time we load in this little ammo here respawn, so I can start refilling ammo.
So I'm still loading. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, I force quit.
Oh yeah, you're already in. You're already in. You gotta quit. Yeah.
Lord, what the
Okay.
heck?
At least I don't have to force
weird.
quit. I can just quit to the main menu.
Disappointing. Disappointing.
This is crazy though. Like
It is. We were not having problems like this.
No.
I have no idea why it's gotten this bad.
It's this, but it's
very
this
disappointing.
area. It's this specifically. This area is having trouble loading in because even before Astro joined, we could not load in this area.
Yeah.
So is there like a fast travel point close to this? So
No, we just
I
unlocked
think it's
this
because
area.
I think in part it's because we didn't go and unlock the main safe house, the main one. I think it freaked out, like I said.
But we can't even load in to like walk to the safe house.
No, I'm saying before Astro joined, I'm saying we should have probably gone to it and unlocked it, and then it would have auto put us there, and maybe it wouldn't have freaked out. Maybe it's because it's this spot, and you're not
No,
supposed
because
to...
it wouldn't load me and Chris in the first time when we like
Yeah,
you did the
but
cutscene the first time.
But I'm saying the second time, but that was before we had to do that whole like walk through the doors thing.
Yeah, but I don't think it has anything to do with safe houses or mission progress or anything. I think this area is just not loading all four of us in at the same time because that would have nothing to do with it because we couldn't load in before we even loaded into the area the first time. It wouldn't have anything to do with what we've discovered in the area if we couldn't load in the first time.
Okay, well my point is just so I can
No, I'm
share,
listening.
Is that I think because we always start at the main safe house, like the firehouse, that it's likely it freaked out because it's trying to get us right after that mission we just did, and it probably is bugging out because it's like you're not supposed to be here. You're supposed to have been to the main safe house.
I hear what you're saying, and I'm still saying that I think you're wrong because we couldn't get into we couldn't even load in this area the first time.
But
it
that
has
was a
nothing to
mission.
do with the safe. No, it wasn't. It was just the cutscene loading into the first mission. It was the cutscene loading into the very first time. We couldn't get in.
Yeah, I'm saying when you two both bugged out the first time.
Yeah.
That was that first scene where we had to go through the doors and stuff, and it was like you had to go to this door and then you had to go to that door, and it was like wigging.
No, it pulled us right into the tunnel. Just now, the very first time, it loaded us in the tunnel. We did the whole underground thing. We loaded that fine. And then when we did the cutscene that was supposed to pull us into the area number 2, we couldn't load.
Oh no.
I think it's just broken.
Talking about two different things entirely.
I hear music, so
I loaded in.
Oh.
I hear music, but I can't wait for it to.
Oh. I think. Yep. It did the thing. Look. Am I moving?
Yep, you're moving.
Yep, I'm on the loading screen.
Glad you have my back.
All right. Well, I'm gonna wait.
All right. So if Yaga, if you want to test your thing to go to the safe house, we can. But I honestly don't think it has anything to do with it.
Try it. Why not? Why not? What do we have?
Maybe it's host. Host can't load. Host is one of the people who can't load.
Oh yeah, no, I can't do anything.
Well, I'm gonna close this bad boy up.
We can handle those losers.
Do that. Purple and black leather couch set. Ooh, nice. And a coffin design bookcase. One of those glass opening. That's nice.
Wow. Okay. Looks like the cultists here are.
I don't know why that's not turning.
I think it's just the game.
Okay.
That's why you're lagging. Yeah, but I don't know because it shouldn't because he's hosted the game the whole time.
It makes sense that 2 keep getting left out, and it's also those 2 versus. It doesn't make any sense.
It's always either the girls or the boys.
Well, the first time it was me and Chris and Yaga loaded in.
But now it's been pretty consistent on the girls and the boys.
It says this map isn't big enough for the 4 of us.
I feel like it's just as big as the last one. Maybe it's too big. Maybe that's the problem.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Speaking of decor, the mythos and stuff like that, everything that Lilith related as. Oh, Lilith is a great one. If you haven't played Vampire, that has some great connections to the Morrigan, which I think is amazing. Okay, are we not just gonna... Apparently she forgot how to climb.
No, don't forget to climb.
She just stood there. I was hitting jump and she was like, nah, I'm good though.
Have you tried not jump?
I feel like jumping is necessary for movement.
Your character says otherwise.
Who all is playing on the PC version in your group? Everyone that isn't me. Everyone that isn't me is on PC. I am the only one on console. Which is why it's confusing, because it's allowing me and one PC person to go through,
What happened to it?
but not two PC people, or vice versa. So there's not actually any reason behind it, it seems like.
Oh no, no, don't jump in there, no, run, sprint. Short grunt of pain. Short cry of pain, okay.
Reasonable.
Wait, shouldn't the host be doing that because the progress is saved by the host?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not. I don't know if it'll save since I didn't hit it.
I mean, it might not. There's.
I mean, it's worth a shot.
It's,
yeah, you're right. It's worth a shot. Yeah.
Trying something different other than loading in 1,800 times is probably a better idea.
No, you're right. You're right. Maritime.
This does not have safe house vibes.
You have a
just
weird
throwing that out there.
speculation.
I don't see the little house in there.
Well,
Oh,
it
maybe
might
that's
be.
the fire station? Kind of fire station vibe?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is the fire station we had to clear out before we could
Right.
use it. What? There you go.
Alright, y'all got this. Y'all got this.
Ew.
You can do it.
Something's vocalizing whatever the hell that means.
It's this thing in the
Up
tree.
there,
over here.
it's the one up top. That's gonna be a pain to get to.
Not
As I
for-
run right off it.
Not for Horizon.
Did you say Verizon?
Yeah, Horizon.
Oh, I thought you said Verizon, like the wireless
Verizon.
carrier. I was like,
yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Interesting.
Can you hear me now?
Go, Pinky, did it. Good job.
Ooh, broke my ankles. I didn't need ankles. Oh, shit.
Reopening it.
This is fine. Oh, but it won't. No.
Oh, kill it.
Why does everything have to be reloaded?
Oh, I got a.
That did something.
I got a achievement.
Can you teleport,
job.
Chris?
How?
Just hold. What do you do for teleport? Is there a button? Do you remember? Is it T? F? Is it T?
Maybe if there's an option to.
Well, it might come back up because it's waiting for you.
Is it Y? Isn't it Y like or like journal? The Shift J?
Am I putting up markers?
What? No. No, you just need to like see if you can accept the quest. So hit like hold Y or
Yeah.
T.
I don't think that was a thing in this one. I think you just had to get over there.
Yeah, I think he has to get here. So this isn't gonna do anything for us.
Hold on. Wait a second.
What?
Can someone pull up their map?
Yeah.
Oh my god, let's go.
What are you gonna try and fast
You know what
travel?
I'm getting
He's
at?
gonna walk over here.
Yeah. No. He's gonna try to fast travel, yeah. What's the closest point? That little arrow?
I can't see the
This
arrow.
right here is the closest point.
Variable point.
Oh shit, you're so far. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, you could just run. You're seeing someone else's map.
I was gonna say, you could also just seeing eye dog. One of us could go get you and then just like keep you in front of us.
Oh, I tried because I mean, it's the same thing. Yeah. I think that's better.
Hi, Tacos. How are you?
Because
I'm
for me,
saying-
stream was like way
Hold on.
behind.
Let me
so
let
I
me
could-
go get
If I
him.
can watch
will-
somebody's map and then somebody follow me, so I can like jump
Yeah.
around stuff.
I'm fast traveling to you right now. I will be your seeing eye dog.
Oh
And
my
Crystal
God,
will
this is
be
gonna
my
great.
map.
The map dog.
Map
This
dog.
game is perfect.
Oh, this is gonna be great.
Okay. I'm coming to get you.
I can only play the game.
This is a fucking joke.
by watching two
This is a
streams at
fucking
the
joke.
same.
And because this group is so
Hold on,
fucking
you gotta kill something.
argumentative.
You gotta kill something like that, Exoc. Try to kill something.
This
Just
isn't
shoot
gonna
wildly
work.
into
This
the
literally
wind.
isn't gonna change
Kill
anything.
something.
You gotta use the Yaga's perspective to kill something.
Yeah, I'm
gonna,
trying
like,
to get to you. Hold on. Oh, God.
How?
I'm trying to
Echolocation?
run.
No,
I'm running to you
don't
now.
kill, don't play games. Just get to the save point.
Am I like trying to like echolocate here?
I'm on my way to you.
Oh, you're
Hold
stuck.
on.
You're stuck on a thing. Yeah, yeah.
Like that like blind dude or whatever that just like
Daredevil. All right, here you are.
No,
Come
there was
here.
an IRL person that did that.
I got you.
he like clicked.
Yeah, he clicked.
Oh, PC's not. PC Port is inherently known to right now have a lot of performance issues. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we know.
So should we? Because shouldn't we lock it at 30 then, and that'll resolve most of the issues? By that logic, I'm gonna try it. Why not?
Theoretically.
What do I have? I'll lock it at 60. Let's try to be, you know.
You're stuck on a sign. Move a little to your right.
Let's see
Little to your right.
if I can even do it.
It
I
did,
don't think I
didn't
can
You
yield
did
the view.
it. Oh, can I?
Oh, here it is. VSync. I'll just put VSync on.
Try jumping.
Hold up. Let's see if that worked. I'm like 20 seconds behind.
Oh, you climbed over it. There you go. You did it. Okay. Back to walking. I've got my own escort mission in game.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
Okay, a little
That
more
is-
to your
this
right.
is-
There you go.
This is amazing.
This is fucking hilarious. Where are you going? Where are you going?
Oh, you're stuck on the wall?
Get out of the wall. Turn to your left. Come on. We don't have all night. Turn to your left.
I'm trying.
This is honestly
You
not
don't have to
fun.
turn, just use the keys.
Like I would rather
Watch
just
me.
reload the
There
game.
you go. So that's straight. Forward.
Yeah,
Hold
one
on.
of these-
I have to like
Straightforward.
wait for your stream to catch up where I can watch.
Okay.
Yeah, it's better if you coach him. I mean,
You're-
just
That's
get
what I'm
coached.
trying to do, but he's not listening.
Okay, just tell me what to do, like, and
You
I'll
need to
just
go
click
left.
with it.
Go
I'm-
left.
I'm going left.
You're not going left.
You're not. You're not.
Okay.
Press A.
There you go. There you go. Okay.
Forward.
Forward. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Left more. There you go.
Oh
More left.
my
More
God.
left. More left.
This
There
is
you go.
pure
Straight.
discrimination.
Why do you keep doing that? No, I get to also try and keep him alive this whole time.
It's literally an escort mission.
It really is because he
Is
can't
it
even walk in a
real?
straight fucking line.
I can't. I'm just going off of vocal cues.
Look at what he's. I tell him to go straight, and he goes right, and then he just like takes off in a different direction other than straight, and I'm like, dope.
I don't like as much as I am enjoying this. It's 750 meters from where you have to go. or
I
even
mean,
more.
he's okay sometimes, and other times he just it takes a turn.
Okay.
Alright.
Am I facing the right way?
No, you
No.
need to turn left. Turn more. There, straight. That's better, kind of. You're gonna have to turn to right a bit. There you go. Perfect. A little more right. Just a hair right. You might get stuck on that. No, you're good. You're good. You're good. You're a little on a rock. It's fine. Okay. Okay. You're doing good. You're doing good. And such another level attempting to load the game is yeah, no, I get it. A little more left. There you go. You're doing good. You're doing it. Look at you go. I don't know why you are incapable of walking in a straight line. Your character really likes to pull one side or the other, but
Because I can't see.
no, I know, but it's like, aren't you?
And my mouse
WASD?
sensitivity is pretty high.
Oh, your mouse. That's why. Okay, gotcha.
Just let go of the mouse.
No mouse, only go. No look. Don't look at anything. Your eyes don't work
Yeah,
anyway.
just
Where did
go.
you just go? You just ran off into a bud. The fuck?
I'm not touching the mouse.
It's just hilarious. See what I mean? Look at what. Fucking crap.
Really? You're just doing WASD? Just
Yes.
holding W down?
Oh my
Yes.
god. What
You're
are
just
you
holding.
doing?
There's no way you're just holding W down.
Yeah, there's no way you're just holding W. You're hitting other things. If you're hitting
You're
just
going
W,
left and
your
right.
keyboard is busted.
You're going left and right.
I'm
Now
just
you're-
holding.
Now you're just holding W. Now I believe you.
Now I believe.
I'm trying to. I was trying to correct my left and right.
Here, come this way.
15
Come this way.
seconds
Go
into
left.
pass.
Go left. We
Yeah,
want
I
to
got
take this
way.
road down here. Left,
This
left,
way.
left, left, left. So left. So many
Whole day
left.
this time. Whole day.
There you go. There you go. Perfect.
Yeah. Now you got 2 coaches. Let's go.
Okay. Hold on. You're a little stuck. Keep.
Oh, jump.
Hold it.
Jump while holding it.
No. Just keep going. It is pretty terrible. Okay, there. You're good. You're good. I
Nice,
gotta
nice. Sorry.
figure out where this thing is so I can take it out so he doesn't run into
You can
death.
stop jump. You can stop jumping. Yeah. There you go.
just hit
Yeah,
W.
it's a little annoying, Lost. Sorry, I turned my
I'm
microphone
gonna
off
try
while I
and
was
clear this out so
coughing
you
and
don't
didn't
get red
realize I
flags.
never turned it back on. I've just been talking. It's all
Where
good.
is it?
Oh my god.
Where's
If
there
you
it is.
guys make this is gonna be great. Imagine you just load in after that, and then you have to exit to load me in.
Burn.
That would suck.
Okay. That's clear. You should be safe to come through here now. Now I gotta find. Oh, there you are. I was like, now I have to find you.
Sun's out.
It's fine. You're doing it. You're walking in trees, but it works. You know what? We're all going to hell at this point. It's fine. Hell and
Yeah, I
again,
kind of
that's
want to
fine.
know what the joke
Okay.
is.
You're doing good. You're doing good. You're making it. You're doing your best, and you're traveling.
I'm a moving.
I mean, you're already what, halfway there?
Yeah.
Way more than halfway.
More
right?
than yeah. We're almost there. We're almost there. It's.
There's no way you're almost there.
I
Look
mean,
at the
look,
arrow.
look at it's
There's
right there.
no
That
way.
building in front of us. That's it.
Oh, it is. Oh,
Yeah.
wait.
Yeah.
Oh, you're actually, yeah.
Okay, so what way do I need to
Hold on.
face?
I need
Oh,
to
oh, this is
clear
gonna
a way
be
for
rough.
you. Yeah.
I don't think
Okay.
you can clear that way.
No, I can. Okay. Turn to your left. You have not moved.
More?
More.
You have not moved.
More. There you go. Perfect. Perfect.
Still good?
You're good. W. Because we got to get you down, but I don't want you to go into the smoke, so I got to figure out how I clear all this out. for you.
I might be able to teleport over it.
You might teleport into it. It's the problem. Hold on. Let me go down and try and clear this really quick. And then, we'll see. There's gotta be a statue somewhere. Where is it? I'm not seeing it. Where? That's it. Okay, hold on. Switch my gun. I switch my gun. Perfect. Okay, climb out. There we go. Smack that all on the floor.
Short grunt.
Perfect. All right. You're good to come down here now.
All right, now
so,
what? What do I do?
I'm on my way up there. I have to climb up to see where you're facing. If it'll let
I
me.
haven't turned,
You
so
haven't
hopefully
turned.
I'm just
Well,
going straight.
theoretically, you just go straight and jump. Yep, perfect. Oh, you jumped right down. What a good boy. Just keep heading straight.
Okay.
You turned a bit. Turn right. I'd say like a quarter turn. There. That's
I'm
better.
not gonna lie, I'm so entertained watching
Jump.
this.
Jump. There you go. You're doing it. All right. Turn about right. Quarter turn.
That.
A little more.
That.
Like, walk forward. See if that helps. That's good enough. Good
You could
enough.
have just pressed. You could have
Good
just
enough?
pressed E, by the way.
Okay.
Well, that's okay. This is way better.
Okay. No, this one's gonna be hard. Ready? Stop.
No, no.
Stop.
You'll get it.
Stop. That's why it's hard, because his reaction
No.
time. All right, turn toward your left. Look more. There you go.
More.
Little more. Straight. Stop. There you go. Okay. Turn right.
There's another Mission Impossible movie.
You didn't move.
Right on the edge.
It's a game. Yeah,
There you go.
it'll be fun when it's functional.
Smidgen
Exactly.
more.
Sorry, I'm watching TikTok because
We'll see.
have nothing
Walk
to do.
forward, but tentatively. Don't like go bolting forward. Might work. No, you might fall off. Up. You're floating. You're. Can you try and jump up, A and forward? Perfect. You walk forward like 2 steps. So just like walk a little forward. Okay.
Give me a
Turn to your
good-
left.
Ooh, nice.
Perfect.
Noise.
Straight.
Oh, is it gonna be great?
That did not look like you. Okay, well, whatever. It's fine. We'll go up this way. Just keep going straight. I thought we could get up this ramp, but it was not working for us.
This is way easier though. This side, yeah.
Yeah.
Wonder if they're trying to update anything. It's maybe making things worse.
A and jump.
Well, right before we started, we looked.
Ooh, you need to turn more left.
And there was not an update. It's like a pending update. So I don't know.
Turn left.
I don't know, honestly.
That did nothing. You threw that nowhere. You threw it on the floor where you're at.
Oh.
No, that would have been so good if you just teleported in. You're so close.
You're... Come back toward me. So turn around. There you go. There you go. There you go. Turn to your left and try and climb up the thing. There you go.
More?
You should be good. There you try again. Okay, it's just stupid apparently, and your character just refuses to climb. Try holding it instead of just jumping. Can you...
Does that work?
Yeah. You're gonna get up one way or another. Try again.
I just
up! Okay, wait, no, too much, Chris! Only once! Turn to your right. Turn to your right. Straight. You might have straightened too much, but no, stop. Oh my god, Chris.
I did stop!
I know, but I'm like, stop, and you just keep running. Turn to your left a little bit. Straight. There you go. Alright.
Nice.
One major hurdle. Now we just gotta get you up there.
Oh my god, if you can yeet your teleporter, like if Yaga can position you.
Okay, hold on, stop. Come, back up, just back straight up. Throw your teleporter and I'll try and get you to aim it. Do you know your buttons or no?
Hold up.
And I think, was your teleporter the first or the second ability?
It's the second. Hold up, I should be able to do this.
I think that's X. That's X then.
I don't.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know
X,
where.
I know.
You threw it straight up. Threw it straight up.
Alright, that was straight up, yeah.
That was straight up.
Okay, so I need to go down.
Yeah, but not too much, because then you'll hit like the wall or the floor.
Oh wait, it doesn't work until I
Wait,
change.
can you right click and see if that helps Yaga tell you to aim?
No, I had to hold X down. I
No,
forgot.
like I mean to see where you're aiming at. No, it doesn't work.
I don't know. I have to wait for it to recharge.
Fine, let's just walk.
And I have to guess when it's recharged.
Turn left.
It's not too much.
Let's just keep moving. Turn left.
More?
More.
I would like
straight.
to play something else. Yeah, I do, Laz. I do.
Turn right.
Like, was he flying around or was he literally
Go
just
up that hill.
vibing?
Perfect. This is so fucking stupid.
I mean, you're almost there, so we can't abandon it now. Fuck that, after all that.
Alright. You should be able to jump and climb up, theoretically.
Really?
Yeah,
Wait,
I did.
Did you guys hear they added Nicolas Cage
jump.
to Dead by Daylight?
Spam.
Why?
Walk forward.
What the
I did not show the climb animation at all. Alright, perfect. You just gotta... Is it gonna be close enough? Okay, just keep walking forward.
Oh, it's gotta be like right on the door.
No, we're here. That's it. We did it. We made it.
Oh my fucking god.
A 30-second task became a 20-minute task.
Oh my god.
Just underground. Funny.
No, I can't wait for that not to have saved.
Oh, shut up, Dave. Are you watching the cutscene?
I don't watch the cutscenes.
No, but like, did it pop up? Did the loading thing stop?
Like, do you have the cutscene at all?
No, I don't have the cutscene.
Okay.
I just had the loading.
This is quite possibly the funniest glitch, just because we turned it into the most obnoxious escort mission ever.
I think I'm supposed to have voiceover right now, but I don't.
Is probably fuming.
Oh, it's the taxidermy squirrel that Chris loves.
It is.
It's the Proctor squirrel. Alright, we made it.
It's the Washington squirrel.
We are
Just
officially
underground. That's really cool.
in the thing. Welcome to Burial Point.
Okay, so now I
Okay.
can
Mist
exit.
Whisperer's Long, Fog Shrouded Wood.
Alright, good job.
Okay, so we're all. I gotta exit out of here. Hold on.
We gotta exit. Yeah, hopefully it'll save. Wait, will it save? Because Xfog is Alt F4ing and last
It says if you quit, your progress will be saved at the most recently completed objective. And
he's not quitting. He's force closing the game.
I guess there's one way to find out.
We're gonna take a picture of more of its
We'll
face.
find out, I guess.
We will.
Oh,
That
more
either
of its
did
face. That's fine.
Everything or nothing.
That's
Oh
fine.
my goodness.
There's no in between.
It just blew the game up entirely. The game no longer exists on this plane. It has been erased.
I mean, that's par the course.
We literally just did a blindfold challenge in a game. Like, there are gamers who actually add that. Or
Yeah,
streamers
yeah,
that
yeah.
Add that as a help me get through the game blindfolded.
You
That was
wanna know
not
something else.
I didn't
anticipated
beat
tonight.
Pokemon blindfolded. I got
No,
to a,
but
Listen.
you got
safe
through
house
this.
blindfolded.
Yeah, you got to a safe
Listen,
house.
I'm a
Fine.
very patient person.
And you didn't die. I kept you
But
alive.
sometimes
Yeah, that is true.
I don't want to be patient anymore.
Monumental.
I hear you, Astro. I hear you.
I
watching
can't
my
believe
stream,
that
Astro.
actually worked. Okay, invite. Then I have to scroll through my offline friends to find you.
I don't know why it says I'm offline, because I'm not.
I don't know, it does though.
Because I was online earlier.
I know.
That happened to me in what is it? On Steam. For some reason, it says I'm not on the games, but it says I'm online, but not in games.
Alright. Is this going to work?
We can hope. I mean, it's better than loading the same thing over and over with the same result. At least we tried to do something different.
Yeah.
Oh, I hope this either works.
Yeah, I don't
or
know why it
it's
does
make or
it.
break. This is
Sometimes
make or
it
break.
does. I'm offline, and other times it's like, no, you're good. Well, I'm still loading.
This
I'm
is
still
make
loading.
Or break. Now nobody loads.
That would be fucking hilarious.
Yeah, no kidding, Loz.
It's just
Oh,
like,
I
no,
loaded
no,
in.
no, no, no.
I'm in. And they're not.
Oh, really? They're not?
Well, usually none of
I'm
us
in.
load in at the exact same time. So
Oh.
we'll see. Is it putting you in the Maritime Center?
Chris is in.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, we're in the new place.
Okay. Well, that's something.
There's only one girl.
Now, or we gotta wait for you to get in.
Astro, are you in?
Yeah, I'm in.
I'm in. I'm in.
Let's go.
Hey! I fixed it.
Let's fucking go.
I fixed it.
Let's fucking go.
I did it.
Oh my gosh.
I babysat
That
it
was
and I-
the most obnoxious thing I've ever had.
It was horrendous. If we ever have to do that ever again,
Dab.
I don't want to play anymore.
Damn. Hey, you said you were entertained watching me babysit Chris.
Stop. No, I didn't. There's
Yes,
no.
you
Leon!
did. I was not expecting to play Resident Evil 4 tonight, but here we are.
I know.
Alright.
That's what I was yelling
Feels
earlier.
Good to be right.
Surely we have a lost and found here.
Who is Shirley?
You were right, but at what cost?
At the cost of being able to play the game. We play now.
I mean, it still
You've
wasn't
ever seen
right
it-
though because
You've ever seen a grown man
it
naked?
wasn't the reason why we
It was
could
fun,
load,
but it was horrendous.
go off.
Hey, I'm the one who had to walk him through. I think I know how horrendous it
You're
was.
right. You're right.
It was a struggle, but I accepted
I-
that struggle for the good of humanity.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody.
It was a sacrifice I chose to make.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I can refresh.
Are there
Yeah.
animals in here? There's a turtle! Hello.
Love it. Do you love it when you refresh and the exact same weapons come up in a different order?
Yeah, actually. How did you know? What's in here?
Yeah.
Is there anything
Yeah.
in here? I
No.
don't see it. I don't see it, whatever it is.
There's
did
nothing.
You know? What fun fact are you gonna tell me?
Fun facts. Thalassa.
1966, the same. Oh, you already read this. You just read this, Laura.
How dare you? Medical supplies.
Burr.
That's so much
Shut up,
money.
Rebecca.
Rebecca.
I don't have any money because I spent it all on the same gun.
What are we doing?
What are we doing?
I'll just follow y'all because I don't even know where we are anymore.
I don't know what to do.
We don't
either.
know where we are either.
Oh.
We're on the same page. It's fine.
Talk to
Things are being tested.
Constance.
Yeah. Things are being
Constance
tested.
is the one who makes your squirrels, Chris.
For sure.
Okay, go to the briefing table. Where's the briefing table?
It's not marked,
Probably
right?
upstairs. No, it should be, theoretically.
My bad.
Oh, hi, nurse man.
He locked me in here with you. I'm very uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. Y'all got the shits or what? Every time I open a door, you're pooping.
It's just a poop party.
I don't like this poop party that you have initiated. You guys need to take some anti-laxatives, like some fibers. I don't know. Y'all need something to plug you up.
Some flaxseed.
Yeah. Is it downstairs? Where's
The complete opposite
everything?
of
Why is there not a marker for the briefing table?
anti-poop medicine. Oh, here it is. I found
Even
it.
if it wasn't super practical.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
it
the
wasn't
boat.
practical at all.
The boat. Oh, well, that's
The
not a table at all.
Boat. This is not a table.
That is not a table. That's
This
a
is the opposite
boat.
of a table.
I've been deceived.
It's the anti-table for the
There's
anti-laxative.
Bloody Tom and Miss Whisper. These names are ridiculous. Bloody Tom and Miss Whisper. They're locked in a war? Wow. Why don't they become lovers instead? Fight, fight, fight. Keys, keys, keys. I have so many guns. Oh, I am like 2 away from being full. I gotta get rid of some stuff.
What's this?
It's a solid question.
That's what it says.
Why are you giggling? When you giggle, it means trouble. Liar, don't lie to me like that. 71.
This one just says aggressive
I'm so
animals?
easily
Question mark.
educated.
I mean, is it a question or a fact? Are they aggressive or are they not?
I don't know.
We may never know. I'm trying so hard to clear out all of these extra. I'm not going to use this, to be honest. 95, 103, 109, 67. Is that it?
Why is this so good?
Nice.
Well, don't mind me.
This is like that one time we were passing the banana.
It's not me. It's me and Astro. Astro keeps opening it, and I just keep closing it. He's opening it. And I just keep closing it. I won't let him open it.
Myself. Oh.
What else don't I need? Oh, I get rid of that.
Sense of humor is so broken.
388, that's not bad.
Oh my god. If Viaga comes here, she's gonna stop us. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, that's garbage. There we go. That's better. Just inundated.
Oh. Bro, my cheeks hurt.
I'm confused.
Okay, it's because my cheeks hurt. I can't laugh anymore.
The universal when your face hurts so bad you can't laugh anymore.
Oh. What?
Okay. I am over this joke.
Are you?
No.
I hear that.
Why did that go on for entirely too long? Why did that go on for entirely too long?
I'm gonna have to do it from the outside. God.
Oh my god.
No, dude. How do I do that? That's fine.
Oh god.
Okay. Okay.
Ooh. Oh, that hurt.
Ooh. Okay. Xuggy, that's shit. That was good. That was good. Oh, guys, help.
Spooky
Help.
umbrella.
Help what?
Vampire ex-boyfriend.
You have to like crouch or something.
Help.
Crouch and jump or something. Now you're stuck too.
Oh, like
What? You mean my master's degree?
Crouch. Crouch.
There we go.
Oh, I did not expect
You just
you to
like
ask about
Tony
that.
Hawk Pro Skater grinded up that on your heel.
On your heelys.
Oh,
Yeah.
That was insane. All right.
Or
Oh,
what
so
was
y'all
what was
Just in
the
case, thank you.
what was the shoes with like the hard plastic in the middle? What were they called?
Oh, they were like were they grindies? Because they were like heelys,
No,
right?
no, it was called soaps.
Oh, there's a what is it? What are they called? The little collectible thing, the grave heart, Lockhart, whatever.
Yeah, it's outside though. You have to go outside the building.
Outside.
They were called soaps. Do you remember those?
No, I don't.
It was literally just like Heelys,
there-
but it was just hard plastic in the middle of the.
Oh, here's the thing.
Yeah, it's like for grinding up on like walls and shit.
Yeah, but they were called soaps,
I didn't remember them being called soaps, but okay.
Hey, sweetheart.
or at least the ones I'm thinking of are called soaps.
Oh, hey, maybe I just don't remember because I wouldn't have used them. So
I wouldn't have either.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks, Connie.
Oh, did you see that video of my lag that I'm getting?
yeah, I did.
Yeah, that's how like
Your
this whole
snap,
game has
yeah.
been for me.
But you gotta admit, closing and opening doors was funny.
I got no lag on that too.
It's perfect then.
What the fuck happened there?
'97.
Why am I stuck on nothing?
Company.
Why am I stuck on nothing? Okay, apparently you can't climb on this roof. Apparently it's like quite literally blocked off.
Yeah. Yeah. That's exactly what it is. Oh, that was so good. All right, what is the main mission? Do we accept it?
I'm doing it right now.
Requested
Even
by
worse here.
Baba
Addison-
Yaga.
The Hollow Man.
This is
It's
the
just
fake
one of
laws?
them. There's more. Bloody Tom, Miss Whisper, and some weird.
Wow,
voice
so
in
he's
there.
really close to you.
Also,
Those cultists have no taste.
I don't know if it'll help
They watch horror
everyone,
movies,
but I
all the
turned
things that
VSync
make some
on
seriously
and it
scary
is
monsters, and they go
absolutely
for,
better.
Like, folktales.
Yeah, it was a Sonic Adventure too.
I liked this town. When
I
I
can't
got
hear you because
here,
my
it
the
felt like I
voice of my
could
character is
finally do what I
absurdly high.
wanted And be who I wanted. Now,
Sonic Adventure 2 is the one that had to
come back
change
to
with.
this. Everyone is
They got
here
sued by
because they
Soap.
believe in this place. Rebecca, Nurse Tran, Connie. They know that if we keep pushing back, we can save this
Oh, there's a
place.
squirrel again.
Save Anna. Save everyone. We need more information. Bellwether's here too, and they set up a base camp at one of the farms. They probably
I like that my crow
Set in
is,
games?
or whatever, the raven
Oh.
is in everything.
Definitely people. They're after Avum, and we know Miss Whisper and Bloody Tom are involved. Addison killed his daughter, and that butterfly remembered it.
It's like, did you manage to skip this? I
Like a
can't even see how to skip it.
remnant of what he did. Miss
If I
and
skip
Bloody
it,
Tom
everybody
have
skips it.
remnants
Oh,
too.
then don't.
We need to get
Yeah,
to
we
the
found that out
We need to find out
Oh.
who they
after
were
the
and
second
what
time I.
they did. And I bet Bellwether knows.
Hey.
Oh, you can't jump on the boat? Bummer.
Oh, this only gets 6 bullets? Well, I can see why, but still.
Okay, so now, interesting.
6 bullets for what?
Those sheep guys,
The sniper
Bellwether,
rifle, but I
have
absolutely
taken
one-shot
over
everything
some
if it's in the
farm.
head.
They've been here longer than us. They have to know something
Plus,
about
I get
the head
like the
monsters here.
bonuses and stuff.
Let's see.
Oh, we can
Can
exit
I?
now, right? I don't have to wait for everyone.
Can I get on top of the building?
I mean, you
How
can
was
get on
Zelda
top, but
today?
like it stops you from walking. Like there's like a point that physically like stops you.
For what? I'm on it. I got the grave lock.
Oh, okay. Well, fuck me then, I guess.
Think how was Zelda today? If you played,
What?
I'm assuming you played. How was Zelda today?
It was fine.
Your translocator rig is more sophisticated
What
than
did
it
you
looks.
get done?
Oh, there's a ramp right here.
Oh,
I
wait, you're
did
not gonna
see-
say
Yeah,
right to avoid
like
spoilers.
the
for yours.
roof.
No,
Tell
I
me
said
later.
I said I did some
Oh my god, I'm so
Towers.
sorry. I have to lower everything. Oh, you did it. Wait, towers. Oh, like
Thank you for the
the
follow.
map.
Yeah.
The map.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No more memory loss?
That's
All I
cool.
can say is your head's as safe as it can be out there.
Oh,
Hold
I'm
on.
talking to your robot. That's great.
Why are you insulting him? He's a good baby.
You think you're real cute, don't you?
Did you ever get up here, Krista?
No, it's fine. I don't care.
Oh, I was gonna say I could just
It's
teleport.
fine. I don't care. It's fine.
Oh, what's over there?
Gross. Yeah. That's a thing.
Oh, here it is. I'm standing on it.
Oh, does that open?
Here's the thing right here. If someone can shoot it.
There was a Sonic
Shoot
game.
it
That
where?
oh yeah, I read that one already. That was about the Sonic Adventure 2 or whatever. I haven't played a Sonic game
There you
in so long. Like I think the last Sonic game I played
The
might be just like Sonic and Knuckles or something. Honestly.
That was intense.
I could walk around to this thing,
No.
or
No, we're not. We're not.
why?
But it just never landed. I was like, okay.
Oh, my thing didn't.
Well, yeah, because it took so long.
Heck.
I thought it just maybe never was gonna land.
Yeah, I think Sonic and
Sometimes I
Knuckles
feel
was
like
the
it
last.
doesn't land.
Oh look, a UV beam. Ask and you shall receive.
Interesting.
Ask and you shall receive.
Oh, not taking that one.
Interesting. Oh, can I go that way? I don't think I can go that way. I can go this way though.
So I kind of have to, so I can start recharging.
Elevator. Oh, okay. Or the lag can absolutely completely screw me over. That's fine
Oh,
too.
there it goes.
I don't feel like I got any better with the VSync on or off, honestly. I think it's about the same, really.
It seems like if you're gonna play slow, you have to play as one of the movement characters. Defender's ability is pretty useful for that as well.
Who? Mine?
Yeah. Like,
Oh,
if you're
yeah.
by yourself, you.
There's no way I'd pick anybody different after having this teleporter.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine having to walk.
Imagine walking. Who could you?
I was fine.
Oh, what is this?
Why is it not? Oh, it's a banished.
Big moose person.
Moose person. I
Yeah,
think
look
that's
at it.
That might be Bloody Tom.
Look at it.
Because there's Bloody Tom and Whisper somebody.
A Spinda in
It's a
chat.
statue.
Well, it looks like there may be one of those grave things up top.
Oh yeah.
Grave lock.
Let's find out. There's a sniper.
Oh.
Oh yeah, nice.
Oh, there is a grave. There is a grave up here.
Nice.
My teleporter landed right on it.
Convenient.
Very nice.
Your character's like, no, you're not allowed to teleport.
That's gotta be a safe house over there.
Okay.
Has to be.
Ah!
The black light. The black light.
Wait, why'd your robot just commit suicide?
They're just
Don't
killing each
question
other?
him. He's living his best life, which happens to be falling. Easy.
Let's just see where this takes me.
It's a dangerous game. Are you gonna go into debt?
I don't know. No?
You said it like a question, not like an answer.
No?
Why is this guy not dying?
Oh god, I fell. That's okay.
I can't see
I fell.
sandwich for dinner. You fell? How did you fall? You used your translocator, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, well that's not falling. That's lying.
It's falling with style.
Mmm. Fair. Well, congratulations.
Why is there...
Not with style.
Core.
Why does this look like there's a Korok here?
Maybe there is.
There probably is.
Yeah.
This looks like, you know, we need to like
This-
set a rock in the middle of it. And...
I like the mannequins. It's unnerving.
There's bullet drop in this here?
I don't know.
Oh, there's a bunch of guys over here. Oh goodness. Lag. I can't do anything.
What are we gonna do tonight, Pinky?
Or
The same
can
thing
you
we
do
do every
everything?
night, Braid.
No, it's like whenever the game
Even though it's
spawns
back
more
to
than like
every
3
night.
enemies in at a time. I'm...
Take over the world. Just a moment.
Same thing we do every night. That'd be kind of boring, though.
It
Imagine,
doesn't look as cool as some of the other ones, but it is effective.
imagine doing the same thing every single night. I mean, I guess it's kind of the same as like working full time and stuff, but who wants to do that?
Oh.
Not me.
I just watched you
Not
bounced off that
me.
wall, Astra.
No, you didn't. Don't worry about it.
Try to
You
take
think
over
you did?
Twitch.
Don't
That'd
worry about
be
it. Don't worry about it.
that'd
my
be really
military training.
cool.
Oh, is it?
Honestly, like
They taught you how to bounce off walls?
Like I want to be Twitch partner. Like,
What
don't
else
get
would
me
they have
wrong,
done?
But I feel like
I
at
don't
this
know.
point, it's just like I don't want to be who I would have to be.
Stay away
to
from
do
the walls,
that,
you crazy?
But like I still want it. I don't know. Try to take over Twitch, one little stream at a time, I suppose. Playing Zelda every night until I finish it, and then I'll be barred.
quite ready to do that again.
Until I finish it, and then I am bored.
Bird just scared me.
There, like, I
But I like
do
birds.
really,
well,
really
your bird
hope
made a weird sound.
that Tears of the Kingdom, like, lasts me
Made
a
a bird
good
sound,
while,
didn't it?
you know?
It doesn't sound right.
Ow.
Sounds wrong. That's a wrong bird sound.
That's not what birds sound like. I would know.
It kind of sounds like the birds from Demon Hunter. Like, they don't quite sound right. Something
What
about
is
them's
this?
off.
Just glad to hang out with my friends? Yeah.
What is this
isn't
dude?
this? Have you tried touching him?
I have.
Yeah.
Like, I just walked up to them and just tagged that, and...
I'm back in my
What
natural
is this?
element.
Roof?
I have no idea what that
Are
means.
you, yep, you're roof.
On top of buildings.
Yep.
Oh my
that's
god,
his happy
amazing.
Place. He loves his roofs. He's a tall
job.
boy.
Roof.
Oh, there's a shopping basket over here.
Are you gonna go shopping?
Maybe.
Okay.
If
have
I
fun.
can figure out
Can't
what
get
this is.
closer.
If you explore, I could. Nice to talk to people I actually like. Franklin, I
Oh, Brighton
don't
based
know if
sporting
I could do
goods.
what you do. Part of me thinks I
We love
could
sporting goods in
because
this game.
I like to be alone and I like driving, but at the same time, like, I do still
Oh, I think sporting goods
occasionally,
key.
you know, like, miss people or whatever. So, I don't know. I don't think I could do it. More power to you.
Supply crate.
It certainly, yeah, especially, like, the depths probably has, like, a
Take
lot.
all the binoculars so I can see everything.
I need 18 pairs of binoculars, so I can use them all at once.
I was gonna say, what if the first
Housekeeper's
one breaks?
key.
You have
Oh.
backups. Totally normal.
Exactly. Or you just have multiple ones you use at the same time.
Sure. Ooh, a note. Don't let this guy out, so we should definitely let him out. There's... Wait, can we get on the roof?
The blood is a part of
I
me,
don't know,
and
can
I
we?
am the blood.
Sometimes the roof has access hatches, so like... I don't know.
One way to find out. I'm on the
I
roof.
want this. I want. Give.
Is there a hatch? Have you hatched a plan?
There we
I
go.
there's a
Alright, so I can go
ladder.
upstairs. I can
Mm,
go there.
ladder's a good thing. I found the key. I got the key. It was on the roof.
Oh well, there's
Oh,
a
you were right.
Nightmare
How's it going?
manual.
oh that the window has
Hammer.
blinds. I can't shoot through it.
Hammer.
You can't shoot
Oh, but
out
it has the
window.
key. We can just go in.
Yeah. You got the
Eh.
key. Solving puzzle.
I have some compelling reasons.
Oh, here he is.
God,
Okay.
there he is, there he
You
is,
got a
there he
friend.
is.
I had a
Oh,
dream
gross.
career. Could I
Oh.
ask what it was?
Get him, buddy bong.
Or is it something that you're like, no, I don't want to. I don't
got
want
launched.
to talk about it. Alright, so there's a thing above me.
Smack. Okay, now we can.
Oh, there's a doggy.
Who they were.
Ooh, a gold
There's a
shotgun.
doggy
It's another
bed.
Pacific
won't
Grim.
forget.
Oh,
They
there's a
pull
couple
out
guns.
their own
Wow.
remembrance.
Wow,
And leave
I
them
did
out
not get
with
anything
their
gold.
For me, it was on the floor. And,
Wait a
like,
minute,
Oh.
good.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Here it is.
Oh.
I
There
see
you
it.
go.
Can you search these? No.
I will
that'd be
take it.
cool. Only in Fallout. The depths
this?
is really that took
What's
explorers.
the-
Oh, it's a
looking.
lockpick. That's
For a
fine.
change of scenery, I want to deal with the mysteries.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
shotgun.
like I feel like I feel like I've explored the depths more than I've had the opportunity to explore like the Sky
That was
Islands,
fun.
which is kind of a bummer.
Quick little siphon, dude.
Like I wish that I
I think we got everything out of
could
there, right?
explore them a little better.
It's fine. Okay, so you teleporting again. Oh. Did you just teleport into people?
Okay.
Yeah, no, I separated them.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know
Experimental
you could-
archaeology.
Yeah, I can tell like your robot. That's how I can teleport your robot.
Like, what is
That's
that? What is
cool.
experimental archaeology?
So there was like a bunch of them down there, and I did that to separate them,
You're
so I
like
can go back
kidnapping.
and forth and kill them.
Gotcha.
The blood is a part
Just
of
a little
me.
light
I am
kidnapping.
the blood.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
I
Oh,
am
there's a
the
safe
blood.
house
Not
over there.
heavy
And a vampire
kidnapping.
nest.
Just light kidnapping.
Light kidnapping. Naturally. You don't want to go hardcore with all that kidnapping. I keep trying to heal you, and you just keep running off. So I'm like, ah.
This guy's
Oh,
practical
here's the
to
guy
explore.
right here.
And battery power, yeah. I need to get my second battery. I don't.
Nice.
I need to make my way over there at some
Safe
point.
house.
Ooh. Oh.
I need to make my
Ow.
way back over there at
Ow.
some point.
Oh.
Because everyone just
They
kind
are
of knew
really,
it.
really hammering.
Try to
him.
figure out
Do
what
you
they
have your ult?
are.
You might want to throw your ult on them.
That's kind of interesting too.
Oh yeah. You're a professional.
Not full.
Oh, gotcha.
Why is this stupid like this?
Or it's just not letting me use it.
I don't know. Punch. That was kind of funny. You just punched a vampire. Hi, Carl. Rabbit friendly? I mean, I've used to have pet rabbits, so I would say yes. I don't know if rabbits enjoy watching vampires. Ooh, what is this?
That was scary.
Was it scary? Are you scared?
Was it?
Uh-huh.
Oh no.
Fowler
Don't be
Light.
scared.
Texan Brood.
But I do
Brood
need to get health
oozing
back,
the
so I'll
best
teleport.
Texan
Bunny
hops,
butts.
barley and malt.
Love a good bunny butt rumpus.
Valenti Brothers.
How are you?
Do
Have
we
you
see
played
power
any
anywhere?
Redfall? Yeah, I'm trying to find the power. Thank you for the follow.
It's up here, but we need a key.
Oh, we need a key.
Brighton Bay safe house generator key.
Okay, well, it's got to be around.
Oh, I got kicked. I just got kicked. Oh, nope. There goes my internet.
All right. I'm gonna do my leave stuff. I'll be back to you guys in a minute, gentlemen.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so I think I'm back
Aren't you
now.
going to bed though?
Just
Yeah.
long enough to possibly
Here in a
raid
little
out to
bit.
somebody. Let's see who we've got.
You can nut.
I have to work
Okay.
tomorrow. I have to.
Nope.
Okay. Would
I
make
am-
sense. All right, so let's
I
see.
am
if
sorry.
it'll work.
I
It should
I
work
need
now.
to.
Perfect. Okay, cool. Oh, it's gonna double. Nice.
You did good.
And I will.
Okay,
I
so
will
it's
be back
doubling everything.
Friday.
That's fine. All right, let's find someone. I think I want to raid
This time my power will
Brandy.
not do the thing, hopefully.
Oh my god, why
Hopefully,
is everything doubling
this game
right
will
now?
work.
Why is
I mean,
everything
we figured
doubling
out
right
you
now?
have
Holy
to- We
crap.
have to load in at specific points. I
Okay.
guess.
We hear voices? Yeah.
We figured
hear
out
voices.
that.
Good night,
I
guys.
need
Please
a
hang for the
second set of
raid. Would you like
eyes
to
to be
see
my main
World
eyes.
of Warcraft or Dead Island? World of Warcraft or Dead Island?
That was the most annoying thing I've ever
Dead
done. in my
Island?
entire
Okay, we're gonna go raid
was-
Brandy then.
Entertaining to watch, but I'm sure it had to be annoying for everybody else.
It was
All right,
so
guys.
annoying.
So listen,
It was
this
there
is.
Imagine.
I'm gonna mute
Oh,
them.
I'm sure.
So Brandy is the leader of my stream team, so it would really, really, really mean the world to me if we went in there and we like blow her shit up, spam her, all the love, all the hype. It would really mean the world to me if you guys gave her a really good raid tonight. I'm sorry that my internet decided to be shitty at the end of the day. I will be live again tomorrow, more Zelda during the day, and then my collab with Envoy in the evening. But yeah, thanks for hanging. I'm sorry that shit kind of went bad. Shit kind of went south really quickly. I'm very, very, very sorry. But thank you for putting up with me and for dealing with all of the crap. Again, please, please, please spam Brandy's chat. It would mean so much to me. Make good choices. I'll see you.